Our friends, I think we are live on both YouTube channels. We'll be live here on TikTok in a moment, and we should be live on Twitch in 1 minute. I'll double check all of our channels. We're definitely live on the vertical stream. We're gonna go over check our horizontal stream. We should be live on TikTok now. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're live on the horizontal stream and everywhere else. Quite a few people live tonight. Godless Engineers live, Sam's live, Jeff's live, Ian, Bible Guy. A lot of stuff happening tonight. It's gonna be a wild Friday night. Should see some crash outs going on. If not here, at least on the other channels. There's always gonna be a crash out somewhere. Speaking of which, speaking of crash outs, for those who don't know, Captain Skeleton Man did reactivate his YouTube page for people who wanted to go watch him crash out some more. So that's the thing. After he came on my channel, he blacked out his YouTube page. It was offline for a little while. Now it's back. So I mean, ready to rock and roll. So it should be a good time. I don't know if he'll ever come back to my channel, but one can only be so lucky to be educated by a man with at least one fake PhD, if not two, actually, and someone who has written many dissertations, lots of theses as well. It is true that by dissertation he means ChatGPT, made an article for me. But listen, we could all only hope to be so productive. So. Nevertheless, yeah, I know, Ekipo. It'd be fun if he called back. I don't think he will. I think once was probably enough. Holy ghosted, he did not. I caught him live earlier today, and I asked him like 5 times about his PhD, and he refused to even acknowledge what I was saying. So I don't think we're gonna get a copy of that PhD anytime soon. I could be wrong. Maybe he'll manufacture one, but. Then again, he does work for the FBI and for NASA, so maybe he'll at least be able to produce like a fictional one, like a fake one. We'll just have to wait and see on that. It's hard to know, what somebody of that caliber, has qualified to do. But friends, we might already have a guest ready to go. As I say, at the beginning of live streams. Please, I love you, but don't request up if you're not opposition. These are debates. So I'm hoping to get some debates going. I will be doing Q&As in July. If you want to do Q&A, I'll be available then. But we do have 2 guests waiting, so let me grab. I got 3 super chats. We'll get our 2 guests. We'll get going. Josh Shmuley, hey, good to see you, friend. Hail Doug, Limerick. Okay. Callers can't be original, so they have to go digital. But with just ChatGPT being all they want to see, you can only get imbeciles. That's good, actually. That's much better than what I would have come up with. My lyric game is not good, as the kids say. It is not on fleek. I don't think they say that anymore. Melanitis, thank you for the super chat. Maybe Jesus was the first Christian. He read the Bible but didn't pay attention. Oh God. To the horrific parts. Classic Christian cherry picking. True, actually. And rock hard for Doug. And the thing that Jesus did well, that Christians still do, is not answering questions. Like all the time. He just constantly, when he's asked a question, he just redirects it, and answers a different question, and then people are like, oh, he's so smart. He's just, look at this guy. And Super Bright Gaming, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. It says, I wanted to say thanks for the education and entertainment you provide. I was born and raised Pentecostal. Ooh. Sorry to hear that one. And yourself and others have been instrumental in my deconstruction. Helped me realize I'm not alone. Thanks again. Listen, you're absolutely not alone, Super Bright Gaming. There's a lot of us in the deconstruction ex-Christian space. So stick around. All right, let's get our first guest in here. We got Baze from TikTok, and then I think Lewis from our YouTube queue. Baze, are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. But I just
Fantastic.
have a question.
Are you a believer?
Do you like film bros? Yes.
Are you a believer?
Do you like film bros?
Like
Yes,
what?
yes, I am. Do you like Phil Bros?
I mean, I tolerate them.
Hmm. So I'm like the ultimate Phil bro. Like I'm like
Oh
the
yeah, you're the top
number
of them.
ground stuff. Yeah, I'm like the
Yeah,
supreme authority. I'm the one who sends them out.
yeah, I bet you are. Yeah, what are you gonna like run like the Aquinas' five ways or the ontological
No,
argument
no, that's
or
really bad, bro.
the
No,
Kalam
those
or
arguments are horrible.
some
Ew,
other nonsense like that?
ew, those arguments are beauty terrible. I'm gonna be arguing something more supreme, something more.
Oh,
Ugh.
Supreme.
Yeah, like a
Is it
non-Archimedean
uh
probabilistic argument.
is it gonna be in a syllogistic form?
It doesn't have to be.
I didn't say it had to be. I asked if it will be.
No.
Okay. I guess what we can do then, I've got a notepad open. You're more than welcome to give my argument or give your argument. If it seems like you're a troll at any point, I'm just gonna drop you though.
Okay. If you
I've
flip
talked
it
to enough
over.
philosophy people to know that they don't usually open up with "I'm the philosophy boss."
Well, when you reach a point where you destroy anybody in the debate, you would want to
Yeah,
have that recognition.
yeah, I'm sure.
But yeah, I'll perfect the argument. So, would you say that within reality there's a probabilistic structure, meaning that we can distribute values to things within reality? For example, it's likely that I exist. It's unlikely that he exists. That's just like an example there, right? Obviously,
Uh,
there's a structure of probability where we can distribute assessments and values to things. Would you agree?
so I wouldn't call it a structure unless you're referring to like a man-made structure.
What do you think a structure is? I'm referring
There's
to a
a lot
thing.
of ways to
Things.
define structure.
Well, I said
That's why I said
probability than
That's why
structure.
I said I wouldn't use the word structure unless you're referring to a man-made structure, because there are some that are man-made. There are some in philosophy that would be like transcendental, like forms. But in my view, what you're referring to is something that's man-made.
There's no such thing as a man-made probability thing where we could distribute values. So if I
Yeah,
say probability, then
yeah,
structure, they
we
should already
determine what that
appeal
would
to me.
be. Yeah, we determine what values are.
Yeah, I got you. So a structure be composed of relations and how they interact with each other. And
Yeah,
I'm saying that when it comes to probability, it's going to be obviously how we distribute values to things and how they relate to each other. I'm saying, would you say that something exists like, there's a probability and we can distribute values and we can assess them in a way that they relate to each other?
yeah, it's man-made.
Okay, awesome. 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 I mean, that doesn't really conflict with the argument, but then, then, I can say that obviously probability must need a grounding relation. If there isn't a grounding relation for probability, then we can freely assign probabilistic assessments or values to things. It becomes basically arbitrary. That's my second thing. Then my third thing is that obviously
Well,
we do see restrictions of probability, like the Kolmogorov axiom. So
arbitrary
therefore,
is probably not the word you want. So like for
I think
example,
that is the word I
I
want.
might place a value on something that somebody else would have a different value. But it's typically not arbitrary. It's usually depending on what kind of priors you have, what level of knowledge you have about something, and nothing to do. There's no like transcendental value system that needs grounded in some transcendental mind. This is going to get ridiculous fast.
So, just for clarification, no one's saying that. I totally agree. What I'm saying is that a grounding relation provides a specific and a concise explanation for things. So, let's just give a like a stillman on your position. So, if God doesn't exist, that's fine. God doesn't exist, or my God's imaginary. Then we will have to say that the God which provides a foundation explanation for things within reality, like i.e. probability, in the way we distribute probability, then it becomes arbitrary
You
because
just
the
did
grounding
what I
relation.
said you were going to do.
No, because
You
we're
just
not
tried
referring
to
to any
ground
transcendental
probabilistic
source.
measurements inside of something transcendental like a god.
No one's saying
You
that
guys are
God
not
transcends
good.
probability or
You
he's going
can't
to
be
be
the final
transcendental.
boss of Hill Bros.
No, I don't think you're tracking when I said transcendental or even when I mentioned transcendental.
Mm-hmm.
No one's even referencing transcendental, right? This is not a
Mm-hmm.
transcendental argument, nor is God going to be the transcendental source
It would
for probability. No one's arguing that.
if you're
No, because
grounding
any grounding
probability
relation.
in God, then you're assuming that probability needs grounded in something transcendental rather than just in the universe itself or in the fact that physical items have relationships.
Can you explain for why if I'm grounding it within God and we're calling him the grounding relation, therefore it needs a transcendental source, or it is going to be a transcendental source? I'm going to give the argument for that.
God, in your worldview, is a transcendental source. And
Yeah, I'm asking you,
theoretically,
why do you think
in
you would be
order
that?
for probabilities to require a grounding in God, you would want probabilities to be some sort of metaphysical transcendental that is the same in all possible worlds.
Yeah, you said I would want that. I'm trying to get to why would I want that? What's the normativity there for why when we say that God's
But
going to be the grounding relation for
you want
probability,
that because
then it's going to
your
be a
argument
transcendental
can't
source.
work
I'm just trying to get
without
to the
it.
argument for that.
Your argument
Yeah, you're
that can't
making
work without
claims.
that, which is the only reason why you want it.
Yeah, but why would I want that and why is it needed for the argument to follow?
Because you're trying to justify something being transcendental. See, this is
I'm
just like
not what?
another
Oh my
form of
gosh.
tag, right? So every form of tag is like, hey, here's something that requires a grounding. Oh, golly gee, it can only be grounded in God. All forms of tag are lazy.
I expect a better view because a
Mm.
transcendental source, I got you home. A transcendental source is something beyond physical reality. It's not dependent on the material world, and it's considered the origin of knowledge, existence, and conscious. No one's bringing up that it's considered
Well,
the origin
something
of
can be
knowledge or epistemic
transcendental
virtues or
without
practice.
being the origin of something.
I'm saying it's considered that, so that's going to be a auxiliary commitment when it comes
Well,
to transcendental sources.
God could be
I'm asking
considered
intent.
that.
Yeah, but within the specific argument, we're not getting any definite predications to God. All we're saying here is that God's going to be grounding probabilistic structure, not
Why?
necessarily that he grounds epistemic virtue. I
How does
got you.
he
I got
ground
you.
it? And
Yeah,
why does it
I
need
would answer that.
grounded?
Yeah, I would answer that. But first, I need to answer the couple things you just said.
Why does
So,
it need grounded?
yeah, I can answer that, but just let me go back to what you just said. I have to take you back like in the future real quick and in the past. Look, I would deny within the specific argument that God needs to ground, epistemic virtues, pragmatic virtues. So therefore, it wouldn't be a transcendental source. Secondly, when I asked you to justify for why the argument needs to follow, given what we called a transcendental source, which I denied, you completely didn't justify that. You completely didn't. You just said, "Oh, by definition." I deny those type of talks. I'm denying that completely. Then,
You're denying the
secondly, when it
definition
comes
of transcendental?
no, I'm denying the definition of what you think a transcendental is and why it needs to be
I
included in the
mean, we
argument
can
or
just
when we
look up the
mention a grounding
definition.
relation.
I'll
Yeah,
just
we
give
can
you the
look up if
definition.
when we yeah, we can look up if you need a grounding relation for probability that would introduce some type of
So
transcendental source.
transcendental is something that goes beyond ordinary everyday experience and the physical realm or normal human reasoning.
Yeah, let me search it up real quick.
It's in the dictionary. I never understand why philosophy types can't just open a dictionary. It's pretty wild.
No, the way you're using the dictionary doesn't have any compliments to what I'm saying. Okay, no. When you're invoking a grounding relation for probability, you don't automatically need a transcendental source. So when I'm invoking grounding relations for a
Well,
probabilistic structure, why do you believe that it needs to be
it sounds
transcendent?
like probabilities that are just grounded in the mind that's doing the evaluation.
Even if it's grounded within the mind or mind independence, that still wouldn't entail transcendental sources. Why do you think that? You still haven't given any justificatory system for that.
I don't think that. I'm saying that your argument is probably going to end up in the
No, you think?
transcendental
Oh my gosh, you
category
think my
because
argument includes a
that's all you
transcendental source?
guys
I'm asking you why.
all you guys end up with.
Yeah, you're saying that's all what we end up with. I'm saying why do we end up with that? Why is that needed for the argument to follow? Which you clearly haven't explicated or shown why.
Because the goal of all these arguments is to show that you need God for
You're doing it
grounding.
again, bro. Come on.
Well, give me the argument then. Prove that your argument isn't just another form of tag.
I already said that, but I'll just repeat it again. So a transcendental argument is obviously saying that
Give
God's
me
going to be
your
the grounding
argument.
relation for specific virtues. Well, I'm showing you why the transcendental arguments
So
wouldn't correspond to my
statistics are
argument.
virtues now.
Um, no, that's not what's being in question there.
Why do you call it virtues then?
Because virtues are just principles or
You're
standards.
just like
I
you're just
wouldn't
like
call
spitting out
probability or
philosophy
statistics
words,
are.
hoping people think you're smart. This is embarrassing. Does your mother know you do this on the internet?
And that's not really relevant, to be honest. Anyway, so a transcendental argument is where we have specific things like knowledge,
Buddy, I know about
truth,
the
etc.
transcendental
Maybe we'll
argument. Give me
say
your
that.
argument.
Yeah, well, clearly you don't because you think my argument is in relation to the transcendental argument, which isn't the case at all. So I can
Just give me
probably
your argument.
okay, keep pull out your notebook, your little notebook, whatever. You pull it out, for you can write it down, for you can try.
I got it.
So you got to open and ready.
Just give me the argument.
Awesome sauce. So, premise one: reality is composed of a grounding relation where probability is contrasted.
Wait, it's what?
It's contrasted.
Untraded? What the fuck
Contrasted.
is that?
I'm sorry. So, premise one would be reality contains a probabilistic structure where there's
What
going to
you just
be
said it was something else.
constraints on it.
You just said something else. You're gonna have to pick some wording for your first premise.
I think I already explicate the P1, Q to P2, little boy. Have slow tear, getting like bitch down his car.
We're just gonna move on to an actual adult. Hey, go find someone who cares about your, your dumb word salad. You're not in the right place for that. Let's get 1400. And fuck, and my boy Mac in here. Oh, what's up, Mac?
Oh man. Hey, where's your note bag?
That kid was having a tough relationship
So
with words. Like it was a bad
his
start.
his mouth was in the left lane, his brain was in the right lane.
Yeah.
Like far right. Like the shoulder.
But Mac, he's the boss. He's the final boss of Phil Bros.
Yeah, that was sign number one that what was gonna happen is what happened.
Oh well, hey, listen, we have Lewis though in the queue at least. So let me grab Lewis and then we'll do some super chats after that. And hopefully Lewis will have something more valuable to add to the conversation. How you doing, Lewis?
Hey, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
I'm good. I am over 18. I do not believe in a God, though. I just came to say thank you. You were a huge part of my deconstruction process. Uh, and I know you said that you're not doing a Q&A today, but I've been listening to you for a while, right? And I was raised in
I love you, buddy. Respect my boundaries. If you respect my channel, respect my boundaries, okay? Let's get 1400 in here. Well, we'll try at least. How you doing, 1400?
Yeah, I'm good. How about yourself?
Doing well. Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 29.
Cool. And do you believe in God?
No, I actually just had a very quick question for you. Actually, I wanted to know if you had.
Boundaries, y'all. Sorry. We are not doing a Q&A. It's Friday night. There will only be debates happening tonight. Sorry. I will not be doing question and answer tonight. I'm sorry. Those are the boundaries of my live stream. We're going to have 2,500 people load up to watch debates tonight. Nobody wants to see a Q&A, okay? Mac, you believe this, man?
It's people do what they want to do.
You know what? That is the case.
It just is like it's just universal. Like I know what you're saying, but like my case is a little different, and I'm sure you'll agree once I just disregard whatever you said.
I get it. Listen, I get it. You watch these shows and they help you a lot. They used to help me. And you just want to say thanks. I really fucking understand that. Trust me, I do. And I appreciate you. But friends, you have to understand when you come up here and you do that kind of thing, you are ruining my channel's metrics. And this is what I do for a career. So there's a reason why I have a separate night for Q&A. And you have to respect those boundaries, all right? BW, thank you for the super chat. Can you explain Isaiah 53:5 verse, especially this line? And by his wounds, we are healed. Who will heal? Okay, this is pretty easy. So Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. And unfortunately, what's not clear when you do the exegesis on this is who's speaking in chapter 53. It's pretty clear, though, to like the scholars who study it. Isaiah 53 is about the righteous remnant of Israel, and the speakers in chapter 53 specifically are the nations that oppressed Israel. I'll show you why that's obvious when you take a look at it. And this isn't just like my interpretation. I didn't invent this. This is a pretty standard interpretation that you'll get from the scholars. At the end of 52, which all of 52 is about Israel leaving Babylon, right? The end of 52 talks about how the nation of Israel is going to be exalted. They're going to be prosperous after they leave Babylon, yada, yada, yada. And then it says, kings shall shut their mouths because of him, meaning Israel the servant. For that which had not been told to them, they shall see, and that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. So the ending of 52 is like, hey, these kings of the nations, these nations, they're going to witness something that they weren't told about. Like, they're going to experience something they didn't know was coming. And they're going to then contemplate that thing. Oh, cool. Well, the next line is those nations contemplating what they've witnessed, namely the nation of Israel being redeemed from Babylon. Who has believed what we have heard? Although I think a better translation is typically who has believed our report, you know? And to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, the arm of the Lord was revealed to the nations. That's chapter 52, verse 10. God says he reveals his mighty arm to the nations when he frees Israel. He grew up before him like a young plant out of dry ground, so on and so forth. So all of this is the nations that abused Israel talking about what they've witnessed during the captivity and post-captivity. And the reason why they're saying, hey, because Israel was wounded, we find healing, is because it's through the suffering of Israel that these nations come to be part of Yahweh's people group. So in Isaiah, especially Deutero Isaiah, the idea, Deutero and Trito Isaiah, the idea is that the nations that are left over at the end will come to recognize Yahweh as the true God, and they'll join in worship. That's why, like chapter 56, it says that the foreigners will come to worship and even sacrifice on the altar. So that's the message, is that it's through the suffering of the Israel in captivity, those who were their captors will come to know the true Lord. That's why you have like this like redemption model inside of chapter 53. Because nobody had to shed blood to get forgiveness, like in the Jesus model. There's lots of ways to get forgiveness, even if it's just through suffering or through repentance. I think of like the Ninevites. They didn't sacrifice shit. God forgave the whole city in the book of Jonah. Anyways, let's get Andrew up in here. Maybe we'll get a real discussion. Welcome in, Andrew. Are you at least 18?
Yes, I am. I just had oral maxillofacial surgery, so please forgive my temporary speech impediment.
Sure. Are you a believer in God?
Yes, but my question was actually, when you go to the beach, do you wear Speedos or trunks? I was really curious. I wanted to understand if that's like
Well, I
something you
do.
gravitate towards.
I do a banana hammock because I'm not ashamed of my wiggly bits. Why do you hide
Well,
yours? Are you embarrassed?
can you give me some more details?
These people are weird tonight.
How boring. So when we talk about 53, right? Nobody ever really goes to 52, even though that's where like the passage really.
That's where it starts.
Right? So I'm curious, like, yeah. So I'm curious, like, what is the, like it says, you know, his so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, right? Do they try to say that that's like him on the cross?
They'll say that's like how badly he was scourged by the Romans.
Yeah,
But they
so he didn't look human anymore.
Exactly. But that's what they're gonna say. Everything about this is about Jesus. But when you get to like verse 10 and verse 12, like, well, Jesus didn't have any offspring. That's not a thing that happened. He didn't divide the spoils of war with the strong. That didn't happen. Although Christians will say he'll do that when he comes back. But the other thing too is the people speaking in this passage are talking about what happened in the past, right? So the nations says, who has believed what we have heard, right? Verse 2, he grew up before him like a young plant. This is all stuff that is already in the past, right? So if the nations are the ones speaking, then whatever they're speaking about has already occurred, in the end of the 6th century. It's done. It's over. Nothing to do with a guy 500 years later.
It's kind of mixed tense, right? Because like there are future tense things like my servant shall prosper, but the servant is already present. The prospering is coming.
That's right. The prosper is coming.
It is,
the punishment already happened.
But the servant is present.
You got it.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nailed
so it's like saying, it's very clear if you take out the Jesus lens, like what it's saying. But to say that like this is prophecy, that they're essentially saying, no, the servant is also coming. Right. No. Even though it's already described as being here, right, and having suffered already.
Right. And we know the servant couldn't be Jesus because Jesus is never coming. That dude has been coming for 2,000 years and nothing.
Hit snooze.
That's what they get for making the snooze button is so much bigger than the other buttons.
It's like 5 more decades.
It's weird to me. I wonder to myself, okay, how many thousands of years will Christians be willing to wait on Jesus returning before they're like, I don't think this fucker's coming?
You know, I'm telling you, man, I don't go live much, but I've had this idea kicking around in my head, which is like, Christians, why don't you feel like a sucker? Like, it's just the most obvious con. He's not coming. You're waiting for this. Like, how do you not feel duped?
I mean, it's what it is. Like they trick you into thinking a guy that walked on water is coming back, even though he's been coming back for 2,000 years. And then on top of it, you need to give us your money and like volunteer for our church. Spend your free time volunteering for us. It's a pretty wild scam, actually. It's profitable.
James says because no one knows when, except Jesus said when. Unless you think there are still apostles walking around, he said when. It's just not a specific date and time, but you know, there were conditions.
Christians know, like the Christians in the chat that are, you know, thinking I'm the dumb one, even though they won't request up. They know in the Bible that Jesus gave the timeline, as you said, Mac, before the disciples passed away. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Well, friends, if you're watching and you want to call up and demonstrate, talk about, give evidence for, give an argument for your particular God, hey, the link's on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ Live. There's a clickable version of that in the comments, or rather in the description of the video. I should start pinning it in the comments too. Nevertheless, if you're on TikTok, just hit the guest request. We'll get you up using the old-fashioned TikTok method, using the guest request. And we'll be able to talk to you on either method. I'm going to read some super chats so we don't get too backed up during the stream, and hopefully we'll get like a real, actual adult calling in here rather than a string of trolls on Friday night. Speaking of, Gretchen, good to see you, friend. It says going to do something about the great baby paste drought of 2026. You know what? I must apologize. I've not been doing as much baby paste as usual, and that's on me. I'm gonna have to fix that. Methinks you've gotten soft. I blame Carnage. Just saying, you know what? You're probably right, Gretch. If I had to guess, the answer is blame Carnage for sure. Well, we have Faith in the guest box, so let me read the super chat, and we'll get Faith in here. Oh, well, Faith is gone. Two Hand Dan, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. Hey, callers. Want to express your appreciation on a debate night? Buy a super chat. Exactly. Otherwise, stay the F out. Good grief. Respect the lie. Rock hard for Doug. Whores rule. Verts drool. Can't be here later. Wanted to tithe, but found a message too. Well, thank you, Two Hand. Dan, I really appreciate that. And yes, the super chatting keeps the flow of the live stream moving. It gives me the opportunity to engage with the audience when I actually have a time to do it without taking time from guests. And so it obviously is a preferred method for keeping the flow of the show going. But we do have one guest in queue, so we'll grab what's names in Arabic, so we'll have to get a translation. How you doing? What should we call you?
You can call me Abu. How are you? Good.
Abu, I'm doing well. Are you at least 18?
I thought I heard Abdul.
Oh, is it Abdul? Are you still there? Hello. Anything?
Jin got your tongue?
Must have been. And he's gone. Look at that. What's up, Ems?
Oh. So now I'm useless now.
He saw you in the guest box and fucking ram.
Oh no,
That's what
I'm losing
happened.
connection. Oh no.
Those tunnels, they sneak up on you.
It's the toilet Jin. It got him. He got sucked in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Oh, got M's too. You
Oh,
think you're free, and then
The toilet djinn are on full attack tonight. God was supposed to be using the stars in the lowest heaven to kill these devils and jinns, but he's too busy right now. Grazi, hey, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Justin, it's always great to listen to you cook Christians over at Hot Barbecue. Hey, thanks, friend. Keep up the great work. I've learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir. Well, thank you for supporting the stream. And listen, I try to learn every week as well, so that when we do these live streams, we can bring in more topics. We can do interesting talking points. I'm adding to the deconstruction cheat sheet pretty much constantly. And if you've got access to it, I don't know if it actually sends updates when it's updated, but maybe I'll work on that. So people, whenever there's an update, people can see it, or when there's a new tab, people can see it. But anyways, listen, readers are leaders and never quit learning. Gretchen coming again says, Supreme low tier slow boy bro. Go ahead. I will never understand why the Philbros come in with the word salad, and then immediately when you call them out on the nonsense, it turns into low tier, slow boy, donut. All right, well, it's your fault you can't use words. Julie, thank you for the super chat. What do you think of apologists who use 2 Thessalonians 2:11 to justify why some people do not believe in the Bible? God sends a delusion. Well, yeah, they'll do that one, and they'll also do 2 Corinthians 4:4, which says that the God of this world, which is Satan, blinds the eyes of people so that they don't believe. And so this goes along with Romans chapter 8 and Romans chapter 9, where God does indeed allow the devil to test humanity, and not only that, God predestined all of it to happen, because some people are vessels of wrath and some people are, vessels of honor. So it seems to be a system that God purposely set up, and I can't say that it's a good one, but yeah, I mean, it certainly is the case. Imagine, what's up, Matt?
I've never heard that as an apologetic for that. I'm honestly, the only time I ever hear 2 Thessalonians 2:11 is when I bring it up to prove to them that God is a liar.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. Like, he's lying. And then, of course, I mean, it's as predictable as the sunset. You show them that, they go, and they'll tell you why it's okay that he lied. The debate is no longer does he lie, but they'll tell you why it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's true.
Same with Ezekiel 14:9.
Mm-hmm. We should have did
okay, read the verse before, it tells you why.
It's been a week or two since we did God is not good. I have to circle back on that one. Those are my favorite ones, when you can go through the Bible and show
absolutely
like how vile of the God character is. It's pretty bad read. The battle taco.
I honestly like. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, bud.
I don't. I think there's like I must have like a little bit of a delay.
We both do, because I'm using my PC, and it's just when you're streaming with the PC, there's a pinch of latency that I'm not sure you get over the phone.
Processing. Okay. Yeah, I'm saying, like, I don't debate the existence much because I don't give a shit. Like, to me, it's such a nonsense concept that, like, nothing you're gonna tell me is gonna sway me. Like, whatever dumb fucking esoteric filbert shit you want to put, you can't ever get to this God. First of all, second of all, I don't care. I care about why you believe this shit. Like, that to me is the more important thing. I want to know why you believe that this horrendous God from within its own text is good. To me, that's like the crux of it. Like, whether it exists or not, who gives a shit? Why do you call this evil thing good?
Right.
So that's for me. That's why I love that topic so much.
Because even if the thing existed, you have to, if you're honest, you have to admit that the thing's wretched. You know what I mean? The Battle Taco says, have you heard... Well, he's wretched and sovereign. Have you heard the song Jesus is a Democrat by Everclear? I've not. But I do know about Everclear. My favorite line is, Jesus was a left-wing radical Jew murdered by people like you. That's a good line, and it's true. Yeah, Jesus was a left-wing radical. Sell all that you have and give it to the poor. I mean, these were the core tenets of a lot of Jesus's teaching. So, like,
I think it was a mix. I think he had fascistic tendencies. I think he was definitely a supremacist, which is a right-wing ideology, right?
Yeah, that's true.
it's not all that clear, right?
Fair.
But there
Fair.
were some like the communism like aspect, like communal living and you giving up all your possessions. Yes, that is left wing, but you can't.
Yeah.
It doesn't all go that way.
It's like left wing authoritarianism, but it's weird because authoritarianism so often is associated with the right wing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a right wing ideology.
Well, let me read one more super chat, and then we're going to get our guest back that previously just bounced. Texas Panhandler, good to see you, buddy. Phil Bros thinking they're onto something when they joined the debate with ChatGPT loaded up. True. The weird thing was, he said he didn't have a syllogism, and then like after 2 minutes, he had premises somehow to give me. Wait, what? I thought you said you didn't have a syllogism. These people are. They're just not right.
You think I'm doing tag? I'm talking about a universal grounding.
I know, dude. It was tag. We know tag.
I would never lower myself to do tag.
All right,
Hello, how you doing?
let's try again. How you doing? Is it Abdul?
Abu. You can call me
Abu. Oh, I got it right. Okay. Abu, you said you're at least 18. What God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Cool. So you're Muslim.
Yes. So Muslim. Yes.
Cool.
But non-denominational Muslim. Yeah.
Sure. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for God?
The big arguments for God is for me, the Quran. It's not a circular reasoning. If something in the Quran, like for example, when Allah talks about how the day and night are two signs, and today in our day, there is the satellite images of how the day and night on the face of Earth are like half of Earth is lit and half is darkened. That to me, it cannot be presented by somebody, a human being, just in the desert of Arabia. That has to be somebody else is telling
Can you
him that.
be specific? I'm not sure I know what you're referring to.
Okay, so you know how night and day is if you have a satellite image on the face of Earth, right?
I know what night and day is, yeah.
Yeah, so when you have the face of Earth, in front of you, let's say you have a ball in front of you, and you see this ball, half of it is lit and half of it is darkened, and this image is already presented in the Quran 1400 years ago. It tells me that the one who conveyed this message, as Prophet Muhammad said, this is from
Where's the
Gabriel.
verse?
Gabriel took it from the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Yeah. Huh?
Where's the verse? Because my understanding of the Quran is that it supports a flat Earth.
No, that's a Sunni interpretation of the wrong interpretation of one verse.
Well, I'm gonna need you to give me the verse that you're referring to then.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Give me 1 second, because I wasn't prepared for that.
What I'm seeing, and this is not specific to the Quran, I just Googled what was the consensus on the shape of the Earth in 600 AD. And it says, by 600 AD, the overwhelming consensus among educated scholars, astronomers, and philosophers in Europe, the Middle East, and India was that the Earth was a sphere.
Yeah, because Aristophanes already had it solved.
Yeah. Yeah, 5th to 3rd century BCE.
Yeah, BCE.
The Greeks. Yeah. So Muhammad understanding how light would work on a spherical Earth is not some like ahead of its time knowledge.
Did me losing signal like actually bring him back?
Apparently.
Surah Al-Isra 12.
What chapter is that?
What is the argument?
That is, I'm not familiar of the
Just
numeric
write ISRAA and then 12. And what is the context we're talking about?
Okay.
Isra
Isra 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, he thinks Isra 12 it demonstrates that Muhammad knew that the earth was a sphere rather than flat.
That is stupid.
Not sphere. It was telling, what it says is that earth has two split areas where one is day and one is night. Two signs, not one sign, two signs in the same time. One is darkened and
which flat earthers believed. Number
no,
one.
Yeah, to be fair, flat earthers believe that they always have. Like flat earthers didn't think that it was always daylight everywhere.
Even today. Yeah, they still tell you that the sun is in one place and then the moon is in one place. And again, the Quran is very clear when it says that the earth is flat. So
no. Your interpretation, you might get it from a Sunni or a Shia sect or something like that.
You're a Quranist?
Just no, I'm not a Quranist. I follow the awaited Mahdi Nasser Muhammad al-Yamani.
So you're like a Muslim Mormon. Okay.
A Muslim Mormon? That's funny. Yeah, that is funny. But there is we don't have an extra book where Jesus has other planets and all that. We don't have that. We have the Quran as the ultimate source. We have the Quran as the ultimate source for detecting what is right and wrong.
It certainly can't be the ultimate source. It says things that are just flatly untrue.
Yeah, well, let's see what you're saying that is flatly untrue. First of all, the Quran says the earth is actually spherical.
It says it is flat. It says it's flat.
I can bring you, okay, so now you are saying something and I'm saying something. So let's bring the proof. The proof usually brings
The Quran says, and to the earth how it was flattened, and to the earth how it was laid down, and to the earth how it was spread.
Okay, so that verse, bring it and I'll explain it to you from the exegesis of the what you call the appointed
Joseph Smith. Okay.
Melchizedek's Imam. This is an order 12. We have 12 Melchizedeks after Prophet Muhammad.
12 Melchizedek?
Can we stick with verse 12? Can we stick with verse 12?
I told you he's a Muslim woman.
What kind of Islamic cult is this?
That's not a cult. That's Islam. Is basically we're not. The Quran is the ultimate.
Islam from Middle Eastern Utah. So.
You are poking fun, sir. I don't poke fun at you. By poking fun of what I say is just your personality. I'm sorry. I want to talk to the host. You seem to be very narrow-minded, and you accuse people, and you start, throwing punches for no reason. I'm giving my belief and my way of thinking. If you want to accept it, be it. If you don't, it's up to you. If you want to poke, I forgive you.
Okay, thank you for forgiving me.
You're welcome. So let's go to the topic without poking on my personality or what I believe. Or
let me ask you a question.
On your personality.
Yeah, let me ask. Yeah, exactly.
Let me ask you, what's it mean to raise something?
Raise?
Yeah. Like I raise up a tent, or I raise up a roof or a ceiling.
To hold, to bring it from ground up.
Yeah, to raise it up, right?
Yeah.
So maybe you can give me the exegesis of this passage, because it says it is Allah who raised the heavens without pillars. As you can see, then established himself on the throne. He has subjected the sun and the moon, each orbiting for an appointed term. It's weird. This is exactly what flat earthers believe.
No. Wait. First of all,
what's the sun orbiting?
Now, I will give you the direct quote of the Quran where it says Earth is spherical. So let's go away.
Address this passage first.
Okay, so can you lower down the screen, please?
What do you mean by lower?
I can't read the Arabic side because the English, it can be a mistranslation or the translator choice of words.
You want me to scroll to the Arabic, you mean?
Yeah,
well,
that's it.
That works out well because Ems can read Arabic. That's his native language.
Very good, yeah. Okay, so God or Allah, الذي رفع السماوات بغير عمد ترونها, meaning he have
you can just translate the relevant part. You don't need to translate an entire paragraph.
Each point you said, or what?
You can translate the relevant point. You don't need to translate the entire thing.
Okay, so so in the beginning of creation, that is in days different than our normal days. So the days in God's time, the days of creation,
What the
the
fuck is he
days
talking
of
about?
creation
Is that the relevant part?
24
That has nothing to
hour
do with
days.
this passage.
Yeah, because samawat, these are the heavens, the seven heavens.
We're not asking about that.
Did
you not read the passage?
Is talking about. Yeah, so this passage is talking about that. It is talking about that the seven heavens are on top of each other with law. Basically, they do not have any pillars to hold them except that you see.
Why would the
held.
Why would the author say that the heavens were raised?
Because like I said,
where were they raised from?
There are seven. Yeah, so basically, we are in seven. The seven heavens are on top of each other. Each one is bigger than the other, and they are spherical around each other.
It doesn't say that in the Quran. It definitely doesn't say they're spherical.
Right. Well, the Quran is it has the Melchizedeks. They will explain to you from other verses in the Quran, not from their own, what this means. So, if you want that spherical, that
sure, do you have a verse for that? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So everything to.
It's important that you also address the fact that it says that the sun and the moon are each orbiting.
Yes, so God in His infinite wisdom, He put every planet and every the sun also. They have their own orbit. They orbit.
What's the sun orbiting?
Discovered by NASA. That's discovered by NASA today.
What's the sun orbiting?
Sure, but the context in the verse is saying that it is referring to the sun and the moon and the day and the night.
I
think anyone with like a grade school level of reading would read this passage and be like, oh, this is clearly someone who believes that the sun and the moon orbit the earth, which is what a lot of people believe.
It says He created the day and the night, the moon and the sun, each in an orbit. It refers to the day and the night as things that do exist. So the day and night are things that are physical. This is why He says that he circles the moon or the day over the night and the night over the day. So He thinks that the day and the night are physical beings.
Are just your own interpretation, sir. Where is
sure. Give me the interpretation. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're. I don't know. You are just heated, and I think you are like.
Show me the interpretation. Go ahead.
Sure. Why show me the interpretation. Went away from Islam, and he's just delusional.
You're an ex-Muslim too. You do know that, right?
Okay, so now you are more delusional than what you are delusional about.
It's true. You're not a Muslim.
You're poking at me for no reason.
You're not a Muslim either, bro.
Intelligently.
Abu's a heretic.
The host, and you are keep throwing jabs. I don't know why.
I hate to see two former Muslims fighting.
I'm not a former Muslim, sir. I say there is no God but Allah, and Muhammad is the final messenger. And I said I do follow the last awaited Mahdi, Nasir Muhammad al-Yamani.
You should be careful. In Islam, they can execute apostates. You could be a target.
That is okay. So the Sunni sect does not represent Islam. The Quran is what is Islam. Quran, it says everybody is held but whatever they want to believe. Even if they want to believe in a stone, that's up to them. God gives that right in the Quran. I'm defending that right because the Quran says so. Now, if the majority they are in a different path, that's because of certain narrated hearsays called hadith.
He has no idea what I'm saying. Abu, do you have any idea why I said that? I'm not saying that you believe. I'm not saying that you believe apostates should be killed. I said in Islam they will execute apostates. I'm calling you an apostate. I'm saying you're an ex-Muslim.
Oh, well, I explained to you that is a narrative by a Sunni, which was corrupted because of a dynasty. Islam, or which the main source is the Quran. So if the Catholics does not represent Christianity, the Protestant does not represent Christianity.
This guy is not tracking at all.
No, you guys are holding stuff. Apostasy is not a part of Islam. You're saying this is part of Islam because certain Muslims or people who adhere to Islam, because of a hadith, of a hearsay, they are doing it. But
Actually,
that's
never did.
not
This guy's not
Quranic
listening at
based.
all.
He doesn't realize that the Quran itself is hearsay.
No, the Quran is not a
It
hearsay.
is.
The Quran
The
is a
Quran,
revelation.
the
Hadith is a
Quran,
hearsay.
the hadith is according to the Quran revelation too. But even then, the
No,
Quran was
sir.
transmitted. The
No,
Quran was transmitted in the same way that the hadith was.
No.
Yes,
No,
yes, yes,
I
yes,
beg
yes,
the
yes,
difference.
yes.
I beg the difference. No. First
Well, I
of
think
all,
the
the Quran is
cosmology.
before.
I think the cosmology topic's kind of important because the cosmology in the Quran obviously isn't correct, right? What? Let me ask you a
Let's
question.
prove it. Let's prove it.
Where is the lowest heaven?
The lowest heaven
Yeah.
is where the star. The stars are the ornament of this lowest heaven.
Right, but
So
where?
they are
Where is the
that
lowest
if you
heaven?
find beyond the stars.
So the lowest
No.
heaven
So
is beyond the
according to
stars?
yeah. So basically, beyond the stars, there is the start of the seven heavens.
No. Well, Basira, you've read the Quran, right?
He's
Of
not.
course,
You've
I'm
read the
talking
Quran.
about the Quran.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, then, could you finish this verse that I'm gonna just mention? وَزَيَّنَّا السَّمَاءَ الدُّنْيَا بِمَصَابِيحَ وَجَعَلْنَا رُجُومًا لِلشَّيَاطِينِ.
Yes. So basically, here, first of all,
could you tell me what it means? Yes. Go
yeah.
ahead.
So first of all, enlighten the audience and the host about what you just read, what verse, and so they can follow with us. So they will know that you don't know what you're talking about, and you just went out of Islam because you're delusional. Go ahead.
You went out of Islam before me, I'm pretty sure.
لا
So,
حول ولا قوة إلا بالله.
so again, what did
Brother,
I say?
I
What did I
said
say?
I bear witness there is no God but Allah. You're
Sure, I do
saying
the
I'm not
same.
a
I do the
Muslim.
same. I
What
do the
kind?
same.
What?
No, I bear witness that there's no God but Allah.
What is your orbit? Okay, go ahead. Let's not. I'm not gonna attack
So
your character. Just
again,
give me the
I asked
give
you,
me the
you
verse.
don't know the
Give me
ayah?
the verse.
Just can you bring the one with the missiles? For Jinn?
Okay. Just give me the
Yeah,
verse.
I'd love to actually. Hold on. It's one of my
Yeah.
favorites.
Very
It
good.
is.
Because he read the Quran and he doesn't know that the lowest heaven is where the stars are. He thinks it's beyond the stars.
So the host is gonna bring it up.
Yeah. Give me a second. I do have the passage written down. It's going to be in chapter 67, and also in chapter 37. It shows up twice. So it's going to be 67:5 is the first one.
I think it is 39. The one in 39.
It could show up. It could show up another time actually. Interesting.
The one I'm referencing, the verse that I'm mentioning.
Okay, there's one in 39 as well. Okay, I didn't know that. Well, I think it's going to be identical to the one that I've got written down here in 67.
The point is that the lowest heaven is where the stars are. It is not beyond the stars.
Right. Indeed, we adorn the lowest heavens with stars, actually it says lamps, and made them as missiles for stoning eavesdropping devils, for whom we have also prepared the torment of the blaze.
Yeah.
I think God throws stars at devils.
Yeah. So when a supernova happens, that's where
explain the first verse. Go ahead.
Okay, so the ornament of the the ornament of the seven heaven.
Not to interrupt, but how is it possible that the stars are where the lowest heaven is? Because every part of outer space is full of stars. There's not like a spot of outer space without stars.
Yeah, so basically heaven, like I said, is spherical. So it's beyond the seven heavens. Each one is bigger than the other, and they are spherical around each other and around us. So they are bigger than our
sure. Where is the star?
Than the Earth and the planet's dominions.
But where are the stars? Which heaven are the stars in?
The lower so ornament. When you have an ornament of something, that means behind it is the actual. So if you wear a ring, the ornament of this the ring is your ornament. So you are behind this ring. You're
that
not
is
actually.
That is a bad. Like that
so
is like the bad example.
It is further by these stars. after when you start hitting these stars, this where you get the
So this is
the
crazy.
So
You're
if I,
you're
so
suggesting
if
that
so,
all of the heavens are beyond the
yeah,
stars.
which is
You're,
stupid because
yeah,
again the
that's
Quran
the
that's
tells you
dumbest
that
thing.
suggesting the Quran.
the stars are the zina for the lowest heaven, in which if you put decorations in a room, then the decorations are within the room, not beyond the room.
They
The
didn't know
within
that
the
the
room.
sun was a star,
What are
right?
you saying? What? Let me see. What
If
are you?
No,
you decor or decorate a room, the decorations are within the room.
Within the room, but where the room is
And
before
also,
it or after it?
what do you mean
Yeah,
before or
well, you
after?
put the room first.
It's contained within it. Ya
Hold.
Habibi, it is
Right,
contained
right
within
now,
it.
I'm asking you
It is
a
contained
simple
within it.
question.
Ya
Within the
Gabi, it is
room.
contained
Okay,
within
very
it.
good, very good. Now wait.
It's contained within it.
Okay, within it,
It's
very good.
contained within
Okay,
it.
right now,
It's
when
contained
you
within
build
it.
something,
It's contained within it.
dude,
Which is why it is
listen,
called
within it,
again.
wait, within it, wait. I'm asking you,
Again,
if you
which is
within
why
it.
it is called again.
Okay,
Which is why it is called.
I'm asking you a
Ya
simple
Gabi, Isma.
question.
Which is why it is called As-Sama Dunya. It is the earthly heaven.
Okay, now can I ask you a question? You said
Did you
within it.
answer what I said?
Okay, yeah, you said it's within it. Okay, right? It's
Yes.
the stars are within it, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm asking you within it. So if you have a room and you want to put ornament on it, would you first build the room, or you put the ornament first and then you get the
No, you
room?
build the room first.
Very good. So if you do that, so where is the ornament? If you put
It's within
a
the room.
hold on a
it's in the
second,
room.
sir. Okay, if you put a room, if you bring stars right now, just a regular, dollar general stars, and you put them in the room, where is the room are you going to see first the star, or are you going to see the room?
You're gonna see both of them.
What the heck? How you gonna see only which one first? I said.
What is
Which one
first?
first?
That's a
Which one
nonsensical.
first?
That's a nonsensical thing.
I can see
Which
why
one's
he
first?
left
I'm
Islam.
asking which one you see first. Which one
This
you
is why he's
count
Who's
apostate.
to
before?
say?
He left Islam because he's too stupid.
Yeah, well, I'm asking you. Well,
Too
now,
stupid
looking
for
at my
Islam is
door.
crazy.
now attacking the same thing. Man, go ahead. I'm asking the host. If you have a room, do you tag the stars, or you bring the stars first and then bring the room?
We
Which
already
one do you see
established
first in
this.
your eyes?
But the stars are
room.
in the room, so the room's first. But they're
The
in the
room-
room.
the-
Spatially, the
they are
stars
in
are
the-
in the room.
Well, the stars are tagged to the room. They're not part of the room.
They're in it, yeah.
They're ornaments. Yeah, well, they are ornaments. They're just
But-
there. But they put them
Doesn't
there
mean you don't
to
see
light.
them.
But we're
the
talking
light
about
side.
physical location. Physically, they
Yeah,
are
so the
located
physical
in the
location-
room, which is what I'm asking about. I'm asking you about the stars in the lowest heaven, where their physical location is.
The stars are physical location are located in
Exactly.
the lower heaven. The lower heaven.
What is
So you
That's
that?
where the
agree.
stars are.
What is
Then
that?
we-
So he finally conceded.
We
Because he said
finally
the
got
lower-
him.
the lowest heaven was after the stars.
Hold.
The
That
whole
means
universe is the
how
lower
many
heaven.
light years is that? How many light years is that? Apostate? How many light years
According
is that?
according to your prophet, it's 500 years of walking.
How many light years? Because we're going
Yes,
to
according-
explain to you
according-
what is in
again,
the Bible and in the
acco-
Quran. The Quran
according
will
to-
clarify a
according to
lot
your
of
prophet-
things in the Bible.
Again, according to your prophet, it is 500 years of walking.
No, there is no all hadith that contradicts the Quran. Forget it. I'm telling
Show me
you,
the contradiction,
hadith are
bro.
hearsays.
So
Hadith are hearsays.
just to be clear, the stars are not light years away. The sun is a star, and it's 93 million miles away ish.
How far is the stars?
I
The
just
lo-
told
the-
you
the-
it's
the closest one is
93
the
million.
Stars?
With a supernova.
Who
The
knows about
supernova is
supernovas?
where the material that comes out of these stars that the
The
Quran is
super-
talking about. And
Supernovas in outer space explode, and that material comes to the Earth to kill devils.
no. The demons are not on the earth. They are far advanced. They
Wait,
far
the demons
advanced.
are
They
in outer
able-
space? There's fucking space demons.
Oh,
Space
not
demons.
talking space demons. The demons are technologically advanced. So UFOs are
The
one
demons are
part
they're-
of them. So they are much advanced. than us.
UFOs are from demons.
Yes,
Got a-
you
got
were
a
told
source
are
for
from
that?
hollow earth according to the Quran. They are from what is called the two
What?
sunrises and the two sunsets. This is an
Wait,
area
wait, wait, wait.
only known in the
So he
Quran.
does.
That's one of the secrets of the
So
Quran.
he's not a
Can
flat
you
earther. He's a
quiet,
hollow
please,
earther.
upstairs? Let me finish my talk, man.
Wait,
You're
is the
just like the
moon?
devil. You're just demon. You're trying to just go with your
إيه،
demon. Let me talk to the people.
كمل يا كسومة كمل.
Oh my goodness. He just said
Hey,
a very, very bad word, man. I can't talk to this guy anymore. I'm sorry,
hey.
host. So
Well,
if
I
you're
got an
gonna help
important.
him or have me on the panel, one of us.
Abu,
Because
what does the color
to
of the
me,
letter 7 smell like?
there's no color for the seven for the letter. Smell? What's that?
Just checking.
Smell. How does it smell? The color of the letter 7.
The color. How does it what?
Smell. What odor does it give off?
The lower. Well, no.
The color of the letter 7.
The color of the
What
letter
scent
7?
does it give off?
I don't understand the question. This is just philosophical to me.
Yeah. See, you're spiritually blind to the question.
That's what it
Yeah,
is.
I am. I see. Apparently, if you're smoking dope or something, yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. So
So we're trying to pin down these stars, right? Because if the stars are in the lowest heaven and the stars pervade all of space, then what's beyond the lowest heaven?
yeah, very good. So beyond it is the next heaven, the second one, and then the third one,
But
and
what's
the
in it?
fourth one.
What's in the second heaven?
Angels, spiritual beings.
So there's a spherical heaven that is somehow outside of the first heaven, and it's just populated with angels.
Yeah, so yeah, the angels, they reside in these heavens, and they are different. There's different kinds of heavens of angels. Some of
What do
them
they
with
do
two
there?
wings, some of them with four wings. Huh?
What do they do there?
They worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's
Why,
the
they're
only thing.
That's
they're like
They
5
just
heavens away, aren't they?
praise him. Huh?
But what heaven is God in?
God is in his throne. So above the throne is the greatest thing that God have created, which
I
is
said
above
which heaven is God in? I just need a number.
I thought the throne was above the firmament.
above them is
Yeah, it should be
paradise.
above the
So
firmament, Mac.
after the heavens,
Okay, so
is the
so
paradise, and then
how
after
far?
paradise is throne.
What's the distance between heaven and heaven?
I don't have. We don't. I mean, that's something that is the Quran. It just says that there are 7 layers.
That's
It does
too
not give a
confusing.
distance.
Heaven Alpha
It's,
and
Yeah.
Heaven Prime.
According to some hearsay, it is 500 years of walking.
Yeah, but that is. I'm not gonna talk to you, sir. So you
I'm not
just
talking
reach
to you.
us and
What
you
did you
don't
say to
you
him?
don't apologize. So I'm not gonna talk.
طيب wait. البصيرة, I'm sorry. وأنا آسف, I should not have said that. Let's continue.
Okay, very good. I accept it. Apology accept. Okay, so
So-
the 7
Well,
heavens.
But
the
what I'm
7
trying to figure out
heavens
is
different.
if God's in the 7th heaven and the angels
is
are
not
in the
in the
2nd
seventh heaven.
heaven, well, which one is he in?
No, God is not
He's
in the
above them
7
all.
heavens. God is not in the 7 heavens.
Well, where is
I'm
He's
God?
above
I'm trying to tell
He's
you
above the 7th.
our paradigm. The 7 heavens after it is paradise, the eternal paradise that's promised to the believer.
So the 8th
And
heaven.
after the and after and in paradise, after paradise is the throne, which is a big tree, like an oculus spiritual around everything. That's what God created. That's the biggest creation for God, which is called the throne. That's
Mhm.
where the
Yeah.
decree come from, the decree of God. After that is God transcends time and space. So after that is the creator. You cannot fathom that. You don't have the
Uh-huh.
wires to understand that. It's just God, the veil
Sure.
between us and God is that biggest creation, which is
Uh-huh.
the throne of God. Yeah.
Yeah, so how does God communicate with the angels all the way across the heavens?
He speaks.
He speaks and his voice carries in space.
His voice is not like in our voice. He
Is
talked
it
to
even
Moses.
space?
He
Does
talked to Moses.
I mean,
he talked
theoretically, but like if the angels are in the space beyond the stars, I mean, sound doesn't travel in space. You know that.
Interesting, interesting thing,
but
Justin.
God gave you today in today's world. He gave you. I think this is my own analogy now. God gave you in today's world a way where you see in a Bluetooth, you can talk to somebody who is not even in the freaking USA.
So
He can be in
God,
Australia.
God
Go
speaks
and
in
look
the
up.
electromagnetic field.
No,
I'll tell you.
I
Just
said you can. This is us, the material world. God can talk to anybody in any way. Like he
How?
put the voice in you. Like this
Justin,
voice
go
that you
to.
have and you were born with is
Mhm.
not you. You were built with the capabilities of this, but it's not. He can make you. He can make your hand talk if he wants to.
What's
He
that?
made
Justin,
What
the
were you
he
saying?
made the staff
look up.
talk to be
Look up.
the
How
staff of
does Allah
Moses
sound?
to be a snake.
How does what?
So
Allah sound.
he,
There's a hadith
Okay.
which you would take as hearsay that tells you how Allah sounded to Moses.
Okay.
yeah,
I
well,
see.
no, he talked to him from his from the throne. He didn't talk to him from the biblical narrative is some scribes they added and put stuff. There is truth out there, but it's not as they have put in. There's some of the stuff they are added. That's why the Quran is the ultimate source, because some of the stuff are fake. That's why I guess maybe some Christians they rejected the true Christianity, the follower that Jesus is the Messiah,
Mm-hmm.
because they have
Justin,
all
you
of
find
these
it?
contradicting things that even God did
Maybe
not say. These are scribes.
says
So
that
he sounds like dragging chains on the ground.
shit.
At least you should find something on chains.
Let me find that. That's crazy.
Don't
Okay, it
listen
looks
to
like
the
it's in
Sunnis only.
Sahih
Listen to the
al-Bukhari
Quran. Yeah,
4800.
don't listen to Sunnis. Don't listen to Sunnis.
And it says in this particular hadith, his saying, which sounds like chains, begin dragging or being dragged on rock.
Okay, so Sunnis, if you go to this hadith is a hearsay. So somebody in, let's say in today's
What's hearsay to
Starbucks,
you?
let's say. Hold on. A hearsay is not a revelation, meaning the Prophet Muhammad did not dictate at his time, in his presence, that these are the words of God. I'm giving it to you, write it down, memorize it for 25 years of
Sure,
his life.
but the Quran is
So
hearsay to us.
The Quran is
no,
hearsay
yeah,
according to the same
well,
criteria.
yeah, hearsay to you. I don't
Did
know. He told.
did Muhammad write it?
What? No, he at his presence he dictated the Quran.
So people
Imam
after
Ali-
he died, people after he died
No.
said that Muhammad said something.
No. Okay, so let's say right now you, Justin, you're telling me write down a book. Okay, you are dictating to me what to write down exactly, and you are
The
saying
Quran
to
was
me
not
this
written
is
at the
the
time.
book that TikTok.
Yes, but when was the
CEO
Quran
told me.
written?
When was the Quran written? At the time of Prophet Muhammad.
Proof?
Nope.
The Quran itself it says that.
Show me, please. Go ahead.
Okay.
That also wouldn't be proof.
My understanding is that it was put together after Muhammad died by people who claim to
yes,
have
it was.
remembered what Muhammad said.
Yes.
That is a dynasty called the Umayyad. They kind of took away from the Melchizedeks. They unalived the Melchizedeks. So that's why you have sometimes truth mixed with false, and you get so confused.
This guy really isn't a weird cult.
The writer of it is Imam Ali. Imam Ali is the scriber appointed by God, not even by Prophet Muhammad, to write. There's others, but this is the one that the main recitation of the Quran has to go through. And
By the way,
to
I
be
have a
taken
question.
out.
How old is your current Mahdi?
He was born in 1969. He's a normal human being. He's just a
So
man
he's
of
not
God.
he's not descendant. So he's not descendant from the Aimma.
He is descendant of Imam Hussein.
So he's descendant
Yes,
of Imam
yes.
Hussein, and he's not the 12th Imam that lived in the year
Oh,
like
no, the
800,
Shia.
900?
No. Yeah, the Shia, they got it wrong. That
Uh-huh.
last one, and some of their points appointed. These are they got some of them are wrong. So
Okay.
they're So no, that's but the truth, the fact it's kind of like the Messiah. So the Messiah is Jesus, but when you go to a Jew and you tell him, well, the Messiah said, I am God, he's gonna just freak out. What the heck you talking about? That's why the truth is there. Messiah is Jesus, but he did not say I am God as the
Well,
mighty God.
well, he's also not the Messiah. He's certainly not God.
No, no, he is the Messiah because
Oh,
the
he's certainly
Quran
not
says
the
he's
Messiah.
well, what you call as what they call it in Christianity as messianic prophecies. These are made up.
But he didn't fulfill any
The Quran
prophecies.
tells
You're
you
right,
that
they are
he
made
is the
up.
Messiah.
You nailed it. Yeah,
Well, it's
they're all
all
made up.
made up.
Yeah, well, how did the Quran nail that?
It
If
didn't
it's
nail
not from
anything. It's
God?
just wrong.
You just said he nailed that. Now you're backing up
No,
just
the
because
Quran
it
nailed that the
deflects what you
prophecies
believe?
were made up, not that Jesus was the Messiah.
Wait,
No, well, the
I
Quran
also
says that there are the scribes have played with these scriptures before.
I said
Sure.
that too. Am I
It
am I from
says,
God?
wait, it is not talking about the scribes, it is talking about the Jews.
You came to it with conclusion. The Quran did not came to it with conclusion. The Quran
What?
said it beforehand. That this was
Wait,
happening.
Basira,
Although some
why,
people will
go
say
ahead.
that the Quran is copying from the previous book. How is
You're
it
good.
copying? And it contradicts even the stuff that they are saying in a lot of it.
The
Why
Book
do you
of
believe
Mormon.
why do you believe the Quranic account when the Quran gets stuff wrong?
That's where you have to use your mind. Is the Quran getting it wrong, or these books getting it wrong? Apparently,
No,
Bart
I'm not
Ehrman
talking about the
find
Bible.
out that
I'm
the
not talking
Quran
about
is
the
saying
Bible.
true. Yeah, these books were played with. He's not even a Muslim.
What
He
books?
doesn't have any bias.
What books?
The fuck's he
El
talking
Basira,
about?
I'm
The
talking.
scripture, the scriptures, the accounts of Jesus.
I don't think
Some of the
Ems was.
stuff.
I don't think Ems was talking about Jesus.
Who?
He's saying when the Quran gets facts about the world wrong,
Uh-huh.
how do you trust it to be true?
Okay, now let's put that in onto the test. You're
Just
claiming a
check
claim.
Discord.
Yeah, that's my challenge. I'm a Muslim, but I hold to the Quran and Quran by Quran. So the Quran, the speaker, he tells you what he meant from his own talk. You don't go to the Talmud, you don't go to the Hadith, you go to the book itself.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Where does semen come from?
My question was related.
Semen is coming from what you call the. Let me see. In English, they call it الحويصلة المنوية. What is it in Arabic? In English,
seminal vesicle.
seminal vesicle. Yeah.
But does the Quran say that, or does it say it comes from somewhere else?
Like, where does it originate? Because a vessel it travels through. Where does it originate?
It is not a vessel. It is a vesicle.
The semen, it comes from the seminal vesicle.
Okay. Have you read in the Quran where it says that, or do you just know that from science? Because the Quran says this about semen. Oops, I got the wrong page. There we go. I don't know why I didn't copy and paste the right verse in there. Oh, because I didn't copy it. Let me try again.
68, 86.
Yeah. Let people consider what they were created from. They were created from a spurting fluid stemming from between the backbone and the ribcage.
Right.
Do you think the semical vesicles are between the backbone and the ribcage?
The physical location of where the semen come from, the physical location, the cavity should be there.
It's certainly not. There's no cavity.
But we know that. We know where.
No, there are three cavities. There is the thoracic cavity, and there is the abdominal cavity. So I don't know if you're.
Which one of them contains the semen?
in the lower back.
The lower
No.
back.
By the lower back area, yeah.
No.
Yeah, by the vas difference. It has to go by
The-
the vas difference.
The vast,
يخرج بين
where is the vast difference?
The best difference is like 2 inches long.
It's in
yeah,
the
well,
testes.
yeah, but no, not the testis is down there, man. What the
Yes,
heck?
the
Bro.
testes are
It
connected to
goes,
the
it
epididymis,
goes
which
through,
gives out the vast
it
difference.
goes through a canal. So that canal, it goes.
Yeah, the
from
inguinal canal.
Yeah, so the inguinal canal. Where is the location of that inguinal canal?
It is between the symphysis pubis and the
What?
anterior
What?
superior iliac spine.
What?
So
Where is it? Where is
the,
it?
the prominent bone of your pelvis and a part like a little prominence around your testicle, around your genital organs.
Where does it go?
You draw a line, and that is the inguinal canal.
Okay, so the lingual canal. Where does it go from where to where?
From there to there.
Just told you.
Okay, so well, between two areas, is it coming from the lung?
No, it is again the prominence, the bony prominence on either side of your hips, and then the symphysis pubis, which is the connection between your two pelvic bones at the bottom, like above your penis.
Okay, well, I mean, all I can say, that's what the Quran is saying. It's saying from that area, between.
Right.
It doesn't say it is from that area.
It says
It
between,
comes
so-
from between the direction.
So it has
the
nothing to do with the
flowing-
backbone.
The flowing of that.
The flowing has nothing to do with the backbone or the ribs.
The flowing of the flowing of the seminal. It has to go through an area between these areas.
So where is that area?
It gave you the area. I have to research it more.
Oh, he doesn't know.
Actually, not me. It's the exegesis. He's the one who's going to hold this information. But
Could you bring it up?
it directly tells you that it's not from the testis. So that's when so people will think it's from the testis, but the Quran is saying no. There is a different
It's-
area where this.
Because
where
the
it's coming
Quran
from.
is wrong.
How is it wrong?
Because we know where it's produced.
You don't know where is it produced. How is it? That's
It's
something that
produced in the seminical vesicles.
So semen is not produced in one place.
Okay, so the challenge of the Quran,
Sperm
when
is.
the when this verse, the Mahdi will explain it further. I can't.
Can you
go more
like
into
email
detail.
him?
No, you can go to his website, mahdialumma.com, and you can write it, or write his name, Nasir Muhammad al-Yamani.
Please
And you
visit my
can,
cult website.
Yeah.
Justin, can you bring it up? Can you bring his website up on the screen?
What's it
Nasir
called?
Muhammad al-Yamani. Mahdi,
What?
M-A-H,
What,
M-A-H-D-I.
MDAH?
No, M as in Mike, A as in Apple,
I'm gonna send it to you on Discord.
Okay.
H as in house, D as in dog, I as in ice,
Mahdi. Right, Mahdi.
Al-Umma, A as in apple, L as in llama, U as in universal, M as in Mike, M as in Mike, A as in apple. It's one word.
Mahdi
Mahdi
Al-Umma.
al-Umma. Yeah, .com.
Yeah, Mahdi Al-Umma. Okay.
Oh, interesting.
By the way,
I don't think
by the way, one of
the link that you gave me, Ems, or the
No,
the thing that you
طيب wait. البصيرة, it's Nasir Muhammad what?
Nasir Muhammad al-Yamani.
Al-Yamani.
Muhammad Al-Mahdi
Yamani means from Yemen. Mahdi.
is believed to be the 12 verse Shia.
You know what he said? You know.
I think I found him, but I don't see a website for him. Oh, Nasser Al-Yamani?
Nasir Muhammad al-Yamani. Nasir Muhammad al-Yamani.
Well, that's about his website, not his name.
Yeah, I put it on the text.
I'm gonna copy and send
But
it to you.
he's
Nasir.
saying that Nibiru
Is that the
in
guy?
Quran. It's a Quranic fact.
That's
You
where
will
I
have-
am.
Is that the guy you're talking about?
Yeah, that's him.
Why do I care about this
He
guy?
said
Because
so
He's a cult leader?
he's essentially like
he's the
the guy
Mahdi.
who's
Yeah,
right
he's the,
below
he's the Mahdi
he's-
who's gonna be with
he's-
Prophet Jesus.
he's gonna be
Messiah.
with Jesus, yeah. He's
The
gonna
This-
be with Jesus and
Antichrist
be
is
his
gonna be
commander.
Satan with his UFOs.
This the guy that's
So the
coming back
UFOs
with
he's gonna
Jesus?
teach- Yeah, well, both of them, their advent are after the passing
Uh,
of this planet that
Oh
causing all
boy.
of the weather conditions.
this
Not
guy,
not
this
your
guy is
carbon
gonna.
emission,
Uh,
not the carbon emission
yes.
hocus pocus
Hmm.
by NASA. No,
So this guy.
Oh,
there's
of
a
course.
freaking
Just a
Of
second,
planet
course,
Basira.
approaching
carbon
Earth.
emissions aren't
Basira.
real, obviously.
Just a second.
Yeah,
So
well,
this
if they are
guy
not,
is
and
gonna
that's the
command the
challenge.
Muslims. Just a second,
You know
Basira.
what? You know
Just a
why?
second, Basira. Just one
Because
second.
the South Pole
البصيرة
is
استنى
melting
طيب.
as we speak.
Uh,
It's not because of the sun. The sun right now is winter time. Where the melting come from? Duh. If you listen to you, if you start
Wait,
thinking, you can figure it out.
It's
wait,
fine. It's
do
fine.
you think the sun
Yeah,
doesn't
you're
work?
so intelligent. You
If
till the
if the
day when
globe
it
heats
comes,
up,
you will really laugh
All right.
about it. It's the time of
I,
Noah.
البصيرة.
dude,
Oh.
I
You
just
do-
replaced.
you
I
do
just
realize
replaced my
that-
freezer. Right. I just replaced my freezer because although it was cold in there, it wasn't cold enough. Stuff was melting.
and what about that?
And
Right? It
Yeah,
could still be
but
cold,
Albacira.
but
why
not
is it
cold
melting? There is a
enough.
Yeah.
malfunction, right? That is a
Hey,
malfunction.
Abu,
What is the
Abu, this is
malfunction in the South Pole now?
Abu. This has been a lot of fun, but I've only got
Thank you,
till
sir.
8 o'clock tonight, and we've gone on past 40 minutes. I've got another one waiting to get in.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you,
But
guys.
hey,
all right,
thanks for stopping by. Come back again, okay?
all right, thank you. Have a good one.
All right, cheers, man.
So the guy he's mentioning, he's supposed to unite the Muslims and lead them in a war against the Jews, and the tribe of Gog and Magog, which is, do you know what Gog and Magog is?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's
Yeah.
gonna lead us against them, and there's like one of us to every 999 of them. So he's gonna
Well-
fight them, and then Jesus is gonna come, and he's gonna kill the Antichrist with this guy, and you can email him. So
At least it's a good thing we know Jesus isn't coming back. So we got that going for us. Hallie Beck, my friend, thank you for the $49 super chat. Huge W. Great to see you and everyone. Well, it's good to see you, Tally. And hopefully we'll get some good conversations going here tonight. I appreciate you being here and supporting. And AK Fish God, thank you for the super chat. I heard this somewhere, but it really makes sense to me. Modern day Christians follow Paul and not Jesus. What are your thoughts? True. Jesus had to follow the law. Jesus was a Jewish guy. Like he wanted you to be a Jew. And Paul was like, no, I want to take this message to the Gentiles. We're going to have to get rid of some of this unfavorable stuff, like all these laws, cutting of
the
penises.
horizontal stream is
That's,
down.
that's why they're called
Again?
Paulians. Yeah, I just saw it. on
What
YouTube
the
as
fuck?
well.
Why does it do? It did that on my last stream too.
Mm.
That's so weird.
Is that like irreparable, or do you have to like
I
restart? it?
think there's yeah, I'll just restart it. But I think there's something weird going on with YouTube lately. My vertical stream's still up. Give me a second then. I'm
vertical supremacy.
apparently right. I'm gonna adjust. I can't adjust my video because my other streams are live. Give me 1 second to end Twitch. And then I'm gonna go to settings and see if I can. I still can't change it because I'm still live. Okay. Well, then what I'll do then I'll just schedule a new stream and restart it. I don't know why it does that. Something goofy's been going on lately with YouTube though. I might have to downgrade my resolution to 1080p rather than actual high def. So I'll just
Think
get
your
it going
YouTube got
here.
hacked?
I don't think so.
That's what somebody said. I didn't hear about that.
Seems doubtful. It's an unlikely thing to occur. All right, got the new stream scheduled, so let me restart it here, and then we should be ready to go.
Well, he said, I don't know if you guys, if I think your YouTube got hacked. Somebody said Thinker's YouTube got hacked.
Oh, Thinkers got hacked. Oh fuck.
I
that's not
didn't
good.
hear about that, and I was on the panel with her today. But I mean,
Yeah, that'd be a real problem. Huge problem, actually. All right, well, the stream's back up. Give me just a second, and I'm going to reload the window that aggregates all of my super chats so I can see the new super chats when they come in. There we go. That's activated, and we should be ready to go again. Sorry about that, friends. I don't know why I did that. John Hates the Stupid, thank you for $20 super chat. Says, Justin, ask him what color the letter 7 smells like. Well, I did. I saw your super come in, and it was funny. I didn't know what was going to come out of his mouth, but I knew something weird was going to come out. And guess what? We got something weird.
Hey, You did catch when he said that the Earth is hollow, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
They're all
Yeah.
inside the Earth. They're gonna
It's
come
so
out.
it's so bad. It's so bad. All right, we should see people filing in here on the horizontal stream again. So give me a minute for people to populate, and we're going to get a little tag guy in here, and then we're going to get Enlightened Quack, and then Matt. Design says, as long as he can see his followers watch Fox News, Jesus ain't coming nowhere. True. Well, if I was Jesus and my followers were like the Fox News crowd, I wouldn't want to come back. Like, the chances that you're just gonna get hung up on a cross again seem pretty high at that point. Those people
You
aren't
ever see that?
interested. Mhm.
Sorry about that. It's a timing thing, I think. There's a video. I forget the guy's name. I think it's Matt something, but like the good. Oh God, these guys who do like news, but they're like left wing guys.
The Good
But they go to
Liars.
like Good Liars. There you
Yeah,
go.
they're
Thank you.
funny.
Yeah, a guy goes to like a Trump rally and they're asking about like if Jesus would be allowed in the country. There's like if he goes through the proper channels. It's like
That's
you gotta
wild.
do it legally.
The Son of God is not allowed to immigrate.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. All right, friends, let me grab one more super chat. We should have people loading up here. Cute Waterfowl says, did you know that there is actually a tourism site in Israel where you can ride a donkey into Israel? Let's help fund Justin to be the real Messiah. Well, fuck, friends. I'm going to make it happen. I didn't.
Yeah.
Will they lay
Buy
down
me a
palm
ticket,
fronds?
Buy me a plane
Yeah.
ticket. I'll be there on Hasana.
Let's go. Let's make it happen. Let's do it.
I'll hold up like a poster board sign.
Son of David, son of David, I'll rescue you. But to be fair, it will cost double price because I have to get 2 donkeys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Van Damme style.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I assume they're going to make me sign a waiver, maybe an extra waiver for 2 donkeys. I don't know. But we've got Lit Tag Guy in here. And we'll see what we can do. Hey, Tag Guy, is it safe to assume that you're going to run tag?
I can run tag. I was going to ask some questions. If you don't want to do tag, we can do other things as well.
I mean, you're welcome to. We've done it so many times, this is kind of boring, but you're welcome to run whatever argument you think helps prove God is real. What God do you believe in?
Yahweh, as described by the Orthodox Church.
So you're a Christian.
Yes.
And are you Orthodox or Eastern Orthodox?
There's really no difference. There's only one Orthodox Church. There's more jurisdictions. I'm Romanian, if that's what you're asking. Romanian Orthodox.
Fair enough. So what do you think is a good argument or evidence for the God you believe in?
I would say that God is a precondition for knowledge. Knowledge exists, therefore God exists. And I was going to ask you, when you say God is imaginary, what do you mean by imaginary? And what are some things that qualify for being imaginary? I understand it's your call. You maybe don't want to answer questions, but...
So we would start with number 1, you're running tag, which is fine. And number 2 is, when I say God is imaginary, I mean people can imagine a God existing, but they can't get beyond that. They can't. There's no argument or evidence or anything of that nature that would actually warrant the God existing in real life. So he remains an imaginary being, just like unicorns or the Tooth Fairy or a world without taxes.
Sounds by what you're saying that it could be possible for something to be imaginary and also be real. I don't want to be hung up on that, but you kind of entailed that. But still, let's say, how do you decide what is imaginary and what is not? Just lack of evidence? And what sort of evidence would you accept as evidence?
Well, I think anything that moves the needle is considered evidence, even if it's just an argument. I think an argument can count as evidence. I think in order for something to be convincing, you probably need good evidence, not just any evidence, and it'd help to have more than one point of evidence. But evidence is evidence. Anything that is convincing enough to point in that direction, I would say we would count as evidence.
That's fair. And I don't want to push this too much. It's the last time I'm asking something, but something like the laws of logic, for example, you would maybe say that an evidence for the existence of the laws of logic is the fact that we can verify them. What sort of think, or maybe you think they don't exist. Maybe you just think they're a linguistic device.
Yeah, and laws of logic are just describing the behavior of things that have existence.
So prior to humans observing the laws of logic, you would say those laws didn't exist.
Yeah, because the laws aren't prescriptions; they're descriptions.
If they're descriptions, it means they're not things we've decided. They are things we have observed.
But yeah, the behavior of the universe is what we're describing. Yeah.
Yes, but the universe would presumably behave in that way even if we weren't there to observe it, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the laws wouldn't exist. The laws are what we make up to describe how something works.
Yeah, I don't want to get hung up on linguistics here again, but it sounds like we agree that even if we didn't observe the fact, let's not use the word law, we observe the fact that A cannot be simultaneously A and not A, it would still be true. That fact, let us not call it a law, would still be the case, yes?
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to that behavior, as far as we know in the universe, a thing is a thing, and it can't be the opposite of that thing. But that's just how we defined it. I mean, there's no law that makes that the case. There's no like transcendental property of the universe that causes that to be the thing, like causes that to happen.
So it's liable to not be the case.
No, we have no idea. As far as we can tell, like the universe we live in, right? Those laws of logic obviously work. They accurately describe the universe we live in. I wouldn't make claims about alternative universes, about what could or couldn't be, but I would say that if there was another universe, I'd be inclined to believe that something that exists can't not exist at the same time in any world.
And you would believe that in spite of the fact that there is no tangible, like materialistic, empiric evidence for that.
Well, yeah, because like we've organized like a system of thinking, and as far as we can tell, contradictions almost always can't exist. So if we say something like something exists and also not exists at the same time, it just entails a contradiction.
Yeah. Well, just to real quick, some people might mention quantum physics. I wouldn't talk about that. But yes, I agree with you. We've observed that to be the case. But again, we agree that even if we weren't to observe that, it would still be true. Yes. So it's not merely a human innovation, these laws of logic.
They are, yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
So we're back to square one.
It's just like the English language. The English language is just like I can use a word to describe this ball, but it's just invented, right?
The word is invented, but the referent is in the ball, not really, but let's say a blade of grass is there independent of our observation of it, yes?
Yeah, like things exist even if we don't exist.
Right, but you say that's not the case for facts pertaining to the laws of the universe.
Yeah, the laws don't exist. The laws are just descriptions. There's no like tablet in the universe where the laws are written down and the celestial bodies are like, oh, I got to follow this law. When we observe something in physics and it's consistent and it seems to be something that's always happening or always does the same thing, we would call it a law.
Right, I agree that that's what laws are, but I've been trying to separate between. I don't want to get hung up on this, by the way, but I'm trying to separate between what you call laws, which is, let's say, our human description of it, and the fact itself. The fact itself is independent of our perception.
I'm aware, but you asked me about the laws.
Yes. Yes, and when I say A cannot be simultaneously A and not A, that is a fact, even if we do not use those terms.
Yeah, we already agreed on that.
I know you did, but then every time we seem to agree, you say, by the way, we've only just decided that as humans.
No, because you keep saying, so then the laws exist, even if humans don't exist, and that's not true. The laws quite necessarily are just the descriptions.
I apologize. Is the proposition true then, let's say?
I mean, if there was somebody to evaluate the proposition, we would call it true, yeah.
So a proposition can only be true if evaluated by
a
person? A group
Just
of
like
people?
laws, truth doesn't have existence either. Truth is an evaluation. It's when a proposition is observed to match reality, and we say, "Oh, it's true. The proposition's true." It's just an evaluation.
That's interesting. So, water is only H2O when observed by someone to be H2O.
No,
Okay, then you lost me.
H2O
But
is a physical compound.
agreed.
Truth is not. Truth is an evaluation.
Yes, but the proposition water is H2O. Is that true? Is what I was asking.
Yeah, if there's somebody available to evaluate it, yes, we would evaluate it to be true.
So back when the ancient Greeks said water isn't H2O, but it's an element, it wasn't true back then because no one was around to observe it properly as H2O, is what you're
No,
saying.
I don't think you're tracking, no. What I'm saying is you can't talk about truth without people who can evaluate claims. That's all I'm saying. If there's no humans to evaluate the claim, then you can't say it would still be true. That's why I'm saying, yes, if there was somebody to evaluate it, it would be evaluated as true.
I see. Yeah, I think there's a fundamental disagreement. I would say that propositions can be true even without anyone noticing them to be true or
But
evaluating, like you say.
the proposition would have to be evaluated to say that it's true. Like when you say the proposition is true, you've evaluated it. That's what it means to evaluate a proposition.
Yes, evaluating a proposition is evaluating a proposition. Yes.
So when you say it's true, you only say it because you were able to evaluate it. But if no one's evaluating it, then it doesn't
Well,
have you can't say that it's true. You can say that it would be true if it was evaluated.
In truth, I don't really have to even evaluate it, right? Because I've never checked any water I've drank to, in fact, be H2O. I don't really have a microscope or anything. So I know water is true. And I think it was always true that water was H2O, even before anyone made that evaluation.
But we're talking about the proposition. We agree
Yes.
that water is H2O. It's made of those actual elements. But the proposition that water is made from H2O, that proposition needs evaluated to determine if it's true or false. That's how we apply true or false.
Okay. So you challenged me on the claim that water was H2O prior to anyone evaluating the truth claim of the proposition water is H2O.
I didn't challenge you on water being
Oh, so we
H2O.
agree.
I challenged you that the proposition itself requires evaluation.
Sure. All right. So we can skip by that and say water has always been H2O prior to anyone noticing the truth of water being H2O.
Exactly.
That took a while. All right. So we agree. So I would have said the same thing about the laws of logic. Even if people are not around to notice them, they exist. And simply because they're not noticed, they don't exist.
Oh, no,
Stuff.
they don't exist.
Yeah.
Water is a physical
Oh my God.
substance. The laws of logic are not. The laws of logic are describing a behavior, like the way things work or the way things are. Behaviors aren't things that like have existence. They're just the way things that have existence operate.
Okay. Let me try to phrase it in a way which is not maybe as contentious. All right. Something is not liable to change its essence. Is that something maybe we can agree on?
I don't know what you mean by change its essence, because like there are fundamental particles, or there are particles, as far as we can tell, that don't break down any further, that do
All
have
right. What I meant
decay.
was there are accidental properties and essential properties.
I don't know what an accidental
object.
property is.
An accidental property is a property which, if you lose, you yourself don't change. You still remain. It's like cutting your hair. Your hair is an accidental property. You don't become someone other than yourself just by cutting your hair.
Not essential then.
Yeah, sure. I mean, accidental property is a pretty widespread, wide use term. Yeah, you can say non-essential. Yes, I mean, we're
Maybe in
talking about
philosophy, not in the everyday world.
We were having a philosophical. Yeah, I'm okay. My fault.
90% of the people watching this don't give a shit about philosophy terms.
It's kind of funky when you debate theology to not know philosophy.
I can debate philosophy. I specifically choose to use real people words because I don't expect the people in the audience to know them. That's stupid.
That's fine. I wasn't trying to be mean to you or anything like that, so I apologize. But yes, it's non-essential property. So an object cannot have its essential properties changed, let us say.
Or else it wouldn't be like you would lose your identity. It'd be a different identity. Yeah.
Yes, we agree with that. You believe that?
Yeah, but identities are determined by us.
Identities are determined by us. Okay, let's run with that for a minute and then maybe we can return to it. If you like, if not, we can go on this. But I would say if you believe that to be the case and you have no material evidence for this.
For what?
Isn't that just for the notion that essences cannot be changed, identities cannot be changed?
Because we determine what they are, right? If I say this, the identity of this is a crystal ball, but we invented that identity. We said when we observe these particular features, we're just going to identify it as such.
I would have said that the crystal ball has an identity even without people noticing, but I think we won't get past this if you want to go down that route. So you don't think there's a world external of your perception, is what you're saying?
I think there is a world outside of my perception.
So the ball does have an identity even without you assigning one to it.
Yeah, I'm saying identities are constructed by humans. Like when we look at something, we give it an identity. Outside of humans giving it an identity, it can't give itself an identity. It can't name itself.
Okay. Well, again, we fall into linguistics.
You mean, does it have a structure? Like, is the structure of this ball different than the structure of this cube? Sure. Yeah, it has a different structure. But whether or not it's identified as something is completely up to us.
Well, to be fair, you're the one who said identity. I was just using that word to, be fair to your audience. But let's say the ball which you were holding just now does not have the property to randomly turn into a crystal cube.
Sure.
We both agree with that. Mm-hmm. Okay, that would be the law of identity in classical logic. So that's a law of logic, which we both believe in. And I would say you believe that in spite of no empiric or material evidence.
What?
And so we would say is just as imaginary as the God I believe in.
That's not true.
So I would challenge you on that. Okay.
The laws of logic exist because they have been observed. That's the whole point. Like we have observed that the universe behaves in a particular way, and that's why we continue to use the laws of logic, is because they accurately describe the way the universe behaves.
Well, not to be disrespectful, you yourself said, one, they don't exist, and two, they cannot be observed, and we certainly cannot observe them, not for the reasons which you claim.
I really need you to slow down and listen to what I'm saying. The laws of logic do not exist in some sort of abstract form. They're not Platonic forms. They're not objective. They don't have ontology. They are descriptions that human beings make up. They exist in the fact that we created the laws of logic to describe a particular phenomenon. That phenomenon is the way that the world works. That's it.
Okay. Well, again, we can skip past all that and let's just cling to the belief which you have that the ball is not liable to change into a cube. That is a belief which you say has evidence to support it, which is that we've observed it. But it's
it's that we've observed specific materials in specific forms of like states of matter. This is in a solid state of matter. And based on all of our observations, solid states of matter don't tend to change their structure.
That's true, and I agree with that. But I would point you then to Hume's problem of induction. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but if you debate attack, you don't know the problem. So the problem of induction is was raised by an atheistic, by the way, philosopher, which said that just because some things have happened in a certain way up until this point. We couldn't infer that they will keep happening in this exact way. If you Google it, you'll find a picture of a sunrise, which is to illustrate that just because the sun rises every morning, that's no evidence, in fact, for us to believe that it will keep doing so.
I think I would disagree with that. I think like if you have priors, then the more priors you have, the more probable it is. So I think the problem you're gonna make is you're assuming that when I say something, that like I mean it's a guarantee. Like it's a guarantee that this ball will never turn into a cube. I can't fucking guarantee that. I would say I'm 99.999% sure based on all the priors we have, but I don't know what's going to happen in the future.
All right. Well, to that I have two replies. Which one is, if you believe that that ball is liable to change into a cube, it's a bit sillier than believing in Christ as the risen God. But the second problem, which
No.
I think is more
Believing in Christ as a risen
reasonable,
God is preposterous, given that it does
Okay.
break all the priors we know about nature. He didn't even like fulfill his own promises. He failed
Okay,
even
well,
like every single messianic test in the Hebrew Bible.
well, if you want, we can change the subject to that. I understand that you sort of conceded the Hume's problem of induction. But if I could just finish my point, you mentioned the priors which you've noticed, or even we have noticed as humanity. We have not noticed most of the universe. We have not been able to observe most of it. I'm sure you'd say more than 99%. So if your empiric criteria is empiricism, or your epistemic criteria is empiricism, meaning noticing things, you haven't noticed most things within the universe. So if that's
have I
your standard,
made claims about the universe like outside of the
yes,
things we've observed?
yes, you've said
What I
that
say?
you haven't. You've said that you didn't notice it to happen, but there are many parts of the universe which you haven't noticed. So,
Yeah, but did I make a claim about knowing something outside of our observed universe?
well, if that's the case, then it's kind of silly. Then I would say to make a claim based on your observed experience if it's so limited.
Can I ask a question?
So we should make claims about things we haven't observed, like God, because that's
No,
more
within
sound than making claims about things we have observed.
that's only a case I would say within your worldview, where your standard for knowledge is what you can observe. That's not my standard of
You're
knowledge.
well, you only think you have a standard for knowledge that's higher. You
I don't think
have
mine is higher. I
you
don't
have
think mine is higher. Sorry
you
to
have
interrupt. I don't
like
think
really
mine is
bad
higher. Actually.
arguments for your standard of knowledge, but you can never demonstrate it. Like this is why tag is so weak.
I've yet to make one argument. I was just asking. I haven't made one argument yet.
You're
I was
literally
just asking
running
a question.
tag on the laws of logic.
This was not tag. I haven't used any of my claims to justify the existence of God.
This
I
is
was just
literally the
poking.
beginning of tag. You have to find something that's transcendental and then try to ground it in God. I get it. We've done it 1,000 times.
Well, if you've done it 1,000 times, maybe you'd have known the Hume's problem of induction. But I don't mean to be mean. I'm just clarifying. I've never made any argument for the existence of God as of yet. I was just asking you questions.
How can I ask a question?
Please, yes.
How do we know that the God of the Bible isn't just a confused regional God?
A confused regional God?
Yeah.
I guess that's what you mean by that.
Well, so he talks about laying out the stars in a light making holes in the firmament, and he seems to be very confused about how cosmology works. So maybe it's like his limited view, but there's another God above him, right? So how do we know that the God of the Bible is not just a confused regional God who thinks he created everything?
Very good point.
So you're asking whether there are in fact multiple gods and Yahweh is just a lesser one who's like a mad god?
Yeah, more
No,
or
he
less.
he's just lower. He doesn't, he's confused.
Regional.
He doesn't know anything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Michael
I
Scott.
guess this is Michael Scott. Well, I guess I would say that Michael Scott knows his role as a regional manager and doesn't believe himself to be the CEO.
That's
But
the
with
confused
regards
part.
to yes, with regards to God, I would say that as Christians, we believe in the whole of the divine revelation and the interpretation of the church fathers, and as such, if God says hear O Israel, the Lord your God is one, we would believe, oh yes, it is one. We believe what is divinely revealed to us.
Why?
Yeah, but how do you know he's not mistaken?
Right, exactly.
How do I know God is not mistaken?
Yeah.
There's within the Bible nothing to indicate that.
So we're
I mean,
why
there's
would we
certainly
assume
stuff
the
he
Bible's
doesn't
true?
know.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Well,
But
we
also-
assume the Bible is sorry, yeah, I spoke over one of you. We assume the
Oh, you're
Bible
good. Go
is
ahead.
true. We assume the Bible is true because if specifically Orthodox Christianity is false, knowledge is impossible. And once we've come to the conclusion that knowledge
Nope.
is,
That's exactly what Mac's doing right now. Knowledge is possible. Your God's confused. It's grounded in another God. Mac, is that where you're going?
Yes, partially.
Okay.
yeah. Well, I was, if you let me finish, I was saying that if Christianity is false, knowledge is impossible, and then you realize, okay, there has to be one omnipotent, omnipresent,
No,
eternal
we
God,
don't.
and
First of all,
one
we don't
How is
agree with
that-
that. We don't agree with
Yeah,
that.
how is that
I'm
This
not saying
argument.
we. I'm not saying
Well,
us
you
three.
said you realize, and we don't realize that. We don't agree with that. This argument,
saying-
though, is
saying us
demonstrating your position, not our position. But go ahead, Mac.
Yes, I'm saying as theists, not us three.
Yeah, but,
Okay.
but you're using it as a foundation for the rest of your argument. So in order for your argument to continue, that has to be accepted as true. And I'm saying, how do you substantiate that as true?
Well, I could again, but I would also say that at a meta
Well,
level,
restating it doesn't demonstrate it.
I understand. At any meta level, at a meta level, any argument is self-referential at some point. So if I tried to prove to you that words have meaning, I would have to use words.
I mean, yeah, essentially, yeah, but that's not any argument. That's a specific
go.
argument about words having meaning.
No, any argument at a meta level, it has to be self-referential. Like when we try to prove yeah, go on.
No, but then it wouldn't have to be circular or presuppositional.
It's not circular, it's self-referential.
What you're doing is presuppositional.
Well, yeah, but what I was trying to argue in the first part of the discussion was that we all presuppose things which are impossible to prove. And I think we even might have come to
Yeah, but those
some
gaps are
agreement.
wider in some cases than others.
Mm-hmm.
Like the thing with the sunrise, right? If we have all
Yeah.
of recorded history, if we have all of recorded history of sunrises being normal, like 24-hour occurrence, right? That's a much smaller gap in knowledge than just saying that God is the foundation of knowledge. Like that's a huge gap. You need to like demonstrate that.
Well, isn't it a bit silly to say to have your epistemic criteria to be recorded history? So just because something wasn't properly recorded in history, it means it's less likely to be true, is what you're saying?
No, he's saying that there are
No.
priors.
Yeah.
Like
yes, there are priors
probabilities
priors
are calculated on priors.
Yes, priors which are recorded in history. So you're saying because I mean, in the same vein, I could say that because Christians believed in God for, I mean, more than 2,000 years, to be frank. That means it's true because a lot of people believed in it for a longer period of time. That they believe that what?
No,
But
because with
evolution?
the sunrise is an objective, observable fact, or the appearance of a sunrise, right?
I mean, yeah, there you
that's
go. Even
objective and
the
observable.
fact, even the fact that you said that's pretty good evidence that we shouldn't believe that just because it's observable, because we both know the sun does not in fact rise, right?
Well, what we're calling a sunrise happens, right? So the sun is visible over the horizon in the east. So in
Yes,
short, sunrise.
Sure. Okay. I guess to that I'd say if our criteria is empiricism, just noticing it with our eyes, I would say that you would have to take as evidence that because sometimes the sky is cloudy and we cannot see the sunrise, that means sometimes the sun is not liable to rise.
No,
Which
because you
is-
see the effects of the sun. You don't know the difference between a cloudy day and night.
All right, sure. Then you're blind. You don't see
Hey,
the effects of.
I hate to cut this short, but my audience is going to get bored to tears with
Yeah, that's fine. I understand.
the
I,
almost tag argument.
I bet they are
Um,
if they don't know Hume's arguments. Yeah.
do you have anything other than tag?
If you'd like to ask any questions, I'll answer them. But other than that,
I've got a question.
please.
Do you want to read the
Excuse me.
Bible with me?
Yeah, go on.
You know that's kryptonite to an ortho.
I know it really is. Have you
That
read
was
much of the
funny.
Bible?
None at all.
No. Huh. I'm gonna go to Matthew 27. Have you read anything in Matthew?
Math is that a book in the Bible? Matthew, you
The
said?
first book of the New Testament.
New Testament? Is that some sort of?
This can't be real.
Yes, brother, I'm familiar. No, it's not real. Obviously, I'm familiar with. Go on, please.
Okay.
You're
So
so
about-
excited to find someone who doesn't know anything, just like you were arguing with that Bedouin prior.
Most Christians haven't read the book. It's not just you. So when the
Right.
betrayal of Jesus happened with Judas and the buying of the field and everything, we get a really interesting quote from Matthew. It says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah. And they took 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave him for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me."
What's that?
Where-
What's the verse?
It's Matthew 27, 9 and 10.
Thank you. Yes.
Can you find for me where Matthew got that quote from? He says it's from Jeremiah.
Not by heart. I don't know it, but surely I could find it if you gave me 10 minutes. But I'll also say, prior to looking it up, you ought not make the mistake to believe that we're Protestants and we only believe in what is written. The Orthodox, much like any religion of the world, has oral tradition as well as written tradition.
I'm sure it does.
So-
Can the Bible say something that's untrue?
Can the Bible say something that's untrue?
Yeah.
We believe there are scribal errors,
Oh.
or there
Do you
can
think-
be.
Oh, how many?
So I don't know them by heart. I mean, what's this gotcha thing? If you show me one, I
Well-
can explain it to you, but I don't know what
Well,
you're trying to do.
it's a really fun gotcha. Maybe you can explain this one, because this prophecy doesn't show up in Jeremiah. It's a
Yeah,
partial prophecy
sure.
that comes from Zechariah, and it doesn't have anything to do with the Messiah being betrayed. So
Well, even if
what's
that's
he going
the
on
ca-
about?
Well, even if that's the case, that wouldn't really be a mistake of the Bible if Matthew made the mistake, right?
Matthew wrote
So-
this part of the Bible.
What?
Right. So Matthew made the mistake, and it was recorded what Matthew said.
Uh-huh.
Where?
Okay.
Where was it recorded?
But what do you mean? Well, it's recorded in the Bible. That's what we're reading, the record of what Matthew is saying.
So it's a Bible. So it's a Bible mistake.
No, the Bible is a recording of what the apostles said. Some of them.
So
And
Matthew
it
being one of them?
properly, it correctly records what, hypothetically, I'm not saying that's the case, I haven't studied this, but hypothetically, it's the Bible recording properly a mistake of one of the apostles. So
Is
it
the
wouldn't be a
Bible its
mistake of the
own-
Bible.
Is the Bible its own thinking agent?
No, like I said, I've been trying to explain this since the subject was brought up. Orthodox places much value on the oral tradition and the teachings of the church as much as we do, well, actually more than it does on the Bible. We don't hold
Does the
the
Orthodox
Bible to be. Can you? Yeah. Okay. Sure. Go on.
It's about what you said. Like, does the Orthodox Church have oral traditions related to the Torah and the Tanakh? Or are there's oral traditions related to the New Testament?
So there are songs, and yeah, you'll find in some books. Again, I couldn't tell you why off the top of my head, but there are some books which reference stories which from the Old Testament, which are not in fact recorded in the books of the Old Testament, but the stories are recorded.
So okay,
Or
so
not
it does
the
cover-
mention, not recorded. Mention, not recorded.
It does cover like old and new. Okay.
So I think what you're probably going to say is this problem from Matthew is just an error. Now, that's fine. I got a question, though. How many errors, right, do you think Matthew could have made before we should say that the books like Matthew is not trustworthy?
Sure. So again, we wouldn't. I don't. I don't know the number of errors, and I don't think there's any number of errors which would qualify it or disqualify it. What I would say is that within Orthodoxy, we have a governing body. You could say the first councils, right? Which decide which books are canon or not. And we do not read the Bible in Orthodoxy without those annotations from what we believe to be Holy Spirit inspired church fathers
Well,
or commentators and so on.
I don't know which church fathers you like. Do you guys follow like I don't know, Irenaeus, Tertullian? Who do you guys like?
Irenaeus, did you say?
I don't know which one do you guys follow.
I mean, you have to know which ones are deemed heretical, right?
But I don't know your specific sect. Is what I'm saying.
It's not a sect. It's all right. Well, I guess that's
Yeah,
the
I
word. In
know
Romanian,
the Orthodox are the true church. The Catholics
No,
are the true church. The Eastern Orthodox are the true church. I know you're all every person thinks they're the true church, but you all have
Everybody
different
knows it's
church fathers.
Ethiopian.
Obviously,
in
it's
Romanian,
Ethiopian.
okay, look, in Romanian, sect just has a much more evil connotation, so that's why. But no, we have the same church fathers because the split was only in 1054, whatever, the 11th century, and the church fathers were way before that in the 4th century.
Well, I only say that because there's a bunch of church fathers that said that nothing in the Bible is untrue or discordant with reality.
Well, Irenaeus is a known heretic. I don't think there's any church that takes him seriously other than Arians,
That's
which
why
are
I asked you which church fathers
mean-
do you guys actually follow?
right. I couldn't list all of them to you, but it just it's
Even
a bit
one?
silly just to ask. Cause what?
Name one.
One church father, Athanasius? I don't know.
Okay, Athanasius. And what do you think Athanasius says about biblical inerrancy?
I don't know them by heart, and that's not a gotcha. I would
I didn't
check
say-
it out if I had to. If I had to, I
Okay,
would look
so-
it up.
But my guess is that he's going to say something akin to the Bible is probably always true. It might match many of his peers without being identical to what his peers say. I can probably find it. I've got most of the church fathers' writings. But my point is this: most of the church fathers I've read
You
agree
don't know
that,
that Irenaeus is a heretic?
again, according to your sect, not everybody's sect. So
It's
the
pretty
reality,
well, most everybody's sect is pretty fundamental to church history. But I'm sorry to interrupt.
I've studied church history. Your sect is different than other sects, which is why, again, I'm asking you about your sect. So the reality is, most of the church fathers, especially the early church fathers, said that the Bible is true in all that it says. I'm trying to figure out how we're getting to the point where we're saying that the Bible has errors, and that it's also not important that it has errors, because I think it's very important because the errors are crucial, right? So, for example, one error I just showed you, Matthew 27:9, is specifically one of the justifications for Jesus being the Messiah. It's a prophecy that was fulfilled in Jesus. Now, I can show you all kinds of errors in Matthew, and a lot of them are super pivotal, like the virgin birth, huge blunder. Coming out of Egypt, huge blunder. All of these prophecies are actually Matthew just being a dullard. So at some point, we have to say, actually, Matthew's just making stuff up because he wants Jesus to be the Messiah.
Didn't you say earlier that Paul was the one who did? But I don't. Yeah, I'm not being contentious. But
Well, he's not
I
the
will say
only
I've
one.
never. Oh, so it's not just Paulites; it's also Matthewites. Are you making
No,
funny
no,
faces? You said a while
obviously-
ago that
Matthew and Paul Paul and Jesus had different theologies.
Right.
That's what that
Okay,
was about.
I don't understand the funny faces though. I'm not being mean to you.
What are you talking about? Funny
No,
No, it's just
faces.
you say a weird thing, he's gonna make a funny face.
Sure,
He's
that's
not,
fair.
He's not taking offense
so-
at it.
Fine. I'll clarify that I never said errors. I said scribal errors, which is to say, during the years in which it was translated and such, some things when copied might have been wrong, but within the things explained in the Bible. There were no errors. I didn't make the claim
How-
that the Bible was wrong about a thing or another.
How do you know if you don't have the prior writings? How do you know something's a scribal error, not just an error?
Again, we would defer to the Holy Fathers of the Church and their interpretations
say?
and exegesis. What do they say about what?
Why
My
defer to
question.
them?
Why defer to them? Because we believe they were inspired by the Holy Spirit.
How do you know they were inspired by the Holy Spirit?
It's part of our theology. Again, it's self-referential. If you don't believe it, that's fine.
Right.
But if you're looking
It's on
for
faith?
internal, you have to. Yeah, it's on faith in the same way that you believe that globe is not liable to turn into a cube.
No, that's not true.
But
I have
like I said
priors.
prior,
I have lots of priors.
Okay, well, we
You-
have
you have-
priors. in terms
You have
of,
contradictory stories.
No.
Yeah.
We have prior. Well, again, depends on your epistemic criteria. But to answer the other question, you would look for the yes, it's on faith. Of course, religion is based on faith. You have to look for internal critiques, not just to say, gotcha. So you believe in that because you have faith in it. Yeah, it's religion. Of course, we believe based on faith. Yes.
Well, but that's
that's not
that's kind of
that's not
a
an innovation.
That's kind of an important point, though, right? So if we're talking about what is fundamentally true, and you're saying, well, it must be fundamentally true that this particular God exists because this God has to ground reality, this God has to ground the transcendentals, whatever you want your God to do. But the only reason why you believe in this specific God is because you have faith in this particular God. It sounds to me like what you've done is you've constructed arguments to try to make this God real, even though there's no actual tangible evidence for this God being real, or even like a good reason to think that the Bible's true. It sounds like you started out with Christianity's true, and then you worked backwards, but then you just forgot to read the Bible.
Well, I don't think I forgot to read the Bible, but I've admitted this from the start. Yes, we believe it's self-referential. We wouldn't believe in God if we had the Bible, and the Bible said, "By the way, I'm not God. Do not believe in me." But since it says "do believe," yes, I'm going to. When asked why do I believe in God, I'm going to refer to God saying, "I am God." I am. Well, He says, "I am that which I am." But
is that a good method for determining what's true?
Within this paradigm, yes. Objectively, we would run back tag again if you like.
No. Is having faith in this religion a vehicle for determining if this religion is true?
Is having faith in this religion not strictly that. You look for internal consistency.
Like what? Can you show me something internally that's consistent enough that I would think that this religion could be true?
Yeah, you don't think there's parallels between the Gospels of Matthew, Luke, and John? You don't think they all say? I mean, that's an example of consistency. It's not.
Two of them
Yeah, sure,
copied directly from Mark. The Matthew and Luke just directly copied from Mark. So yeah, there should be parallels.
All right, so that's an example of consistency there, whatever you want to call it.
Consistency, that's just copying. I can copy.
We're moving headlong into one of my favorite questions.
You can ask the question if you like, but I was gonna finish the point, but
well, we're talking about consistency between the Gospels. My question is, what were Jesus's last words?
The last words of Jesus. Yeah, it's if you look carefully at the Gospel, it doesn't really say these were Jesus's last words, and then he died.
Sure, it does. It says, having said this, he breathed his last like 3 times.
You want to look it up while I grab a water? Can I grab a water, or are you in a rush?
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you, sir. I'll be 10 seconds.
Yeah, Mac, the inconsistencies between the Gospels, I think, is a huge problem.
Yeah, this one in particular is so funny to me because what you're gonna hear is like the car accident analogy.
You know it's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it? Luke 13?
Okay. So yeah, we're going to be in Luke 23 and John 19. In Luke it says, while the sun's light failed and the curtain of the temple was torn in two, then Jesus, crying out with a loud voice, said, "Father, into your hands I commend my spirit." Having said this, he breathed his last. So as he's saying this, he's breathing his last breath. So his dying words is, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit, which
That's
we'd
your
expect.
interpretation.
That's what it says.
That's an interpretation
Well,
of yours. An
It just
interpretation
says,
of yours. I mean, I don't think
What-
when.
having
yeah,
said
go ahead.
this, he breathed his last breath.
So it cannot mean anything other than what you claim to mean. Claim it to
What-
mean.
Well, tell me what it means if it doesn't mean what it says.
Again, I won't know the commentaries of all the church fathers off the top of my head, but I would
So you-
defer to that to check.
So you can't tell me how English words work.
I can tell you how English. What do English? We were just arguing about linguistics. You think the decisive factors for the interpretation of Bible is how English words work?
But
That's a
do you
bit silly.
think the PhD scholar who translated this just translated it wrong?
Were we reading King James? Was there
or the church fathers, or
the church
anybody?
fathers too? Huh? It was a PhD scholar.
Anybody who wrote this, all the
It
way
was a
down,
PhD
all the way down,
It was
from top
it
to
was-
bottom. They're contradictory.
it was a PhD scholar or a church father who translated the Bible into English.
Do you understand that? Do you understand
Yeah.
that all the way down?
Do you-
No, I'm not even talking about. I'm not even talking about English
You owe me.
translations.
Do
Yeah,
you
but
not?
that's what
Do
we
you
were
not
talking
know how
was-
translations work?
Wait, do you
We're
think
talking
that?
specifically
Do you think
about
that King
English.
James? Do you think that King James translated the Bible into English?
My brother, funny.
No, I'm dead ass. I'm dead serious. Do you think that he had it commissioned and that was the first English language Bible?
What? First you asked if he translated it. Clearly he didn't. Then you asked me.
Well,
if he had it
clearly he
commissioned.
didn't. Right? So I'm honing in.
Yes.
Do you think
so
that he
did you ask
commissioned
me
the
if he
first
had it
English
commissioned?
language translation? Yes,
Cut off,
he had
sorry.
it commissioned. Yes. Do you think that King James commissioned the first English language Bible?
If you're asking me whether it's the first English translation, I'm aware that it's not the first English translation.
Okay. I was just wondering because you brought it up. Okay. What
That
I'm
was it.
saying
No.
is-
Sorry, DZ brought it up when he said English words. You don't understand English words as if English words are what decides this.
Who mentioned King James?
Was it me?
I guess
I
I,
didn't
did,
mention
but
Justin didn't. Yeah, you brought it up.
yes, but it was you.
What I'm saying
not
is,
you. You're
even
two
if you
who
go to the
talked about
Greek,
English words.
even if you look at the Greek, right, which has to be translated into English for us to comprehend it, unless, I don't know, are you a fluent Greek speaker? You might be.
Me, I'm not.
I'm not. I think Justin knows a little bit of Greek.
Yeah, I
Right,
did
but-
learn Greek when I was in seminary, but I didn't really like it
Yeah.
that much, so I kind of lost it when I graduated. I still I understand the grammar. I just lost my vocabulary.
We all study
Yeah.
Latin in grade school. It's what makes you want to throw yourself from a window.
I believe that.
Yeah, but I mean, you'd have to be saying that somewhere down the line, this was mistranslated. But you can just go back like A to B, right?
Yeah.
A being the English that we have today, and B being the Greek that they had.
No,
right,
yeah.
back
I
then, and you can
understand.
see the translations. So when it says
Look.
like he did this and then he did this, right? He said this
Yes.
and did this. Like, I don't know. It seems like you got a heavy lift to explain how that means anything other than he said this and then did this.
Right. Well, I only brought that up because he said English words, which I thought was a funny notion. But no, we would not defer
Well, I mean,
to
that's
this.
what
We
we're-
wouldn't
that's
defer
what we're
to the
reading, right?
dictionaries. Fair. We would defer to the exegesis of the Holy Fathers, and there's a pretty clear explanation for that. I mean,
Well,
we never
but you don't
even
have them.
within.
What?
And
What
to
is
be
it?
sure, this was translated by Andrew J. Overman. He did the Book of Matthew in the NRSV. Well, I don't know about the updated edition, but at least in the standard edition. And he was obviously a PhD, and he did his PhD at Boston University, and he was a professor at McMaster University in Canada.
Okay.
So my point is the text is pretty clear, right? So it just says, Jesus cried out with a loud voice, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. Having said this, he breathed his last breath. And having said this is probably an aorist verb, which means it was an ongoing verb, even though it starts it starts in the past, right? So it's very common to find this in the Gospels, even in Matthew. It just means when he said the last thing, he did his last breath. Gone.
Okay. Well, that seems to be a Protestant approach. And again, what I would say,
Well, give
if
me the
we are,
interpretation from your church.
I can. All right. Sure. You got 5 minutes. Well, it's gonna take two.
Yeah, go ahead and look that up. I don't understand like how how does stuff that's not in the Bible get to change what's in the Bible?
I know. It's funny.
Because like I said a few times prior, it's not the Bible which is our ultimate authority. It's the church. It's oral tradition just as much as written tradition.
But they came
I've
after,
said
like
this
well
from the start.
after.
Pardon?
They came after.
Oral tradition came after written tradition. You do understand
No,
that first they spoke the words.
The church came after.
No.
These
Well,
fathers came after.
When we say
Do you-
church,
do
we
you-
mean the. Can I? No, come on. When we
Do
say
you have a
church, we
church
mean
father who was walking around with Jesus?
when we say the church, we mean the body of Christians. We mean as well the apostles. Okay, so when we say the oral tradition predates the written tradition, clearly they spoke before the words were written. You have to agree.
Nobody's
now.
arguing that. I'm not
All right,
talking
so
about that.
what-
I'm talking about the church
you-
and the church fathers.
Right, but then we have a misunderstanding on what we mean when we say church. Because when I say the oral tradition of the church, I also mean the prophets of the Old Testament. I also mean the apostles. I don't just mean Athanasius or Saint Nicholas.
So let's try to. I don't want to get lost in the semantics of the church fathers.
You brought it up.
I don't want to get lost in the semantics of why the church fathers are important. I, again, more than happy for you to bring up the quotes from them, but I'm not sure we need to waste time on why they're important to you, because the conversation is getting long in the tooth and I want to be able to reach some kind of a conclusion before we move on.
I understand.
Right. So if you have a church father quotation that makes this passage say something other than what it says, we're happy to entertain it, but we need the quote.
All right, give me 10 seconds. I'll give one to you. You might as well ask yourself. But
Yeah.
You're just asking ChatGPT, I assume, or?
yeah, of course I'm doing that. What am I gonna? I'm gonna open my books and look for a quote.
You should.
I should.
So-
I mean, I would, but for the interest of time,
whatever you're doing, go do it. We'll be here chatting to ourselves. Again, Mark, it's why have you forsaken me? But like, that would be like the last audible, like the last intelligible words, right? Because Mark says he just gave out a loud cry and breathed his last breath. Right? Not any kind of like just audible, not verbal, right? Like just no intelligible words. So, if, a few minutes before that or whatever, he said "Eloi, Eloi," lama shabachthani, whatever, shabachthani, right? But so there are at least 3 different accounts between the 4 Gospels, right? Because I think Matthew and Luke say the same thing, right? I commend my spirit. John says it is finished, and Mark says, So, be curious to know which one was accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm reading the Church Fathers right now. You don't like Tertullian, so I'll leave Tertullian out. But we do have. Let's see. I'm trying to look for a Church Father that you actually like that mentioned this. Give me a second. There might not be one. All the quotes I'm finding from the Church Fathers say that this was his last breath. That's what he was saying. Then Jesus cried out with a loud voice, "Father, into thy hands I commit my spirit," breathed his last, and immediately one could see rocks rent, and there was an earthquake, so on and so forth. So I'm not really sure where we're going to find anything that says something other than what it just plainly says here.
I found a bunch of answers if you want them. It's a bunch of quotes, but ultimately they all say they each recorded a different quote, which is consistent with what I've said. So,
right, but we're asking you what this verse means.
Sorry, no, I was answering to the question before. I ask me again.
Verse Luke 23:46. What's it mean when it says Jesus cried out with a loud voice and said, "Father, into your hands I commend my spirit." Having said this, he breathed his last. What does that mean?
Are you asking about the last breath? I
I'm
said
asking
that's the
you what the
last.
passage means. Yeah.
The whole passage. There's not one meaning. There's multiple meanings for multiple clauses.
I'm asking you about this particular verse. What does it mean?
Yes, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. That means Jesus' spirit was about to be raised to the heavens, and saying that he breathed his last words. That's the as far as the recording goes. That specific one.
What was the sequence of events?
Say again. The sequence of events of what?
Of this verse.
Is very, yeah. Well, first he spoke the words before his spirit left his body.
Sure. And was there something happening between speaking the words and dying?
Yes, it's likely more words were spoken.
So when it says, having said this, he breathed his last, what is that supposed to mean?
Yeah, I'm not too hung up on having said this, like I said,
Why?
10
that's
minutes ago.
That's kind of the crux of the passage.
Well, it's the crux to the passage according to your interpretation and the translation you've chosen to read.
No, it's in the Greek too. I told you it's I know enough about Greek to know it's going to be an aorist verb. An aorist verb is going to be telling this is what happened, right? It happened and it's ongoing right now. Meaning,
I don't know why you. Yeah, go on.
Meaning the speaking.
Yeah, so I don't know why you choose to argue this when I've told you many times that what we defer to is not your interpretations with,
but
some studies.
But you didn't give me a quote yet from the church father on this.
If you want, I'll read them all to you. I've
got them. Give me an interpretation that says this isn't his last words.
All right. Evidently, there were several final words of Jesus on the cross, some recorded in Matthew and Mark, others in Luke and John. Then is noted that Matthew and Mark mention Jesus crying out with a loud voice before dying, but not tell us what was said, whereas Luke and John preserve specific sayings. Because of this, interpreters generally understand that the Gospels as recording different parts of the same sequence, not competing versions.
I'm going to need you to quote a church father that interprets this passage, not ChatGPT.
Yes, sir. This one was from Father Patrick Reardon, and I will give you now the church fathers which he quotes. Augustine, John Chrysostom, Cyril of Alexandria, Theophylact of Ohrid, Euthymius Gabenus, Bebe the Venerable, and Jerome.
Can you find me the quotes?
Why are you doing this? Of course I can find you the quotes given time. Do you think
your interpretation of the passage depends on what the church fathers said about the passage, which means you have to tell me what they said. This is the benefit, is I can just read it and tell you what it says with my own two eyes. You're saying that, no, you have to interpret it through the lens of the fathers, but you don't know what the fathers said.
Well, yeah, I don't know the specific quote. I know what the father said. I told you what they say.
You don't know what they say.
You want me to find a specific quote I just told you that they all recorded different sequences of the same event.
That's ChatGPT. I need you to quote the
how
actual
many-
church fathers that give you the interpretation.
Yeah, so if you want me to just crack up church books on church history and just read all of the epistles and all of the writings of all of the church fathers in order to prove to you
Use
that
ChatGPT.
this is clearly the
Ask ChatGPT to find you a quote from a church father that interprets this passage.
Okay,
I mean,
I'm
you
happy
could
do
just
that.
go
I
to
just think-
earlychristiancommentary.com and use that. I mean, that's a much better resource. But
Well, that's the same as opening the book and then looking up the chapters, right?
yes, it is, except it's on the computer rather than in a book. Yeah.
It's just looking an index. Yeah, it's quicker to use GPT. I suppose I won't be doing this. It's just because I don't know off the top of my head what they say. It's not the win you think it is. Even
It absolutely is.
like I think even James said I could just chat GPT it, and I don't have a problem doing it. Other than it's a silly challenge,
But then
especially when
just
yeah.
do it then if it's easy.
You said they are consistent. How are they
right.
consistent if you have to go and do this fucking detective work to figure out how they're consistent?
There's not. What do you mean detective work? It's
I am looking at 4 different chapters with 3 different stories. To
All
me,
right.
that is plainly inconsistent. So you're saying we have to go to the daddies and see what they say. But you can't even tell us what the daddies say.
all right. I'll just give you a quote. Will that make you happy?
Yes, it's a start. Saint trust us. That's very good.
Saint, trust me, bro, for sure. I'm tickled by the fact that people think that we should interpret it through the light of the church fathers, but if we don't have the church fathers' interpretation, I'm not sure what else we can rely on other than our own eyeballs.
Lean not unto your own understanding, but trust in the daddies.
Yeah, not your understanding, but these other human beings' understandings. Those are the ones that got the special revelation. You guys are normies.
We are to understand that both statements were uttered and that John related one, Luke the other. For after he had said it is finished, as John tells us, he said, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit, as Luke records. Augustine of Hippo, Harmony of the Gospels, Volume 3.
There you go. So you got Augustine of Hippo, who's doing the apologetic. And the apologetic is that he said both of them, right? He said the first one, which is in John, it is finished. And then after that, then he said, Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. Now, the problem you're going to have with that is that I don't think the text supports it.
You knew this all along?
Notice what?
You knew this all along? You let me Google it for 10 minutes?
I'm not doing your argument for you.
All right, dude. If your audience is getting bored, not mine. That's fine. I don't have an issue with it.
I mean, listen, I'm charitable, but I'm not doing my opponent's arguments. Now, the reality is, inside of John 19:30, it says, it is finished, then he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. What is the word then doing in the sentence structure?
I suppose I'd be much more inclined to do linguistics and exegesis with you if you what's the word?
Don't do it.
Yeah, if you engage with me more within the first part of the
Yeah, don't do
discussion.
that. Don't do that. Don't do that. He's not here to make your argument for you.
That's not what I said, though. No. I didn't say that at all. I was saying that if on the first part of the discussion we were discussing philosophy, if you participated in that, I would be happy to do exegesis with you.
I did for like 30 minutes almost.
Yeah. Oh, the crowd
I didn't get anywhere.
Demanding
You were just
a timer.
Yeah, you were literally just fishing for something transcendental so you can run tag. and you discovered that I don't believe in transcendentals. You could have asked me from the beginning, do I believe in Platonic forms or transcendentals? I'd say no, I don't believe in any of them.
Right. All right. So
Now,
then,
you have
yeah,
the same problem in John that you have in Matthew, right? You've got the sentence saying, "It is finished," was the thing that he said, right? And then you have the same aorist format. Having bowed his head, he yielded up his spirit, as he's saying, "It is finished." Now, this interpretation says "then," but in the actual Greek, it just says "kai," which means "and." It says he said, "It is finished," and he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. There's no comma, there's no period. Obviously, classical Greek didn't have commas or periods, but the sentence structure is just a sequence of events. There's no good reason to think that when John wrote this, he was like, Jesus said it is finished, and then I'm going to leave the part where he waited 23 more seconds to say the other thing, and then say he gave up his spirit. That's a crazy way of writing a story.
Plus, how did
that's
Luke
the
record
point.
it?
That's a crazy point of writing the story, even though there's a precedent saying and plenty of arguments made that indeed the writers all recorded one part and then talked
Yeah,
about
what I'm
that.
saying is
You're just going to run this argument
it's a
about
bad
all of
apologetic.
it's a bad apologetic to say that
Because the sentence structure in Greek implies that there's a continuation of the sequence of events, not that there's a break in them.
yeah, I just would say to that your interpretation and that of anti-Christian exegetes, what do you say in English? Whatever. I
Exegetes?
wouldn't
Exegetes.
exegetes. I wouldn't base my reading on the Bible on that
But I'm not asking you to. I'm not asking you to read the Bible because I tell it like the way I tell you to. What I'm asking is there an actual explanation that is going to prove me wrong? Or Mac and I both, because Mac and I agree on this particular contradiction.
Yeah, I think some are given, right? The apostles are recorded different sequences of the crucifixion.
Yeah, contradictory sequences.
Yes, at different times.
No,
same event.
contradictory.
I mean, this isn't even
They all
what do you mean?
say
Yes, same event, different times in the same event is what I meant. Obviously,
but they all
What are you
say
doing?
he said this and then either breathed his last or bowed his head and gave up his spirit. They all say that.
Yeah,
That is a
and
sequence. That's not like. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
and John's sequence, which is Mac knows this as well as anyone. John's sequence of events disagrees with the other gospels at like every turn. In the Synoptics, he's already on the cross at 9 a.m. In John,
Yeah,
he's still on trial at noon.
yeah. I feel like any answer I can give to you would be just as banal as the question itself, where you ask, "Oh, but how come if if the Bible said this was the last thing that was heard said, how come this thing was also said?" And I would say, "Yeah, I would come up with some explanation. Yeah, there was some time passed. There was a crowd around the crucifix. They were pushing each other. They heard different words." There's not this isn't like a complex argument. I don't know what to tell you. There's not any way to respond to this that isn't childish in the same way that the question is childish.
I actually don't think the question is childish. It's apparently
is so funny
a
what you're
discrepancy, and there's some very serious ones that are like super important. Like for example, the idea of following the law, right? Jesus says on multiple occasions you have to follow the law. In fact, he says you'll be least in the kingdom of heaven if you don't follow Moses' law. Those who came after Jesus said, "No, you don't got to follow this law."
It's at least a little bit more interesting. Right, what law? Let's go
The
with the
law of
laws.
Moses.
The law of Moses was specifically for the people who made the covenant at that time, and then Jesus fulfilled the covenant
What did Jesus say about following the law?
on his the covenant was fulfilled on the crucifix.
What did Jesus say about following the
Yeah,
law?
I'm not
then?
doing this thing anymore. Your rhetoric. Just get to the point. I'm not.
Well, I mean, my point's pretty clear. Jesus said to follow it. Like, so when he says he fulfilled
Yeah,
it,
who did he
he's
say-
talking
who did he
about
say-
the prophecies. says, "Do not think that I've come to abolish the law or the prophets." Right? He combines the law with the
Yes.
prophets here.
Yes.
He
Like I
says,
said,
"I've
he
come not
fulfilled
to
them.
abolish, but to fulfill.
There we
For
go.
truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But
Who
whoever
was he
does
talking
them
to?
and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So Jesus thinks following the law is good.
Who was he talking to?
He's talking to, right now, mostly Jews.
Oh,
Mhm.
all right.
It's
That's
not
who
going
he
to fix
came
it.
for.
That's not going to be a gotcha, by the way.
He literally tells
not a-
you later in this same book. He literally tells you that's who he came for.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't give a shit about Gentiles.
He didn't give a shit about Gentiles.
He
That's so
came,
funny.
but only for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. He said it on
You're like
multiple
one of
occasions.
you're
Well-
like one of those black Hebrew Israelites. Again, this is why you
Well,
need the church.
don't worry about that. We're on Matthew 5, right? So
yeah.
does Jesus want you to follow the law or not?
Me, no.
I didn't ask you. I mean, whoever he's speaking to.
What do you mean? Oh, well, you asked, does he want you? So I assume me.
Sure, fair
Does
enough.
he want the law to be kept?
At that time, to those people, yes.
Not at that time.
What do you mean, not at that time? That's the answer I'm giving you.
What, did he say anything about time? Because the time he gave is until heaven and earth pass away.
Yes, because the law was fulfilled.
But fulfill doesn't mean
on the
abolish.
crucifix. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Do you know what
What-
fulfilled means in this
It,
context?
What
it
happens
doesn't
to
mean
a
that it
law?
goes away.
Do you know
Go
what
ahead, Matt.
Happens to a
fulfilled
law?
means?
Yeah,
in
what
this-
happens to a law when it's fulfilled?
Do you know what? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Do you know what fulfilled
I'm asking you,
means in
what
this
happens?
context?
What happens to a law when it's fulfilled?
We're doing this thing.
I'm
No,
asking
I asked
you.
first.
You,
Yeah, no,
No,
I asked
I'm
you
ask-
first. All right, I'm telling
No.
you. I'm telling you. It's
you're
like
the expert.
it would be like a I'm not an expert compared to you, but in this case, it would be like a prescription from a medic, which gives you a prescription for medicine. Once you're healed, it's not that the medicine doesn't work anymore.
That's not how laws
That's
work. Laws
invalid
aren't
to you.
prescriptions.
Laws aren't prescriptions. Are you?
Laws are instructions, not prescriptions for medicine.
Laws aren't prescriptions. That's a good one.
The usage of your prescription is not the prescription. You're doing a Mott and Bailey now. You're saying that the word prescription in terms of medicine is how laws are supposed to be enacted upon. When I say they're not prescriptions, you move to a wider notion of the word prescription, meaning it's just
Yes.
something that you're supposed to do.
That
Don't
would be
play games. We know exactly what you mean. This is not like a medical prescription.
equivocation, in case you want to accuse other speakers of this as well. But in my case, I would just say it wouldn't apply because the laws are still prescribed, but are not necessary for salvation.
I didn't
is
say anything
what
about
this
salvation.
Yeah, I
said-
said it.
I
No,
didn't
I
say
said
it.
it.
My question
No,
was,
I
does
said it.
Jesus want people to follow the law?
Jesus wanted those people to follow the law
For how long?
for until he was crucified.
He didn't say that. How long does he say?
Yeah, look, again, you come up with your.
I'm asking you,
questions
how
based on your
long did Jesus
interpretations.
say to follow the laws?
Well, in this passage, you'll find he says that I have not come to. He says until heavens and the earth pass away. Of course,
Have
we as
heavens and earth
Christians
passed
know-
away.
Of course, we as Christians know that heaven does not pass away. So from the start,
That's-
we can know.
That is not true. According
What?
even the New
Yeah, there's a
Testament says
new
that heavens,
heaven.
earth are passing away.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth.
That's like in like at least five different letters of Paul, and Peter says it too.
Okay, so can we take it one by one?
Sure.
Okay, sure. So when we know that, do we agree that Jesus is eternal? First of all, I mean,
No.
in the Bible,
I mean, in the Bible,
Jesus
sure.
is not eternal.
Kind of. I mean, his body's not eternal, but his his
Of
spirit
course, yeah,
is.
his body is not. Well, his body was raised to heaven, but
He got a different body according to 1 Corinthians 15.
that's fine. So
Is he not?
when
created?
Jesus' body is created, yes. When we say heavens pass away, do we think that there's a big server wipe? What do you think that means?
Yeah. In fact, that's exactly what the Bible says. Yeah, the heavens and the earth are going to be recreated.
Recreated.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
can you
that's
show me
what,
that?
what does a new heaven and a new earth mean?
I have no idea. You're the one who's mentioning it.
Yeah,
What?
well,
What do you mean you don't know?
Isaiah is the one that's mentioning it.
No, there are different meanings of these words, which is why you're getting caught up because you're using your own interpretation. The same as with the law, and the
No, it's
same
not
as with
true.
the.
Isaiah
Interpretation.
65:17. I'm about to create new heavens and a new earth. The former things will not be remembered nor come to mind. That's why Revelation 21 says the same thing.
Okay, do you think that with that it means a physical what sky?
Yeah,
What are you even
that's what heaven
suggesting? A
means.
new
It's the sky.
Heaven is the sky, is what you think.
That's exactly what it means. Yeah, the Hebrew
And
word
I've been arguing with
Hashemayim
you for
literally means the sky.
yeah, and Gehenna literally means like a junkyard or whatever.
Yeah, but we know from the rabbinic writings that it's an idiom.
Right. So can't do we not know from the biblical writings that it's an idiom as well, and heaven is not actually in the
It's
sky?
not idiom because all the rabbinic writings and everybody in the ancient Near East describe heaven as being in the sky.
No, there's no physical location for heaven.
Yeah, it is. The Bible tells you. You want me to show you?
It's above
I mean,
the firmament.
Yeah, it's
above
just
the
below the
firmament,
firmament.
huh?
You nailed it. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what that verse meant actually. You know what I
it's
you know what I think in fact I think
it's
all
actually
the
it's actually pretty clear in the Bible that Yahweh lives in the heavens because it says he like literally lives among the clouds.
yeah, and that's literal. That's meant to
That's
be taken literal,
clouds.
right?
That's the sky.
Yeah, and that's meant to be taken literally. It's meant to
Yeah,
be
so
an actual.
God
You
lives in
could
the sky.
pinpoint
Yeah.
it. You could pinpoint it on Google Maps. That's what God meant. He's meant I'm
Yeah.
on this coordinates right above World Trade Center. That's where I hang out. That's what God said to us.
Yeah. That God and the rest of the people in the Bible said that he lives in the sky, in the clouds.
I think he's just doing a slow, weird concession.
Maybe?
Yeah, that's my concession. Yes. Do you want to get back to the law?
Yeah, the point is pretty clear. There's going to be a new heaven and a new earth, according to the Old Testament and the New Testament. So when Jesus talked about the new heaven and new earth, he's talking about the complete end of the age.
Right. Well, can I ask you, when Jesus talks about, when Jesus says it doesn't matter what you eat, but it's what in your soul that defiles you, do you think he's just a silly, stupid guy who contradicts himself?
Well, that's
that
Matthew.
now it's-
That's Mark chapter 7. I'm familiar with it. And I don't think he's saying what Mark thought he was saying. I think Jesus is actually just rebuking the Pharisees because they're trying to push the oral law on him, the law of washing hands, not the law of eating clean and unclean foods.
Yeah, so
Okay,
there's
so
a
when
parenthetical
the-
there, right? That
Oh my
says,
God.
thus he declared, oh, relax. It says, he declared.
Oh, relax. I haven't been able to make one point. I'm relaxed though. You going?
You've been?
I'm
What are you
fine.
talking about?
Yeah, no,
You
it's
led
fine.
us
It's
down
my
that
bad.
whole rabbit hole.
I'm on relaxed.
Yeah,
It's my
so
fault.
so
Keep going.
in Mark 7, where it is, as I'm curious about that because it's not like, it's an aside, it's in a parenthetical, right? In verse 19 or something.
That's Mark's comment, not Jesus's. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so but you think Mark just got it wrong?
Hmm.
Okay. Because I see that as him changing the law from like Leviticus 7 or 11.
Yeah. Well, there's a bunch actually.
Like saying that, yeah. Well, specifically, there's a whole bunch in Leviticus 11 of like unclean animals and the hooves and all that shit, right? And like where am I looking at? Yeah, thus he declared all foods clean. Like, yeah, you would either have to say that he did change that law and negated all those food laws, or Mark just took it the wrong way.
Right. And I think the problem is if you say something like Jesus negated the laws of Moses, you haven't fixed the problem, right? Because now, rather than disagreeing with Paul, he disagrees with Yahweh. Yahweh says that you're going to follow these laws even to the end of the age. Deuteronomy 6 says, more of the Lord your God will circumcise your heart and the heart of your descendants so that you will love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, in order that you may live. New Testament says the period where the hearts of the people are circumcised is in the period that Jesus came and died. So when you believe in Jesus, your hearts are circumcised. You become the spiritual children of Abraham. So that means this must be talking about the Messianic age according to Christianity. But it says about that Messianic age, then you again shall obey the Lord, observing all of his commandments that I'm commanding you today. So on the Mount of Mount Sinai, actually this was after he was already away from the mountain. This is in Deuteronomy. But the laws that were given on Mount Sinai, Moses says, in the final days when God circumcises the hearts of the people so that they'll worship truly the Lord, you're going to follow these commands that I'm giving you today.
And this is echoed in Jeremiah 31, right?
Yep. It's
Pretty
in
much,
Jeremiah 31, Deuteronomy 11, 1, Deuteronomy 12, 1, Deuteronomy 12, 28, Leviticus 16 says it like 5 times. The Old Testament has about 30 different times where it says that you have to follow these laws like literally forever.
Mm-hmm. Is that a contradiction in the Bible you're implying?
Well, it would be if Jesus says that you don't have to follow the law anymore, yeah.
So what is your point here? Because you're either saying that there are contradictions in the Bible and the law is changed, or you're saying that in fact the laws never did change and we as Christians are sinning for eating pork, for example. Or
You're
drinking alcohol.
Paulians.
Yeah.
Right? You follow,
So-
you follow Paul.
Okay, so there's no contradictions in the Bible. The issue is we follow Paul instead of Jesus. That's your...
Well, Paul
Essentially.
contradicts Jesus, but it's not a logical contradiction, right? It's just he's going against what he said, right?
So
Yeah.
Paul
like,
started...
Paul says the law was a temporary schoolmaster.
Right.
So that's...
Jesus said the law.
You hang out with Muslims a lot. I have a very good Turkish friend. He says the same
We
type
don't
of stuff.
hang out with Muslims. We're atheists.
I heard you talk. I heard you talk for an hour to that guy.
mean-
well, to be frank, he doesn't really.
I mean, we
Muslim, he was-
debated.
Hanging out.
That wasn't a debate. That guy didn't know how to tie his shoes. Come on.
Well,
But-
I mean, that might be true, but we don't hang out with Muslims. We will debate them the same way we're debating you. But
Well,
listen,
you're using Muslim arguments, is what I'm saying.
no,
'cause those are
Muslims are using my
zero-
arguments.
My bad.
So
All right.
here's the deal. We've gone on. I've got time for one more debate before I have to read super chats. So I want to get somebody in here
right,
to,
man. Thanks for
to
hanging
debate.
out.
But thanks for giving
I
so
enjoyed
much
it.
of your
Sorry.
time. I think we had
Sorry
a lot
if
of
I upset
fun.
you or anything.
No, you didn't
Sorry if I
upset
was
me.
mean.
No, it's okay. You were fine.
All right. I had a good time.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
All
it's
right.
been way worse. Had way worse up here.
Yeah. Yeah, you were fine. I wouldn't worry about that.
All right. Kisses. Have a good have a good one.
Cheers.
All right, smooch.
Yeah, in the way of apologists, I didn't find him to be problematic at all. I mean, you see the type of
No.
apologists we get up here.
Yeah, he was. So there were like indicators, but he never hit the boiling point.
Right. Yeah.
Little
friends,
things
look-
you could see where it's like, oh,
Let me read a couple super chats, and then I'm going to get Audrey in here, and after Audrey, Joe, and we'll hopefully we'll have time to get to both of them. Andy, thank you for the $9.99 super thanks, and Dylan, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $10 super chat. A parody of Belinda Carlisle. Oh baby, do you know what that's worth? Oh heaven is 7 layers unmirth. What's unmirth mean?
I don't know.
Oh shit! Now I gotta learn new words.
I gotta look up. I'm just laughing at the Belinda Carlisle.
Sounds like a great song, oh baby. Well, that guess
Yeah,
on
Blue Heaven.
TikTok,
Blue Heaven was a classic.
I don't even know it.
You don't know Blue Heaven?
no,
Oh,
I'm
it's great.
I don't
It's
know it.
great.
Sorry.
It's like an '80s anthem.
Mm.
Pop, like yeah.
Maybe I should know it if it's in the
You
80s.
prob-
I
I-
probably do.
if you heard it, you'd be like, oh yeah. I know.
Yeah, you're probably right on that one. Hey, Noodle Keeper, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I appreciate that. And Jessica Transmetal Alchemist, good to see you tonight. Any religious leader who is going to unite all Muslims and collaborate with Jesus in the great battle of good and evil must naturally have a clunky, ugly online forum designed back from the early 2000s. You nailed it. That was a horrible website. The minute you tell me that this special Mahdi has a website and it looks like it was done in like before CSS existed, we're gonna have some problems. Matthew Mulkeen, thank you for the super chat, friends. Says sending in appreciation of Ems, whose name reminds me of Ems Dispatch. 1870, the famous telegram out of Prussia, edited by
EMS, I
Bismarck. Oh, EMS? Oh, EMS Dispatch.
No,
yeah,
I think it's.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe not.
I think it is. Yeah, it's got to be EMS dispatch,
No,
right?
because no. I think it's not. I think EMS is right. No, I think EMS is right because like 1870, the famous telegram. So it's no. Never mind. I think it is EMS.
Edited by Bismarck to intentionally provoke Napoleon III and France into war. Well, I listen. Always send appreciation for M's. Also, we've got M's merch in the merch shop now, so definitely take a look at that.
M's is always doing that. M's is always trying to provoke France into war.
True. He's awesome at it. Unashamed Apostate, good to see you, buddy. Says, a Philbro boasted my logic is sound. For a few glorious minutes, he stirred it around. Then Justin got cooking and checked every claim and grilled his dumb ass in the barbecue's flame. Amazing rhyme.
Nice.
Very good rhyme. You know what? He was at least nice, though, compared to other Philbros. We're going to give him credit for that. But I got to be honest, I didn't want to run tag, but nobody else was in the queue. So I was like, you know what? Guess we're going to fucking run tag. But I think Joe's still in the queue. Not a bug feature. Wait, not a bug, a feature. Does Theus speak like the laws of logic were given to us by some divine being, and we wrote it down? I'm pretty sure it took years of trial and error and demonstrated evidence to reach these conclusions. That's the case, and that's the problem with tag, is they want to find something that has like objective existence, but like is transcendental. And so like they want to like personify knowledge or truth or the laws of logic and say, well, they're transcendental, so they got to be grounded in something transcendental. Well, fuck, I don't think so. I don't think they're transcendental.
I think they confuse the map with the place a lot.
Yeah.
Right. So like the laws are the map, but the thing they describe, that's the place. But they're trying to say that like, no, the laws are the place. Right. The laws are the map is the place.
I think that's the case, actually. Also from Jessica, caller at the start of the conversation, I don't want to get hung up on this, spends the next 10 times trying to use sneaky wordplay in order to equivocate objective nature with linguistic knowledge. Basically, right? That seems to be the case. And if they can't do what Mac is describing, make me confuse the map with the place, well, then typically the tag argument just doesn't get anywhere. Dugosaurus Erectus, good to see you, buddy. Says 30 days overseas with no YouTube or TikTok, but I'm back and enjoying the spirit of Doug and the fear of Christians being cooked. I miss these streams so much, and I think I have an addiction problem. It's okay, Dugosaurus. It's okay to have fun and to learn and to have community here with us while we're doing the cookout, friend. We're glad you're back. And Gretchen again says, I'd leave when Philbros come up, but I'm metaphysically incapable of not watching. So my only option is super chat and complain. And look, here we are. Gretchen, that's what we love about you. You can complain all you want, and we're still going to be besties. No worries. In fact,
that's a healthy outlet.
Exactly. You need to be here to complain. We like it. In fact, here it is again. I swear to Doug, your requests better be empty. I told you they were. A full hour of lit tag guy feels confrontational. Like, what the fuck did we do to you, Justin? For fuck's sake.
I forgot that was his. I forgot that was his name.
I'm so sorry. I love you, Gretchen, but my queue is empty. See, so many of us count on DZ to protect us from being subjected to endless Philbros, and here you are letting us all down. It's shameful, is all I'm saying. You know what, Gretchen, you are right. It is shameful. And I should feel ashamed of myself if I had somebody to talk to, but I didn't, and I apologize. Gretchen, though, still calling me out. Every minute with Lick Tag Guy is a knife in our back. And again, listen, I wouldn't do it if I didn't have to, right? Somebody had a knife to my back. Prove you don't hate us, Justin. Go ahead. You know I love you, Gretchen. This is torture at Justin's own hand. The shame. Listen, don't call the police, please. I'm trying to do what I can. And Gretchen says, my kingdom for a kicked Philbro. Well, I would never kick you out of the Deconstruction Kingdom. I wouldn't do that. I would kick a Philbro out. Like, why even go to the trouble of making a Philbro timer if you're not going to fucking use it? Did you forget we asked for that? You hate us, don't you? Listen, there was nobody in queue.
Absolutely
I was like,
roasted.
What am I going to do? Time him for 10 minutes and talk to myself? I'm sorry, friend. Sometimes I have to do what I have to do. You chat hated him. Well, chat hated him. I blame you. You know what? You can blame me. And I'll take the blame. It looks like everybody's a little bit upset. even Sans Didi, my boy Matt may or may not be set. It says 1 Peter 3:15, be prepared at all times to use LLM to find your preferred interpretation, excuse, or red herring, to do so with smugness. That's the key. Chat GPT for the win.
That's the Gen Z Bible.
It really is. It has to be. I got two more friends from Canvas. Hey, good to see you. Glad to have you all over here from Canada. Says TV, if you're going to call in, read the book first. TV, if you're in the comments, call in. I mean, Canvas is right. You need to read the book before you call in because it's going to, it's not going to be pretty. But nevertheless, call in. And Misha, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Lit tag guy being slow cooked gave off a pleasing aroma, which woke me up to catch this stream. Thank you once again, Chef Justin, for a good cookout. Rock hard bird dog. Misha, I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Somebody enjoyed the Philbro cookout, and I'm just glad that you let me know about it. Hope you're doing well, Misha. Let's get Joe in here, and hopefully we can have another robust conversation. How you doing, Joe?
Justin, I'm doing well. How are you doing? It's been a while.
It's the Joe. You're a celebrity over here, buddy.
No, I've been listening to you from afar here because I always learn lots.
Longingly.
You are an expert at going down the gold mine and grabbing a nugget and saying it's garbage and throwing it behind you, and I come behind you and I find the nugget you have decided is garbage, and I find it and it's like, oh, this is actually gold. And so
yeah,
I
you always
all the
fix me
help
up.
you've given
Yeah,
me.
yeah, you always correct me on stream. Good time. So
no, hey, I was listening to your last conversation with the Orthodox gentleman, who is way smarter and way quicker on his feet than I am. But I just wanted to, I couldn't take it anymore, and Taco Joe was getting a little bit too much in the chat. I just wanted to try my attempt at justifying the last words of Christ and see what you guys think.
Is it going to be different than Augustine?
No, it's just going to be using the language the way we use the language today.
Did you learn Greek?
No, I don't think you have to learn Greek to understand what's going on there. Let me hit it with you.
You shouldn't learn Greek to learn Greek. To understand Greek.
No, I said I don't think you have to learn Greek to understand Greek. What has been translated into English.
Ah, okay.
So here's my take on it. If I told you, hey, Justin, I'm going to stop at the gas station, fill up my gas tank, and then head out of town, would you feel that I had lied to you if when the little nozzle clicked off, I went inside and got a candy bar and came back got in my car and then went out of town?
No.
Okay, well, that's what Jesus did on the cross. That's what Christ did when he says,
for the reason we pointed out, that's not what happened on the cross.
I missed that. What do you mean it didn't? I mean, it just says that he did this and then he did this. It doesn't. Mm-hmm. The Gospels, especially Mark, use the word immediately or anon constantly.
We're not in Mark.
And I know, but that's one of. I mean,
it says having said this.
Having said this, yeah. So I could say. Yeah, so if I said, having brushed my teeth, I went to sleep. Would you think I was lying if I walked from the sink to the bed, fluffed up my pillow, and then laid down and then went to sleep? Or is it perfectly normal for me to just
because you went
say I did this and then I did this?
Yeah,
I think
it's go ahead.
I think the problem that you have here is your reading is going to get silly, right? Your reading is that Jesus is on the cross. He receives the wine, and then he says, it is finished. Although it's not finished because he's got more to do. Because then he's going to say, Father, into your hands I commend my spirit. And then he's going to give up his spirit. even though the
Gotcha.
text in John just says, "It is finished," and he bowed his head and gave up his spirit. Now, what you'll notice is the first "and" you want to put a gap in there. The second "and" you wouldn't, right? That it is finished, and he bowed his head, and he gave up his spirit. Did he give up his spirit when he bowed his head? Because that's the way you're going to read it. You're going to say he bowed his head and he gave up his spirit. That's happening at the same sequence, the same time. But the "and" it is finished and he bowed his head. Well, no. There's a big gap there. Stuff happened in that gap.
So is that the way you speak when you say "and" when you're giving a narrative? Does
When I'm
that
doing
mean that absolutely nothing happens in there? Or don't
when
you
I
add some other word like immediately?
when I'm doing a narratival sequence, I don't think it's necessary to do immediately. You can string together the events using and.
I think
So
I figured out what
what
bothers me
breaks
about this
down about
argument
my
so much.
analogy of the man stopping at the gas station to fill up his tank and leave to go out of town? What's wrong with that analogy where
I
he
didn't say the
fills up his
analogy
tank?
was wrong. It just doesn't
No,
adjust
but
the
it
actual
is.
grammar. Go
But
ahead,
it is,
Mac.
right? It is because we're doing like an investigation here, right? It's essentially a trial. We're trying to establish what is true, right? If you said that on trial, you would get grilled if they had evidence. If you said like, I filled up my gas tank and then I left, right? Well, that's not true. You went into you went into the convenience store, you went into the bathroom. You didn't fill up your gas tank and leave. You did these other things, right?
Fair.
If you said I filled up my gas tank and later I left, that's different, right? So what you're trying to do is you're trying to make this like an informal conversation between me and a friend, right? Who just says like, would you, if I said this, would you? No, obviously my friend, I'm not going to grill him, but that we are grilling this thing here. We are trying to establish what is true and the actual order of events. So it is going to have a higher level of scrutiny and the words are going to be looked at more carefully, right? So treat it like a
Okay, fair
trial,
point.
not like a friendly conversation. No, this is good because somebody
Okay, I
came up.
gotcha.
This is not the first time I've heard this, and I was always kind of because I heard this. It was presented the same way. I'm like, why does this bother me? What does it not? And that's what it is. It's that it's being phrased in like a conversational context when this is really like an investigatory context.
And this is God's like revealed divine truth, right? There's no truthier truth than this. It shouldn't be casual conversation.
I guess the question though would be, are the gospel authors writing it in the way that you're demanding of them to write it? And why would they be writing it according to 21st century expectations of a court shakedown?
It's not just 21st century. The testimony in court has fundamentally been the same like since the Greek and Roman period. You tell a story. If you leave something out, it's presumed that you left it out on purpose, or that you're lying, or that you're telling a contradictory story.
Well, but I mean, if you leave something out that is not deemed by the storyteller to be pertinent to his perspective on the story, again, like if I was being questioned and they said, "Where were you? What did you do?" And I said, "I stopped at QT or 7-Eleven, filled up my tank, and then I headed down to I-95." Nobody is gonna stop me and say, "Hey, did you get a Snickers bar while you were there? I knew it. You're a lying witness because you got a Snickers bar in addition to having filled up your
Right.
tank." I just don't see that going down in a courtroom setting.
But again, it would be if you are being tasked with describing the events as they unfolded and you left that out, you're going to get questioned on it. You're going to get grilled on it, and that could become a serious problem. And again, the sentence structure in this verse in John 19:30 implies that it's a continual sequence. The aorist verb, it functions much like the vav consecutive in Hebrew, where there's not a break, right? When it says he said it is finished and having bowed his head, having is in the aorist. It's saying there is a
Yeah.
sequence of events. He did this, and having done that, this is what happened next. There's no gap.
Okay. So there could be a gap between "it is finished" and "he bowed his head," but not in between.
Could there be?
But not in between "he bowed his head and gave up his spirit." Where are you saying there cannot be a gap? In between "finished" and "bowed," or in between "bowed" and "gave up"?
So what I'm saying is that in the sentence structure we have, there doesn't appear to be a gap between him saying "it is finished" and then bowing his head. Because the way that the sentence is structured is that you have a continuation of the sequence using an aorist verb. Now, the next "and," which is "he bowed his head and gave up his spirit," that just like basic reading of the text, you would understand the reason why he bowed his head was because he gave up his spirit, and those happened at the same time.
Okay.
So there's no good reason to put a
Gotcha.
gap in there unless you're doing apologetics. Nobody reading this story on its own would think that there was a gap where something else happened. The only motivation to put a gap in there is because you want these two scriptures to match each other somehow or to not contradict each other. But you've seen me long enough.
Okay.
You know there's contradictions in the Bible. I don't know why we're going out on a limb for this one.
Well, yeah, it seemed I was working on a sketch while I was listening, and perhaps I should have listened better, but it seemed like you were making a fairly childish argument about just the regular use of language, that because he said the word "and," that means nothing else could possibly have happened in between there. And that's just, from what I heard, that's just not how we converse with one another. We leave out even significant details all the time. Even in that example of a courtroom shakedown where somebody's having to narrate what happened. Like if I said I left the gas station and got on 95 and headed wherever, like I just left out probably a half hour of driving that I did, tons of near miss accidents and all sorts of stuff that went on in the car and around me, but it wasn't important, and so
Right.
we don't plug it in that way.
But
I think
But I will
in the
concede I did
Gospel of
not
John,
comprehend. Mhm.
in the Gospel of John, he does include gaps, right? He'll say "after this" or "sometime after." Like John is actually pretty good about giving you chronological gaps when they exist. Like you don't have to infer a gap just to try to make them harmonize. In the same chapter, he does it a couple times, right?
Okay.
So like verse
What
38,
chapter is that?
after these
If I just looked at it.
things, I'm in verse 19 or chapter 19.
Oh, okay. Still chapter 19. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see it.
I think, and this is going to be some kind of parsing, but there's like I'm kind of seeing this like in like an engineer, like a developer, right? You have like events and then like sub events, right? Like when you gave the example of like brushing your teeth and going to bed, right? What you gave were two events, and then between them were some sub events, right? But what this verse is saying is like Jesus received wine, he spoke some words, and he bowed his head, right? So those are all like events. So if he spoke again, that would be like another event at the same level. It's not like he coughed or moved his foot or something, right? This would be at that same level and worth mentioning if there were additional words between "it is finished" and him bowing his head. It would be at the same caliber.
I got you. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
And listen, what
Cool.
we're not saying is that it's absolutely impossible to harmonize these. And you can certainly do it. What I am saying is that I think it's being unfair to what the text is actually trying to communicate by doing that.
Gotcha. Okay.
That makes sense? Because there are some contradictions in the Bible, and you well know, that cannot be reconciled. There just isn't a way to do it, right? This is one of the ones where it does have a reconciliation. It's just not a good one because the grammar and the structure of the sentence doesn't really support it. It doesn't really seem like it's a good fit for what the author is trying to communicate.
Gotcha. Well, I can definitely concede that is what it appears to be, from what you've shown me. so I'm not going to press this point any further.
Yeah, so it's been a minute since
did-
you've been around, Joe. You learned anything new since we talked last?
I'm sure I have. I couldn't put my finger. I've learned about let's see, ERSs. Is that right?
ERVs?
ERVs. Yep.
Retroviruses.
Learned a little
Very
bit about
good.
those. That's cool. That's definitely something I don't have an answer for.
Okay.
I've learned a little bit about some of the ice core dating,
Nice,
different
cool.
methods, and that's still the jury's out on that one in my mind.
Check out
But,
coral ring dating.
What core ring dating?
Coral ring and coral fossil ring dating.
Oh.
You're gonna like it.
Okay. Hey, while you brought up the coral ring, what is your explanation for why we don't have any living organisms on this planet that would go back beyond the flood, according to a Septuagint timeline?
What do you
That
mean?
seems like a really inconvenient. So,
We
like
gotta-
redwoods, we know that there's absolutely nothing that kills them except humans, but we don't have any 10,000-year-old redwoods. We've got like 4,800-year-old redwoods.
We do have
Same
petrified
thing with the
wood.
coral. Petrified wood.
Redwoods specifically, or just wood? Like why?
Well, I'm
why
talking
specific
about
to
a living.
redwoods?
I'm just talking about living. I'm like a grove of aspen, anything like that like is next thing to immortal. Why don't we
Why would
have
it have to
anything
still
like
be
that
living?
that goes back?
Why would it have to still be living?
Well, I'm just thinking it would be very inconvenient for a young Earth creationist if there was a redwood that dated back to 8,500 years old, and you could count the
sharks
rings,
do.
etc.
Yeah, I
Sharks
don't
do
like.
what?
Oh no, sharks are older than trees. But like, yeah, there's not a shark that does, right? But I think I don't understand what that standard does. Like, I get what you're saying, but like to expect a single tree, right? Because even though they are in a network, right? This single tree still has its own age, right? Given the rings, I think to expect like a tree to have a lifespan that long is not it's not a fair expectation.
I mean,
I
I'm
don't
looking.
That's
understand.
fine.
I'm looking
I
right
guess
now.
what
and
I'm
sorry to
saying is-
interrupt, but there is a wooden
Yeah.
structure in Zambia that they're dating to 500,000 years old.
Well, that's a man-made wooden structure, right?
Oh, you mean you want a tree that's still in the ground?
Living, yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
a
Wouldn't be
living
the ground if you
tree
cut
or
it for its rings.
a living coral. I'm just talking about these things, these plants. Obviously not an animal because they're more fragile, but like literally we don't know of anything that can kill a redwood tree. Insects don't kill them, droughts don't kill them, hurricanes don't kill them. Volcanic eruption nearby doesn't kill them. Nothing
Is this
kills
about
these
the
things,
flood?
and we don't have. Huh?
Is this about the flood, or is this like the creation?
Oh, well, this is just kind of coming from a young Earth paradigm. That
So you're talking about creation then, not just the flood.
No, I'm talking about the flood, the great global reset.
Joe, you see
that would
this?
have us finding.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead,
That
Matt.
would have us finding living trees dating back to just barely after the flood. Same thing with the coral reefs. We don't have any living coral reefs that date any further back than just barely after the flood would have taken place. And I just think that's very inconvenient for your worldview.
I think it's an unrealistic standard, right? Things have a lifespan, so to say that there's nothing that's eternal that had like a head start 4,500 years ago. I don't think that's a fair expectation to have. And I think, what do you do with things like the pyramids at Giza that were built about 180 years before the flood would have been? But they have no evidence of flooding.
I reject those timelines because those are using Masoretic timelines as far as I'm aware. I could be mistaken about that.
No, not the pyramids. You can date those using Egyptian time.
I think it's about dating of the flood, right? You don't
No,
think the flood
you
was?
referenced the pyramids. You
Well,
referenced
yeah, I
the
referenced
pyramids.
both. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you
sorry,
mean-
I guess what
which do you reject,
Okay.
the flood timeline or the pyramid timeline?
I reject the Masoretic flood timeline. I accept the Septuagint flood timeline.
So
And what is
it,
that?
about
That would be
3,200 BCE.
I think it's a little further back than that.
A biblical archaeology
Septuagint,
review
I may
said
have my numbers.
around
I may
3,000.
have my numbers wrong. I can look it up here. Let's see. Maybe it's not important for our discussion, but
Biblical archaeology says figures from the Septuagint place creation at 5554 and the flood at circa 3298 BCE. And then there's a paper that's listed called Henry Smith would be his name. The case for the Septuagint chronology in Genesis 5 through 11. And let's see. Henry Smith is an associate for biblical research. At which organization? Let me
You
find.
said 32 something, 3,200.
Yeah.
what I'm
means
seeing
there's a
is
tree older than it called
55.
Methuselah,
Huh.
or
What I'm
almost
seeing
as
is
old
5,500 BC
For
for the
the-
Septuagint dating
for
of the
Adam.
flood.
That's creation.
That's creation.
Great Flood is traditionally dated to 5554 BC, according to the Greek Septuagint. This differs significantly from the Masoretic text dating of 2458 BC.
I don't know what you're reading.
Let's see. It is AI, obviously, but it's referencing Bible chronology charts. Oh, I've actually used this chart before. But no, AI got it wrong. You're right. It is
Yeah, I'm seeing, like-
3298 BC. Yep.
Right.
Yep. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, my mistake.
3267 to 3298. So that's a what, 800-year gap?
Let me check. 3267. Give me 1 second. And it is currently 2027. That means the flood was about 5,200 years ago, according to Septuagint. The oldest living tree, Methuselah, is about 4,800 years. So it's off by a couple hundred years.
That's fine. Yeah.
Almost as
It'd
old
be
as the flood.
It'd be 5,300 years. Because 2026 plus like a high 32s would be like 53. So then 800-year difference, you said? Like 45 was for Methuselah?
Yeah, 48. So
500-year difference.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. This is showing me why the difference in the dates. But why would we trust the Septuagint over the Masoretic?
I wouldn't. I had no good reason to trust
Well,
the Septuagint.
Josephus trusted it, and there's a pretty good theory I've read about why the Septuagint is more accurate, and that comes from looking at what it would take to either fabricate adding 100 years to all the fathers or fabricate deleting 100 years. And if you delete 100 years, which is the claim that that's what the Masoretic text has done, you get to certain fathers who would not have been born before their child was born. And that's a problem, so they only deleted 50 years in those cases.
So
And
the Masoretic,
but the reverse
Septuagint was
would
first?
not be true.
So the Septuagint was first?
The Septuagint in some, yeah, I believe the Septuagint is earlier. The Jews had
Based
an
on what?
opportunity to that's a good question. I know that Josephus used the Septuagint in his
Well,
dating.
A lot of people did.
So did
So what?
So did Philo.
So?
How does that
And
make it?
so
older?
well, it just makes it more reliable. They would have
Why?
known.
What?
Well, again, so the theory I'm trying to put forward is that if you're going to say, okay, the Septuagint just arbitrarily added 100 years to all these people.
I didn't say arbitrary.
Okay, so let's just say that it wasn't arbitrary, but they just added 100 years to all these old descendants of Noah and Adam, etc. You wouldn't expect them to just. It was most of them, from all the way from Adam to Shem, I think. They were adding 100 years.
So I've got 1 added, 2 added, 3 added, 4 added, 5 added, 6 would be identical, 7 added, 8 is identical, 9 is 6 years off, and then Noah is identical. So it's not all of them, but this isn't even about that. If you can't do this operation if the text you're referring to is later, right? You can't. That's what I'm saying. Like you'd have to establish which one was first, because only one of them can be first, right? So either one referenced the other,
yeah, we know that at least most of the. Sorry. Yeah, we know that most of the Septuagint was compiled during the exilic period, and the Masoretic text was
we don't
that
know.
Was solidified much later, like 200-300 AD.
Wasn't done. Like the Torah first got done in Alexandria during the Ptolemaic dynasty, hundreds of years after the captivity.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah,
and that was just the Torah, and that's a legend.
What's a legend?
That was just the Torah, and that's a legend from Aristeas. If you read the letter of Aristeas that talks about this, it's got preposterous claims in it.
So why would Josephus and Philo, who lived in the 1st century AD, have used the Septuagint timeline?
Because that's the language everybody spoke.
No, but not the timeline, not the numbers.
If they're reading the Septuagint, they're going to use what's in the Septuagint.
Right, but they would have had access to the Masoretic as well.
So,
I think the Masoretic got changed.
Did Josephus write in Hebrew?
I don't know what he wrote in. Probably Greek.
Yeah, he didn't write in Hebrew. I have no reason to think he was writing in biblical Hebrew or reading it. I don't know what he could read. I know what he wrote in, though. It wasn't Hebrew.
I mean, we know that
we have manuscripts in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
To the elders of Israel.
Okay, so the manuscripts that we do have, the oldest are in Hebrew, right? So the Dead Sea Scrolls are obviously older than our manuscripts for the Septuagint. Our Septuagint scrolls, 4th to 5th century. So this is not really a good comparison. Like, if we're just looking at the actual physical evidence with the Dead Sea Scrolls. Plus, on top of that, the Dead Sea Scrolls, when you compare them to the Septuagint versus the Masoretic, they match the Masoretic like 67% of the time. I have to double check. Lawrence Fishman did a calculation on that, but it's the majority of the time it matches the Masoretic text as opposed to the Septuagint reading. The Septuagint reading only matches about 5% of the Dead Sea Scrolls, which would lead us to believe that people copying at Qumran were copying Hebrew texts that were in the Masoretic tradition. But my buddy Chet here popped up. He actually knows quite a bit about this. What do you think, Chet?
Yeah, so I just want to say, when it comes to doing text criticism, the methodology generally is going to be, and I think maybe the guest was hinting at this, but like, you want to look at the reading that best explains the alternate readings, right? So whichever reading makes the most sense as being original. I mean, it's certainly the case that we have Septuagint readings that are probably original, and then we also have Masoretic readings that are also original, right? The Dead Sea Scroll has manuscripts that seem to be, precursors or, parts of both traditions. But so it's really a case by case thing, right? And so I guess, like, my question would be, I'm a little bit, it's ambiguous to me what the argument is that is in these particular cases of the numbers. Like, why would we prefer the Septuagint here as opposed to Masoretic?
Yeah, so I'm trying to find the chart that helps me line them all up. But basically, I've looked at it before and it made sense to me. That if you say the Masoretic is the correct aging, then you can just it's perfectly fine for the Septuagint to come along and add 100 years. You don't get into any trouble. But on a few of the people, it doesn't add 100 years, it adds 50 years. And you would say, well, why would they just randomly pick somebody to only add 50 years? Well, if you run that backwards and you say the Septuagint is the correct timeline, what would you have to do to shorten those lifespans the way the Masoretic text does? And when you get to those few characters,
50.
Yeah, there's let's see, age of son's birth.
Can you give me the big screen, Justin?
It's not helpful because we're on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah, because the numbers I'm looking at are all like, there's no 50-year gap. That's all I'll say. Okay.
Plus, numbers aside, the numbers in these texts are going to be different because sometimes people who are writing later are correcting or trying to correct older texts. So, like in Chronicles, the numbers of David are constantly being propped up by the chronicler. He's telling the same story as Samuel, except in his version, rather than killing 700 charioteers, he kills 7,000. Rather than killing 1,000 warriors, he kills 10,000. Right. So my point is, like, it's not uncommon for a text that comes later to adjust the numbers for one reason or another, even just not understanding how the numbers should have been interpreted in the first place.
Okay. So if you look at Nahor, the Septuagint has him at 79. The Masoretic has him at 29. So there's a case where if you were to say the Septuagint, or excuse me, the Masoretic is correct, it would be very random for the Septuagint to come along and add 100 years to everybody else, but then this one character they only add 50 years to. But if you go in reverse and say the Septuagint is correct, then you can't subtract 100 from 79 because you get a negative number, and the guy's not even born yet when he has his child. So you should only subtract 50 years from that individual.
I'm not sure I know what you're referring to, no.
Okay, I think I understand. I might be able to explain. So I think what he's saying is there's a particular method that's being applied one way or the other, where either a certain particular number is being added or subtracted. And what he's saying is if it's addition that's going on, you should be able to do addition to every single person in the lineage. However, if it's subtraction that's going on, the subtraction is only going to be possible if the people exceed the number of years that's being subtracted.
Sure.
And since Nahor, you can't subtract the 50, this explains why that would be the exception, which is that it's subtraction rather than addition that's going on, I think. And again, like, I don't know the text well enough to verify that that's in fact the case, but I understand the argument. Yeah.
A couple of issues with that. One, they didn't do that operation for all of them, right? Where they could have, right? You have Jared, who was 162. That could have been made 62, but it wasn't. It was the same. Methuselah, the same thing, 187 years old. Could have stayed the same. Or it could have changed, stayed the same. Noah, 600 years, could have changed, stayed the same. Right? So it's not consistent. It's not a consistent operation. And the other thing is the person you mentioned, I forget what his name.
Nahor.
Nahor.
His name doesn't affect this timeline, or his age doesn't affect this timeline. It's not factored into this gap.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm not going to die on this hill. This is my understanding of why this aging of the Septuagint is correct. But if you look at those people that you said they didn't add anything to them, oh no, actually my theory is not right. So I don't have an answer to that.
Well, Yeah, let me ask you a
I
question,
don't have
and
an
then
answer for what you just brought up.
I apologize I can't
Okay.
talk to you longer, Joe, but I'm going to ask you a kind of final question on Septuagint. In Genesis, we get the name of Adam and Eve, right? And we also get the origin of man and woman, the word for man and word for woman, right? It's similar to English, where a woman, starts with the core like man, like man's the root word, and then you got woman, right? Hebrew is similar, like it's ish and isha, right? So in Genesis it says she was called Isha because she came from Ish, right? Now, the problem is, if that was originally in the Greek Septuagint, that wouldn't make any sense. The word for man and woman in Greek don't have that type of grammatical relationship or the same root word. But it does work in Hebrew, right? Which would lead us to believe that the original language, at least for that section, would have been Hebrew. And there's a lot of other like word plays in the text that would lead you to believe that this had to have originally been written in Hebrew and then later translated into Greek.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see a problem presented yet. I may not be sharp enough to have detected the problem. What is the problem?
Well, imagine I said, listen, there's a book about the creation of man and woman, and it's written in Swedish. And in the book, it says that woman was called woman because she came from man. Like, oh, okay, so woman and man must have like the same root, but then you add something to it, to get to woman. But then you go to Swedish and you're like, actually, that's not true. Man and woman are entirely different words in Swedish. Like, so this couldn't have originally been written in Swedish, had to been written in a different language, where man and woman had the same root word.
Yeah, it's not a
Yeah, I
derivative.
think
So
you
in
might
Greek,
be.
woman is not a derivative
I got you.
of
Yeah,
man.
I may have miscommunicated. I don't believe the scriptures were written in Greek originally. I think they
Oh,
were written in Hebrew originally
then I'm
and then
confused.
translated into Greek.
Yeah, that's what we believe.
Yeah, that would make the Hebrew first.
He's saying what he's saying is the
Well,
Hebrew tradition behind the Greek is what he considers to be original, what they call the
The
Vorlag.
Vorlog, yeah.
Yeah. Of course,
yeah,
there
but
is still an
and
interesting
so I
problem
think
here
that
because,
could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
well, yeah, I was just gonna say, I mean, I haven't been in here for incredibly long, but like if you take, like Genesis to be, communicating literal history, the idea that, Adam named his wife Ish based on the noun Isha is actually impossible because those two Semitic words, while they rhyme in Hebrew, they're actually completely unrelated. The shin consonant actually had a completely different sound in Proto-Semitic if you take it back far enough. So
Mm-hmm.
it's kind of a fun that you brought that up, Justin.
Well, definitely
So it
going
would only
down
work
the
in late biblical Hebrew.
Right. Yeah. This
what's
this
that?
this story couldn't have been written after like 1200 BC
That's
because that's when those
interesting.
consonants converge. Yeah.
So early biblical Hebrew wouldn't even work. It'd have to be late. Okay. That's fun.
Oh, interesting.
By
What?
after, do you mean
Okay, so late
before?
Hebrew versus early Hebrew. So you're saying that the Genesis account does not work in early Hebrew at all because of that derivative?
That's my understanding.
Right. So yes. So here's the thing. So Isha, the second consonant there is in Proto-Semitic actually like a th sound, like the theta in Greek, and the noun for ish, it probably derives from inash, maybe. But I mean, regardless of where you derive it, that shin actually goes back to Proto-Semitic sh sound, and we know this because we can compare all of the Semitic languages. So like we have Akkadian, their phonetics are a certain way. We have Arabic, theirs are a certain way. When you compare them all, it's very clear that you have a totally different consonant in these two words. Right. So they're not related in the way that it looks like they're related to by the time you get to when the Hebrew Bible was being written. But we know that the language of Hebrew that we have in the Bible is derived from an earlier, what we call Proto-Semitic, reconstructed from all of its cousins. And this wordplay just doesn't work in that, right? So whatever the first two human beings were doing, they couldn't possibly have been doing this with those two words.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I have like zero education to be able to even discuss this with you, but I will look it up and see if there's somebody who can put it into layman's terms for me.
Well, I
Yeah.
think.
So, I mean,
Oh, go
what I
ahead,
can
bud.
tell you is most of your major Bible commentaries, like the Anchor Bible, JPS, they all kind of point this out vaguely. However, my professor did a paper. It's called. Let me get the title of it for you because it actually goes probably into more detail on this particular issue than anything out there. It's called Linguistic Clues on the Date and Canaanite Origin of Genesis 2:23 through 24. It's by Samuel A. Meyer. It's published in the Catholic Biblical Quarterly, and actually shows all of the related Semitic words, so you can see how they reconstruct it. It's quite interesting.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, you like Sam Meyer too. He's really readable.
Cool. Oh, can I? Do you need to hang up on me? Or I don't want to be
Unfortunately,
rude.
yeah, I'm gonna be. I got to end the stream here soon, but I'll be live
All right.
again on Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week. Come and find me, bud.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
All right, cheers.
Yeah, it's good talking to you.
Good night.
It's a shame he has to start every conversation with Justin is lying, and I keep catching him lying. Weird.
And then admit it, I'll concede on that.
I have no idea why he does that. He could, if he hadn't opened with that, he could have just had a good conversation with us.
Yeah, I mean, I think you do. You kind of brush that aside, right?
Yeah. What are you gonna do,
Just
right?
Like if that's what you expect from him, you just kind of brush it off.
That is the expectation. Well, friends, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to get all the super chats read. I might end up going past my curfew, but you guys know in the summer I'm trying to do from 4 to 8 because I'm on a limited schedule over summer. So thank you for being here. I know that sometimes the short streams we don't get as many guests, and sometimes we don't get great guests. But we also had a stream go down again. I might have to go back to streaming in 1080p, or maybe just not streaming to Twitch. I don't know if maybe my internet connection can't handle it, or I don't know. I've got like.
Are you doing 4K?
I tried 4K and that worked mostly, but sometimes it would go down. So I switched to 2K and it's been going good for months. And then just randomly yesterday, or not, Wednesday and today, my YouTube horizontal stream just quit. I was like, what? It never does that. So now I don't know what to think. I don't know. Weird. I thought 2K was fine. But I don't know. Maybe I'm doing too much. Maybe I need to stop streaming to Twitch, and I'm using up too much bandwidth. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I'd rather stream in high def if I could. It makes it easier to do thumbnails. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh well. Millennial says baby paste machine Kickstarter. When? You know what? This is a good point. If we did a baby paste machine, could we make it part of the Martha Stewart line? Because I feel like that would be the best marketing. And she would know. She's already been to prison. D Main, thank you for your donation, friend. And Star says, did people actually believe in stories like Joshua 10? Yeah, actually. And people believe these stories. If you read the early prophets, they kind of like... And Judges talks about like the early conquests and the miracles and whatnot. What do you say, Matt?
Oh, I didn't say. I was looking up, Justin. You might have my keyboard. That was the sun standing still? Is that the...
It should be, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if there's something else in the chapter. I just know that one's like pretty wild for what that would do to the physics of the planet. Like now,
it doesn't
now
make
that we know
sense.
the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour.
Well, there's a theory that Yahweh himself was the sun that stood still.
Because he's a solar deity.
Mm.
Yeah, fucking A. Daniel Sarlo for the win. Star, thank you for the super chat. Did people... Oh, sorry, we just... Yeah, he's cool. Survivor says, what value, if at all, do you put into Rashi? Listen, I like the rabbinic commentaries. I like Rashi, but I feel like sometimes Rashi is doing the same type of copium that like Christians are doing. But to be fair, like he's interpreting a text that's much older than him, and he's probably using the best of his capabilities. And I don't know, what do? You don't
Well,
want
you don't
to
want to be.
Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, you don't want to be a Rashi fundamentalist, but he does
Right.
pick up on some interesting things. For example, understanding Genesis 1 through 3 as a dependent clause. I think he was the first person to do that, and a lot of scholars accept that reading now. So, like he notes really interesting things in the text. He may read into a lot of it more than what you want to, but he definitely picks up on the details for sure.
Yeah, he's worth looking up. Like when I'm doing an exegesis on a passage, I usually look up Rashi and some of the other popular exegetes just to see if they say anything helpful. Sometimes they say something helpful. Sometimes they say a lot, too much maybe. But it's still it. I find value in Rashi. I don't know if I would make Rashi my gold standard, if that makes sense. I feel like some of the more modern scholars I like better. Star says, have you debated a Gnostic who believed a Gnostic who believes Jesus symptoms from Yahweh? Okay. Yes. Not many, maybe a handful of them. And it always comes down to the same problem, is they can't really prove the worldview, but I gotta be honest, it's interesting. The worldview's interesting. So I don't mind debating a Gnostic. They're at least interesting. I know, right? Fuck, maybe
Listen, if you're agnostic and you're single, just DMs are open.
They're not. I'm
Oh, you shut up.
I'm not single. I'm not single. Yeah.
Oh,
I mean,
they're not open that way.
They're not open. Yeah. In fact, they're not open because someone already did slide in my DMs. Carnage. Marigose says, may I suggest you put a sign with your prompt to avoid the friendly colors? Ain't no way people are this obtuse. And once told, why insist? I know. I think people know my boundaries, right?
Listen, you'll never go broke betting on the obtuseness of people.
True.
Like, it's a sure thing. It's a lock. Like, people are just, they don't, I'm telling you, I've been in all kinds of panels with all kinds of, disclaimers up there. It doesn't matter.
I could say only join if you disagree, and I think friendlies would still come up. That's what like Parker and Dean used to do back in the day, and they friendlies still wanted to come up. So it is one of those things. It's hard to avoid, and I get the temptation to want to come up if you're watching and you have something that you think is important. But please understand, it kind of fucks up our show and our metrics. 8 Wishuv says, error in New Testament, Mark 4:31. It is like a mustard seed, which is the smallest of all seeds on earth. Mustard seed isn't smaller. The smallest seed on earth. Well, okay. True. I mean, on the face of it, this is false. I don't use this one very much, and I also don't use the one where bats are classified as birds. I try to be as lenient as possible with the interpretations. Jesus uses so much hyperbole, and I don't know. He uses enough hyperbole that, like, I would be willing to grant Jesus that maybe he wasn't necessarily saying something true about every seed on the earth. I get it. But at face value, you're right. It's definitely an error. And it is wrong. I just don't know how well it would work in a debate. Like if you're using that in a debate, there are so many other things that he fucked up that you can go to. This might not be the strongest case. I don't know. What do you think, Mac?
I agree. I think this one's kind of a big so what. And also, like, there's certain things like if God said it, it's like, well, then it should be absolute knowledge. But if Jesus said it, it could be his human side talking, Or it could just be like he's talking to these people something they don't understand. Like if he's like, it's like the seed of the rhododendron. It's like, what the fuck is that? It's like, here's this thing you know what a mustard seed is. It's relatable knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. You're technically right, but it doesn't really move the needle that much.
Yeah. Demon Trader says, just want to shout out for my gaming name, Demon. Well, fuck. shout out to Demon Trader 69. I guess if you like games, go check out the channel. And Tom, thank you for the super chat. Happy Midsummer Eve from Sweden, East Coast. Midsummer is the best non-Christian holiday. Great to celebrate it as a non-religious holiday. Well, hell yeah. I think our Midsummer in the U.S. is the 21st, right? Is that when we do it?
That's the solstice, right? Is that the same thing?
I think solstice and midsummer are the same, aren't they? I could be wrong.
Summer
Let me check.
solstice. I don't know
Yeah.
midsummer.
Hmm.
I mean, I saw that documentary where they like drop people off a cliff.
It says yes, but not
That was
exactly.
not a documentary.
I don't know. It's pretty convincing.
The summer solstice is the exact astronomical event, the longest day of the year, while midsummer generally refers to the cultural and religious festival celebrated around the time of that event. Okay, so it might not have to be on the same day. So, but you know, around the time. I wouldn't mind doing I don't know, pagan festivals. Fuck, why am I yawning? I need coffee. I can't have coffee because then I won't be able to sleep. Julie, thank you for the super chat. I heard some apologists say that Jeconiah repented, so Jesus being from the line of David is justified. Is this true? Also, thanks for all you do. Okay, Julie, this is trying to excuse Jeremiah 22:30 as saying God forgave the line of Jeconiah, so Jesus coming from Jeconiah is okay. Well, the problem with that is Jeconiah was never a king, right? So while God did have favor for Jeconiah, not Jeconiah, I mean Zerubbabel. Later, Zerubbabel becomes governor of the newly returned exiles, but he never becomes a king. And if Jeconiah ever found forgiveness with God, it still wouldn't take back God's promises. Remember, God theoretically doesn't change his mind, and he doesn't change his promises. He says, "Count this man as childless, a man whose offspring shall not succeed in sitting on the throne of King David ever again." So if God took that back, that would just make God a liar. But I don't think he did. It's not in my reading, at least. Mixtress
Well, I mean-
Monica. What's that?
He did take back Nineveh.
True, but
There was no if, right? And what he told Jonah, there was no if or no, you know.
That's a good point.
It's just, it will be destroyed.
I'll have to reread that. Did he say Jonah? Now I got to go back. Did he say to Jonah that
repentance-
he will be destroying them, or did he say to Jonah, "Tell them I'm going to destroy them"?
I believe it is cry out that they will be destroyed.
Let me see. Yeah. Now I'm curious. It's been a hot minute since I did Jonah. Go at once to Nineveh, the great city, and cry out against it. For the wicked.
Yeah, it's not in that verse. It's like it's a number of days. Right?
Yeah.
45 days or something.
Yeah. Okay, it's got to be towards the end of the book then. Hold on. Chapter 3 maybe?
40 days more. Yeah, 3 and 4.
Okay, yeah, get up and go to the Nineveh, say, proclaim and say. So Jonah set out Nineveh according to the word of the Lord. Now Nineveh was exceedingly large city. 3 days Jonah began to go to the city and cried out, 40 days more, Nineveh shall be overthrown. And the people of Nineveh believed God, and they proclaimed a fast, and everyone great and small put on sackcloth. Yeah. So, I mean, he tells Jonah to go say a thing. It's interesting. I mean, if you're reading the story, you kind of have to assume that God wasn't telling Jonah to lie, but God does do that at times. He does lie.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what Jonah basically says, right? He's like, I knew you weren't going to do this, but you made me come here and say that you're going to do it.
True.
You know?
Yeah, when he's pouting in the 4th chapter.
Yeah.
That's true.
Doesn't this happen with Isaiah and King Hezekiah? When Hezekiah is sick, doesn't Isaiah, God tells him, like, you're going to die. And Isaiah's like, yes, you're going to die. And then Isaiah walks away. And then God's like, oh, yeah, he repented. Go back and tell him he's not going to die. He's like, oh, okay, you're not going to die.
And the same thing with Abimelech. Remember when he shows up to Abimelech, he says, you're a dead man. But he wasn't going to kill him.
Yep.
Yeah. In fact, he says, it was I who kept you from sinning against me.
Yeah.
So, interesting. Mixed Monica says, "Hey Justin, which are you using to convert Arabic to English? I like how it highlights the words rock hard for Doug. Thank you. I'm on typically Quran.com. When I pull up the verses, you can hover over the text and it'll show you the basic gloss. And then there is a which lexicon? There's a lexicon on Quran.com, but I forget which one. Nevertheless, that's usually where I'm at. If there's a better one, I don't know about it yet. MB says, the supernova, what the heck? I know, well, that's obviously the supernova is the missiles that kill the demons, the devils. And Furtive Batak, good to see you. Has screaming ever convinced anyone magic is real? It turns out no. But the apologists are going to try. They're going to scream at me as much as possible. And Gretchen says, Muslim Mormon will never not be funny. True, Mac, that was
such a good burn.
That was a hot line.
Oh, he got him.
That
really stung him too. He did not like it. It was good.
I got to add, ladies and gentlemen, we got him to the soundboard. That The Nights You Say Need says, starting a new TV show, Space Demon, TM, Rock Hard for Doug, and choking on Ian's hog. Oh, tomorrow. Wait, Space Demon would be a fun video game, probably. Maybe, be like Galactica. Eki Poe says, Space Demons, it's not Islam, it's Warhammer 40,000. It's a special form of Islam. It's more exciting. It's like the L. Ron Hubbard version. Mm-hmm. Jay Wash says, the color of the letter 7 always smelled like fresh cooked theist to me. True. That is the case. And MB says, who needs Netflix when we got primetime entertainment like this for free? Muslim Mormon, I love the internet so much. Listen, that's going to be the line of the night, Mac. That's the winner. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he did it.
Sufficiently Advanced Tautology says, you thought he was a Mormon Muslim, but he talked about space demons and outed himself as a Scientology Muslim. Hope he returns for more cooking.
Should talk about his theta levels.
I was about to say, do the missiles also kill Thetans? Because I think that's what we got to find out. John Hates the Stupid says, it's heaven all the way up and turtles all the way down. I could go with that. I'm baffled by his interpretation of where heaven was. It was like heaven was outside of all of space. Like it just assumes that space has a boundary. Chris says that Muslim...
once you say that's where the stars are, then that's the universe.
That's the entire universe. That's all of it.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Wild. Chris says that Muslim take fan fiction too seriously. He takes fan fiction too seriously. Yes. Yes, that is the thing. But when you grow up with it, it's not fan fiction. It's what you believe. And Jessica, thank you for the super chat, says, you're all damned fools. You spend so much time worrying about the earthbound demons, you never take time to consider the threat of the space demons. Oh, fuck. This is fair. This is fair.
The Spanish Inquisition of theology.
The Jews were right to have space lasers. I mocked them initially, but it turns out that they're necessary. Zach Penetroff says, God created Muslim Mormons, so the Muslims would know how Christians feel. That's a good retrofit of that saying. And Envy says, LARPing as a Muslim and a Mormon. This man is the truest of LARPers. I thought maybe he's a LARPer at first, but
No, he seemed pretty bought into that cult.
So he seemed like he believed it. So I don't know.
That guy looked like he could have been a distant relative of mine on my dad's side.
Oh no,
it was very swarthy side of the family.
Yeah. Zach Penetroff says the Florida State Seminole Vesicles. Obviously, that's the team where sperm comes from. That explains a lot of things about Florida. Bethos, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Just tuned in. It's Ems. Justin, how can I contact you about the Pussycats magnet mug, which I auctioned in the stream with John? Great question, Bethos. Just email me at justin@deconstructionzone.net. My email is in all of my profiles, my link tree, my YouTube page. I just need your address, and I'll ship it out to you, friend. No worries. And Night Tuesday says, ask him if his bride uses a booster seat anymore. Oh, Justice for Aisha.
Wait, is he Muslim or libertarian?
Muslim.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this was a reference for Aisha.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that's the libertarianism boiled down to one sentence.
Oh.
My girlfriend shouldn't have to use a booster seat or a car seat.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That's true. The manosphere is dangerous. Space Lord said,
That's what Foucault argued, isn't it?
I don't know, actually.
Foucault, wasn't he into that? Like, it's an infringement on children's rights.
Yeah,
I don't know.
There's some real weirdness.
There
was like a libertarian like conference or whatever, and they asked the one guy. There was like a bunch of candidates like running for head of the Libertarian Party, and the one guy asked if they should be allowed to sell coca to a 6-year-old, and he said no, and he got booed.
Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Okay then.
So that's where that party is.
Fucking name. Space Lord says, if the Crown was right about where semen is produced, then making eunuchs would be even worse. Ouch. True. Yeah. Making eunuch would be a hell of a job. It'd be akin to a bottom side lobotomy. And Ferdinand Patak says, Allah throwing stars at the YT stream, YouTube stream. True. That's why the horizontal went down. They got me, motherfuckers. Betha says, W Noodle Keeper, please keep your noodle. I think, wait, did we talk to Noodle Keeper or was he just in the queue? I forget. Matthew Mulkeen. Yeah, I don't remember talking to a noodle. Thank you for the super chat, Matthew. He says, resulting in the fall of Napoleon III and the unification of Germany in 1871. Hope you have your own podcast or show, Ems, after you retire from medicine. So this, I apologize, Matt. This must have been a follow-up to your prior super chat, which I didn't see. I didn't see the connection.
The Ems, the Ems dispatch one, yeah.
About the dispatch. And war. Yeah, you know what? I don't know why I didn't see those two come in together. It's weird. Betha says, yay, Justin is not a Platonist. True, I'm not a Platonist. And I get it. I'm not saying that people who are Platonists are dumb or wrong. I'm just saying I can't see why it would be true.
What is that, like buying into forms mostly? Or like, what is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't make sense to me. Like, I get it, but like, it's hard for me to think that something that is completely non-physical could exist out there in the universe, and it's just waiting for us to create it in the physical universe. It doesn't make sense.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, there's a
down,
form,
like a nutshell.
Yeah, there's a form for everything. Like there's a perfect chair form up, like existing transcendentally. Pretty wild.
Must be an Adirondack.
Yeah, Platonic forms are so weird.
Yeah.
We need to talk, Justin, you and me, about ontology. I'm curious where you land.
Yeah. I've got some.
I know you've been thinking about it. I've heard you asking all the philosopher people about it, so I know you're thinking. I'm curious where you are on that. Yeah.
For me, it's difficult to move away from materialism, and like even like when you look at the fields, like the quantum fields, like it still seems in the category of material. So I'm like, I don't know. I can't see a reason to believe in immaterial things. Maybe the only thing I would concede that could be immaterial is if time actually existed as a thing, but I don't know if it does. Like, for me.
So I have a very like linguistically based deflationary realism that I think I could sell to you. I'll try it sometime off stream.
We'll have to talk about that one. Jessica, thank you for the additional super chat. We all know David Hume is the greatest prophet of atheism. If a theist can refute something Hume said, they'll have refuted atheism forever. True. This is like people love quoting. Well, Bart Ehrman said, that's great. You're debating me right now. I know that there are other atheists. I'm not worried about their arguments. Secular felinist. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and release the kitties. I'm sorry, the kitties, you'll see them on stream sometime late next week, maybe on Friday night. but not right now. I have to keep my door closed because my son will see me in here and come running in and not realize I'm on stream, and then he'll be on stream. Space says Hume didn't argue with that guy. What that guy said he did. Hume said that inductive reasoning is not a guarantee of what will happen. Sketchy summary. True. I mean, Phil Bros do have a tendency to misrepresent arguments, and that's what I told him. Is I don't think it's a guarantee that it will happen, but it obviously increases the likelihood because of all the priors. Richard says, keep fucking with Phil Bros, and you'll never break 1,000 viewers again. Not a threat. This is torture, and this madness. You know what, Gretchen? I'm sorry. You know what? I was desperate. And in my desperate straits, I entertained a Phil Bro. Josh Shmuley says, met weight range today at 166.6. A sign, Rock Hard for Doug and Justin's fucking rock. And hell yeah, for your met weight range, not your meat weight range. That's awesome. I don't know like how tall you are, but if you're a guy named Shmuley, then I'm assuming that's a healthy weight for you. Most men are about my height or a little bit taller, and my ideal weight's about 160, 165. So that really should be a great weight for you. So congrats. And some Donkus says, take my 5 schmecklers, you wonderful man, Bob Saget. Some Donkus, thank you, and Bob Saget to you. Kurt says, every day the bar raises for dumber callers. It's truly amazing. Well, I got to be honest, the more intelligent callers are probably watching the stream and being like, I'm not going to fuck around with that. So you have, like, the ones that are going to call in are going to be the ones that really, they don't know what's coming to them. And Simeon says, gosh, Justin, thank you for stopping this guy from running tag. I was this close to converting. Praise Atheismo and Doug for saving me again. Hell yeah. I do need to work up a transcendental argument for Doug. Grounding all things. That needs to be a thing. But actually, it needs a scribal error excuse. Oh no. 105 billion. I don't know, like, what the scribal error thing is supposed to do for you. I think it's a way of admitting that there's a problem, but like saying, well, it's kind of expected. But once you introduce one scribal error, you have to ask yourself, well, what else could be scribal errors? How many could there be? At what level do they become problematic?
Yeah, I think it's a way to preserve the God breathed thing. It's like, yeah, he breathed it, but he didn't write it. So there could still be errors because these are scribes, Scribes screw up.
Yeah, we're humans. We fuck up.
It's just a way to, like, it's still from God. It's just,
God couldn't preserve it. Come on. Prisoner fan, good to see you, says, what do frogs wear on their feet? Open-toed shoes. That was good. Rock hard for Doug and Team Volta. Hey, Volta's kind of a favorite around here. I mean, I like Faraday's nuzzling, but Volta's a lot of fun too. Matt Schaefer says, this guy's incredulity that we don't know all his church's heretics is insufferable and feels like he'd argue for 30 minutes about what is means. That might be the case. And that does be, like, when you have Phil Bros, like, you do have, like, what is the meaning of is? Depends on what the meaning of is type conversations. But you're right. It's this, yeah. True. Loco says, if Lucifer told you he was God, would claiming to be God still be enough for you to believe? Caller. Fair point. I think that goes to Mac's illustration where, like, how do you know there's not another God above Yahweh, right? And Yahweh is like a lesser confused God, like the Satan. You know what I mean? Also, Cynthia Clamor, thank you for sending $100 over Cash App. Huge W, friend. Hope you're doing well. And Slow TDI, thank you for the super chat. Y'all, we learned it here first. ChatGPT is the church zaddy of all zaddies. Like, who needs to actually quote them when you have ChatGPT? That's true. You can find, if you don't have resources, you can usually find them with ChatGPT, but it misquotes them. It gives you authors that don't exist.
Bad.
Yeah. Like even the timeline earlier, it found the website with the timeline and then confused it.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, ChatGPT once told me that Moses existed before Hammurabi because it didn't know that BC the numbers go the opposite direction. So
Higher number means after.
exactly.
GameGuy says Grok is a church father now. Exactly. Grok is doing the hard work. And Corey says, can flesh enter into heaven? If not, when was there a need for physical resurrection? Rock harder for Doug. So, according to the Hebrew Bible, yes, it seems that the resurrection of the dead would be in the flesh. And heaven wasn't like a spirit kingdom far away. Heaven was just like the sky above your head. And they didn't live in the sky. Heaven up there was going to come down here, and God would dwell with the people down here in physical bodies. This idea that we're all going to go to the heavens when we die, it's not really part of the Hebrew Bible, and it's not really part of the New Testament either. Josiah, thank you for the super chat. You got to give Christians credit. They managed to get a free education from atheists. True, they got me. They did. They got my ass. Yeah, I'm out here giving out free lessons. And Slow TDI says, what has he been doing this whole time? No one knows. It's a mystery. And Megs, good to see a friend back from eating awesome Mexican and having a margarita. I wish I was having a margarita. And find I haven't missed anything. Same crappy arguments. Meg, you know, every time you get a philosophy bro up here, the arguments are going to be like tag, some sort of precept. It's all nonsense. Go Aquinas' 5 ways. Resistance. Mm-hmm. And this, my friends, is what religion does to one's brain. Rots to the core, leaving nothing but a husk-like automaton behind, bumping into walls. That is kind of the case, right? I'm baffled by the amount of philosophy people that just couldn't be bothered to read the Bible. I'll never get it.
The way they run from it is so funny to me. Because it's like, you don't believe in this God, man. You believe in a God and these dudes that talk about him.
The God of philosophy is not the God of the Bible.
Yeah, and the God of the church fathers isn't either.
Right. F. Dot, good to see you, buddy. Words don't mean words. Final boss, indeed. And word salad, final boss. Can best, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Sorry about my TV comment in my super chat. Damn, you ADHD. Can best, I'm not worried about any of your comments, friend. You're a long, upstanding, longtime member of the channel. I got your back. I wasn't trying to throw shade. And ZK says, welcome to the Deconstruction Zone, where we watch Justin and Matt carefully dissect a filibrosis ignoramus buffoonus.
Very nature channel.
That was really good.
David, what's his name?
Oh, Adam Barrow.
Adam Barrow. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Chad. Trude Hell, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. And Airland, thank you for the super chat. It was really apparent that they thought the heart contained the soul. True. And they thought the thinking was done with the heart, which is why, like, when your emotions are happening, your heart changes beat, you know?
What do you know anything about the kidneys being part of that?
Yes.
Because Thinker took us down a trail one time, and it was like the kidneys were like a major part of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, true. It's pretty wild what they thought the organs were for. And Chet, you probably heard this too.
Yeah.
They used to think that the women's hair was like relatively hollow and had a capillary effect, and it would allow when men like put their seed in women, it would create a sucking effect to draw the seed up inside of them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why in Deuteronomy 21 you shave her head, because you don't want to get her pregnant right away.
It's a sex organ.
Yeah. So the thing is interesting because, like, you know, we think of the brain as being thought and the heart as being emotion, but in this among the Semites, the idea was the heart was thought and the kidneys were emotion. The reason being is that, you know, when you have like a knee-jerk emotional response, you kind of feel it in that area where the kidneys are, right? The tummy area. But yeah, the heart was the seat of thought, right? So, you know, a lot of times when you read the Bible and you read about the heart, it's talking about more something like what we would think of as the mind.
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense.
Oh, for sure. Simeon Urchin, thank you for the super chat. We know you can't tie your shoes either, Tag Guy. You know what? I hate Tag, but at least he was nice about it. I entertained him for a while because he was nice and we didn't have anybody else. Rational Atheist says, Happy Friday, Justin. Well, happy Friday to you, friend. Going down the mythicism rabbit hole and wondering if you know a good translation of Evangelion, Marcion's Gospel. Well, there's one on the internet. There's a reconstruction of it. I think Jaren has one from Christ Before Jesus. I bet there's one also on archive.org. Let me check. I bet there is one. Yeah. You should be able to find a book called The First New Testament on archive.org. I think it's going to have the reconstruction in there. It's by Jason Debune. A fancy name. Fuck. What a cool name. Maybe. Chapter 3 is titled The Evangelion. So that should have it. Resistant says, thank God. Oh, wait. Be careful. Don't be thanking God around here, my friend. And Genix Seed, thank you for the super chat. Do you think the new 6th edition NRSV UE annotated Bible from Oxford, Coogan, and others is a good buy? Yep. Unfortunately, they keep pushing it back. It's been delayed like 5 times now. It's not going to come to like Christmas.
Yeah, it will be a good buy. Not is a good buy. Will be whenever that is.
It's prophecy.
Exactly. It's
actual prophecy.
It probably will come before
fulfilled.
Jesus, though. It will come before Jesus, I have a feeling.
Before all of you are dead, it will be published.
Actually, it's typological. It's just going to be a spiritual Bible.
What do they call that? It's something in shadows.
Foreshadowed.
Types and shadows? No, it's like
types and shadows for Paul.
Yeah.
That being said, yeah, the NRSV is great. The updated edition's great, but the new Oxford Annotated Bible is just the best. When it releases, I'll be getting one for sure. Base Ashera, great to see you. Thank you for the super chat. My microscope light burned out months back. That's terrible. And I finally got around to buying a replacement. I decided to treat myself and get a microscope camera too. I'm looking forward to uploading cool videos. You know what? I thought about doing that at one point because microscopes are really fucking fun. I love finding shit and putting it under a microscope, but I was like, you know what? I'm already doing too much, and there's already really cool science creators doing it, so I didn't do it. But when you get it happening on your channel, let me know, or in the Discord, let me know. I want to see it. And Resistance says viewership dropped while Lil Tag Whelp was up. Yeah, I mean, sure. Yeah, it happened. And then increased by almost 250, or by 250 almost immediately after he left. Coincidence? No, it's not a coincidence. Nobody likes watching the Phil Bros here. And I don't blame them. And if I could have brought somebody else up, I would have. And my deepest and sincerest apologies. Godwin, good to see you as well, friend. Justin and Mac are a great Marvel team-up. Actually, I really like Mac having team-ups with me. The Bible knowledge has absolutely no openings in the armor of Doug instead of the armor of Christ. Granite? Well, I mean, granite armor would be heavy, but maybe effective. I'll have to think on that one. But Doug gives you strength.
I granite.
Oh, fuck.
You have to pronounce it. You have to pronounce it granite, like it's a Hebrew gentilic.
Oh, jeez. Oh no!
Like a Perizzite, a Hittite, a Granite. You know, that's how you have to say it.
Oh no! Just for you, Chet. Just for you. Hunter Girl, thank you for the $30 super chat, friend. Since we have not had nearly enough bird FaceTime, Brew, I apologize. We're working on a new method with the birds. We're trying to give them a little bit more space so that they don't feel like we're invading their territory quite as much. But we are going to be getting the birds back in action. Saw a bird shower on the Green Bird Bridge that looked neat and the birds loved. Looks like they are about $30 online, so here's some dough for your birdies or catnip. Well, thank you, Hunter Girl. We actually haven't gotten a bird bath shower or a bird shower or a bird bath for the birds yet. So appreciate the assistance. We'll be getting one hopefully soon. Thank you. And so TDI says this really is a dog shit argument. I know. Tag, every form of tag is dog shit. Resistance says I changed my mind. Joe made me miss little tag.
Oh, no.
Joe will do that. Yeah. Joe will do that. I'm shocked he didn't have his camera on this time. Godwin says Justin and Mac are a great Marvel team up. Oh, we got a duplicate. Well, thanks, Godwin.
Well, no, it's slightly different.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
The Bible knowledge is unassailable is new, and the armor of Doug is like granite, dulling the sword of Christ. Rock hard for Doug. It is slightly different. Thank you, Godwin. Hell yeah. Dr. Joe. Thank you for the super chat. Hope you're doing well. I have to know, did Jesus's candy bar melt when he descended into hell? I mean, maybe, because if so, that would be a sin, and I'd have to believe in sin again, and that would be a sin. True. I want to know what kind of candy bar it would have been. What candy bar would Jesus consume if he had one? Maybe a whatchamacallit?
I thought of a whatchamacallit, but I'm like, there's got to be something better.
I
have to think about that.
Nut roll.
It could be a Wonka bar, because you have to merit. You have to earn your way.
It could be Sermon on the Mounds.
Oh yes, Sermon on the Mounds is fantastic. Orin Patch, thank you for the super chat. Luke 1:3 implies he didn't leave any gaps in his account of Jesus' last words. Fair. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon, and gay for Justin, and all the rest. Mackin' on Macluster, or Mom for short. Keep cooking. Mackin' on Macluster is a good one. I dig that.
Appreciate it. It's great.
Oh yeah. Hank says Joe's density is approaching critical mass. Joe is getting better.
Do you think people like stick around after they've called and just like watch this like roast session of them? You know what I mean?
I hope they don't.
If you're calling in as like an op and you are just getting flamed like comment after comment, like
that's rough. That's what happened to did you watch the modern day debate that I did with Wi-Fi Gospel?
Oh God.
It was bad.
That guy is so dense.
He challenged me to a debate.
How long ago was that?
Probably a year now. He challenged me to a debate on the Messianic prophecies, and then tried to run tag the whole time, and it was so embarrassing. And I didn't bite. I was like,
terrible.
Nah. Yeah. But every
what's the
super
topic?
chat that came in was just flaming him, and he just had to sit through it.
That's so funny.
That was pretty wild.
Deserved.
Yeah.
He's one of the worst. I haven't seen him in a while.
He's pretty bad. No one likes watching him. HP Lovecats, look up Pando. It's an aspen colony in Utah. Pando. In Utah. It looks beautiful actually. I don't know why I'm looking it up. It does look great though. Oh, it says Pando has an estimated 47,000 stems that appear to be individual trees but are genetically identical parts of a single tree connected by a root system that spans 106 acres. As a multi-stem tree, Pando is the world's largest tree by measures of weight, landmass, and species, and is generally held to be the world's largest organism by weight. Fuck, that's pretty cool actually.
But is it as old as the flood?
I don't know. Miss Megs, also on the same topic, there are aspens that are over 16,000 years old in Utah. So I think that's going to be the claim, is that they are. I'll have to read through this article to see how old they're. Yeah. If two people said it in the comments, there must be some conversation about it. It says, little information has been adequately corroborated about Pando's origins and how its genetic integrity has been sustained over a long period of time, conservatively between 9,000 and 16,000 years old by the latest 2024 estimate. Good reference. Really good reference.
Yeah.
And Matthew, thank you for the additional super chat. California is home to the world's oldest living tree, Methuselah. Well, now we just discovered Another one. It is a Great Basin bristle cone pine, estimated to be over 4,850 years old, older than the pyramids. Maybe, I don't know. When was the first pyramid made?
The pyramids were like 2,600 was Giza, so 4,600 years. So just within a century or two. Because I use the Giza thing to talk about the flood, right? Because obviously not the Septuagint, but the Masoretic. They said that it was 4,500 years ago, and the pyramids were like 180 years after that.
Yeah.
After no, the other way around. Reverse those. The pyramids were 180 years older than the flood.
Design, hey, good to see you. Someone needs to find that 5,000 plus 1 year old tree and XX so that caller can count 5,000 plus one rings and shrug. I mean, yeah, that's usually the critical take from our opponents is you have to like literally prove every step of the process. And Gusta Bovnova says nothing can kill redwoods, fire and drought can. That twaddle's a good word. Yeah, you can definitely kill a redwood for sure. And Simeon with the follow-up, thank you. The pando tree is a colonial tree that buds to clone itself, and based on the root system alone, it's estimated to be around 14,000 to 16,000 years old. That's yeah, what we're reading way before the flood. And Matthew, again, thank you so much. Killers of redwoods, high winds, wildfires, drought, root disease, bark stripping by mammals such as bears and wood rats. They make such really bad arguments and never try to challenge their own ideas. True. The problem with apologists is you're looking for an answer that makes you feel good about the Bible rather than the answer that appears to be the most sensible or true. Space Lord says we all have human DNA records for populations all over the world going back 10,000 plus years. Not every year, but there was no disruption for some silly flood. Yeah, I mean, yeah. But I mean, they're going to say that the dating's wrong. You know, carbon dating's not real.
But if it's DNA, it's generational, right? You count the number of generations, you would still get there. But
I don't know actually. How does that work?
Yeah, I wonder what the apologetic for that would be.
I don't know actually. I don't know that much about how that works. Jeremy says Pandora in Aspen Grove is estimated to be over 80,000 years old. It might be a little overestimated, but thank you, Jeremy, for letting us know. I think we finally got to it. And
who's pretty good on that stuff?
Who's that?
In like a layman, he can like relate it in a layman's way. Is Bash.
Oh yeah.
He'd be good to talk to on that. He's pretty good with like DNA and haplogroups and all that stuff.
He really is. J. Terry, thank you for the super chat, friend. Pando, the grove of quaking aspens, is estimated between 6,000 and 80,000 years old. Also, there was an ice age. Massive glaciers literally ripped the surface of the earth apart. Everything died. Rock hard for Doug. So Pando, a lot of people know about Pando. I don't know anything about it. I mean, I do now, obviously, but that's really interesting. I appreciate that. And Jeremy,
these age ranges need dialing in.
I know, yeah. The age
9
range
to 16, 14 to 16, 16 to 80.
We're gonna need some. We're gonna need some certainty here. Pando, not Pandora. If I said Pandora, that's on me. I apologize. Critical Explorer, thank you for the super chat. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you, Critical. I appreciate your support, and I don't think we're going anywhere. Also, thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, friend. Matthew, with another super chat, thank you. Also, oldest known cave paintings in the world are ancient hand stencils found in Indonesia, dated to at least 67,800 years old. Take that, young Earth creationists. No, not they care about facts. They don't. But the problem with like the cave drawings is they're going to say the same shit. The dating doesn't work, that kind of stuff. If you can cast doubt on the dating, you can always find a way around these like archaeological discoveries. And Julian, thank you for the super chat. How do you feel about John G. Gager's perspective of Paul, labeling him still a loyal Jew and making an attempt to shift most of the blame on pagans and other Christians for replacement? I've not read this this author, but I don't know if I agree. He doesn't
I don't
appear to be
know.
a loyal Jew. He fought Peter about it. He doesn't fucking know Hebrew. I don't know how loyal of a Jew he would be. This is a tough one. Maybe if I read the paper, I'd have my mind changed, but I don't find him to be a loyal Jew, especially if he thinks that you can get rid of the law. Lost in FRP, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. In a young Earth creationist debate, nobody used stellar parallax measurements. Maybe this may help. Furthest measured 30.000 Ly with a 10% error. I don't know what any of that means.
Light years.
I
think 30. I think it's 30,000. It might be European.
Okay.
Like decimals for commas.
Gotcha. Shit. Hey, William in the house. Good to see you, William. Thank you for the super chat. If I'm not mistaken, you said you have background in robotics, and since you know Hebrew and are knowledgeable about the Jewish culture, I feel if anyone could successfully make a golem, you could. I designed and worked with robots and automation 20 years. That was what I did to support myself, and I could build a robot to do anything you want to, just about. But people always ask me, like, hey, can I build a robot to do this or do that? The problem with designing robots is, while you can get a robot to do just about anything, the cost of designing it is usually the detrimental factor. People don't want to pay, 50 grand to get a robot to clean their kitchen.
That'd be so cool to make an animatronic golem, though. I mean, like, Doug is already a rock, so like just put a Hebrew letter on his head, make him move around a little bit, talk. Like that'd be a super cool golem.
I could. I mean, it is something that we could do. We could do a golem, an animated one, or an animatronic one, and maybe we'll look at that. Automation projects are super fun. Maybe when I start my engineering channel at the end of the year, I'll have a project listed where we can do that. Gretchen, thank you for the follow-up. I'll take my lashings. It can't be Twitch. There are step 4s. I blame the verts. No schism. But the verts are already in 1080p. The vertical stream never goes down. So it's got to be the higher resolution and OBS not being able to keep up. Maybe I guess I got to switch over to StreamYard. Paul, thank you for the super chat. Anything new on you possibly being on Jubilee? No, I applied twice, didn't hear back. Don't know if I'll get on Jubilee anytime soon, but I do have a debate scheduled for October 10th currently with Blitz and Ian in the Bronx, on a stage set up by Pangburn. So that should be fun, but nothing beyond that yet. Question everything. Thank you for a super chat. I am questioning the spelling of the word question in your title right now, though. It would be interesting to have a live where Christians can call in and talk about their objective morality versus how morals are not so objective. I'd like to learn more about that. So we do a live stream called God is Not Good. And in that live stream, we do talk about this topic a lot. Maybe we could run it today. It's a popular live stream for Fridays, but we could also just run it Monday. And if you're around Monday, stop in. We'll get to it. You could also just read like the Euthyphro dilemma, which kind of give you an idea of where I'm at least. Gretchen, again with a super chat. Gretchen, happy midsummer solstice birthday to the man, Dr. Blitz, on Sunday. Justin still hates us. Fuck Phil Bros. Okay, now I'm done for real this time. If I know anything about you, Gretchen, you're never done. But that's what we love about you. And Resistance, thank you for the super chat prompt suggestion. Yahweh is a psychopath. Those, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. No, we could probably pull that one off, I think. Yeah. And Robert Gould, thank you for the $20 super chat. Let's say morals were actually objective. How would you decide what morals are? So when I first started debating, this was the talking point that I used the most. If morals actually are objective, we have no way of knowing what they are, right? You just have to assume, which means you haven't solved the problem. If we can't know what they are, it doesn't even matter if they're objective. But for me, it's funner just to demonstrate that they don't have objective morals because it kind of stun locks them. You can take almost any position on moral questions and find a verse that would justify your stance. Nothing in the Bible is clear. I mean, that's true. If we're just saying, well, the Bible gives you the objective morals, okay, cool. Well, let's read the Bible together, see what happens. Harry, good to see it. Thank you for the super chat. A Christian told me he can commit every sin because of Matthew 5:19. Thoughts? I mean, no. No. Paul in 1 Corinthians 6:9 and elsewhere lists all kinds of sins that will get you excluded from the kingdom. Revelation 21, verse 8 does the same. There's a bunch of sins. If you do it, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And Jesus himself obviously said the unforgivable sin. So there's some sins according to different parts of the Bible that you really need to stay away from. But theoretically, if you're just reading Jesus's words, he will forgive you of basically everything other than blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. So you're not terribly wrong.
But did he not? Did his friend ignore the next verse? Or says, "Truly I tell you, if your righteousness is, unless your righteousness exceeds the scribes or the Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven."
Right.
Like, I think so. He's like, the friend's point is like, yeah, I'll be least in the kingdom, but I'll be in the kingdom.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
That's so bad.
Because I believed a thing, which is wild because Jesus does have some things to say about your behavior, not just your belief. Reggie, thank you for the super chat. Wait until the U.S. government finds out them hollow earth demons have been keeping all the oil to themselves. Fuck, we'll bomb them. They're done. We're definitely going to regime change for sure. And hey, Nicole, thank you for the $10 super heart lemon. Thank you. And Reggie again says, who are you co-hosting with? I like these guys. Well, Chet and MacLuster, although Chet dropped. Chet's a friend of mine from way back. We grew up together, and he's brilliant. And so is Mac. Mac I met through TikTok. And so Mac and I have been kind of bumping around the deconstruction space together for quite some time. Probably 3 years now, right?
Yeah, right around there.
Yeah, make sure you're dropping a follow. Captain Hammer Corporate Tool says, not only is my God the only true one, but I'm so smart that only my denomination follows it correctly. True. That's what we say, Captain. Every Christian we talk to is the only Christian doing it right. And that's very important. Got to remember that. Hatch Grabber, thank you for the super chat. And I've got some curiosities behind the name Patch Grabber. I have to look at that sometime and let me know what that means. Did you know that humans have 2 pairs of kidneys? Eventually, 2 of them turn into adult knees. Oh,
Listen, I enjoyed it.
Amazing dad joke. It's phenomenal. Yes. Yeah.
It's the daddest of jokes.
Yeah, it doesn't get much more dad than that. I'm down. Space Sword says there will be Bibles and rumors of Bibles. True. Maybe December, maybe November, the 6th edition, but it's rumors, according to the discourse. Despite the dumbing down of U.S., Jesus' last words, Jojo, Joseph, I can see your house from here.
I love that one.
Yeah,
Do you know that joke?
Life of Brian?
Is that what it's from?
I thought it was from Life of Brian.
It might be. Probably is.
I got to double check now.
I haven't seen that. I don't know if I've seen that whole movie.
Now I got to check. I thought it was from, I could be wrong.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
T. Grosha, thank you for a super chat. A translator with a PhD is meaningless. The planet is plastered with idiots holding a PhD. This is why the Christian idiots giggle every time you say this. Well, no. When it comes to translating a text, you have to ask yourself, is the guy who doesn't know the language more likely to understand the original meaning of the passage better than the guy with the PhD? It's not saying that the guy with the PhD has to be right. It's saying that if you're going to question what the translation says, you should have some qualifications for it. Like even myself, I learned Greek and Hebrew in school. I did more Hebrew than Greek, but I'm not out here correcting translators. Like that's not my skill. It's not my task. That's not why I learned Hebrew.
I think there's a misconception. Like an appeal to authority is not always fallacious.
Right.
But people think if you appeal to authority, and it's a fallacy. It's not. Like, it's only a fallacy when it's fallacious. It's kind of, you have to know what the appeal is to determine if it's fallacious or not.
Right. Yeah. And I get it. There are PhDs who disagree, but we can compare the translations and see where they disagree and if there's a good reason for the disagreement. But the texts we were referring to were pretty basic. But I get it, Gross. I get it that Christians don't really value education. And Godwin said, just make up an apologetic. That's all they do. Well, on the fly, even. That's the goal. Hey, Jake Knapp, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. They all laughed when I said I wanted to be a comedian. Well, they're not laughing now. Oh, don't bomb. Don't do that. Oh, no. That was a fun joke. I haven't heard that one, Jake. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing well. Been a minute since I've seen Jake. Jake's and his brother doing the Exodus Brothers podcast. Design says, "Hey Justin, have you heard from one Will Duffy?" I've not, unless it's in my spam folder. He said that he's reached out to you for discussion as your lives interferes with his cell signal. Huh. Let me check my email for a Will Duffy, but I don't think I have anything from Will Duffy. Let's see. I just type in Duffy. See if I got nothing from Will Duffy in here. Sorry. Tell him he got the wrong email. And Drew's Maximus says, "Do you think you'll get Mindshift as a co-host?" I don't know if he wants to do debates. I like Brandon. I like him a lot. I'll probably do something with him eventually. But I don't know if he's interested in doing debates. If he is, I'd be more than happy to have him on the channel. I like him. So.
Is he a YouTuber?
Yeah. He runs a channel called Mindshift.
Is he on TikTok as well?
I don't think so. No.
Okay.
No. I mean, he might be now, but he wasn't, as far as I was aware. All right. Who's live on TikTok that we can send everybody to, and also on YouTube? I'm going to check YouTube real quick.
My friend Son of Kalu is live. So a bunch of people.
Okay. Let's do this.
Go ahead.
Mac, you pick our TikTok audience. I'm going to send everyone on YouTube over to John Cohen's stream. Type in John Cohen, Unconvinced. John's on right now on YouTube. And if you're on TikTok, Mac, where are they going?
Put it in the chat. Son of Kalu.
Son of Kalu. You see it right there. Tell him Mac and Justin sent you. Thank you so much for being here, friends. Really love and appreciate you. Mac, thanks for joining me.
Oh, always a pleasure.
All right, friends. Have a great one. We'll see you again soon.